trust? Well, really two. One is Meineke and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The price of gold could surge in 2025. A large bank analyst is calling it the ultimate perceived safe haven asset. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are getting help safeguarding their money and saving with precious metals like gold and silver. Call 855-838-GOLD to learn about the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. They're going to give you a free gold and silver kit. Plus, you can also get up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver on qualified orders. Call Goldco at 855-838-GOLD. That's 855-838-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Edge. The start of the new baseball season means the end of spring training's experiment with the automated ball strike system. 52.2% of the challenge calls were overturned by the Hawkeye technology employed in third Florida and Arizona ballparks. What's more, the average delay caused by a challenge was only 13.8 seconds. I say, bring it on next season. It will be a good addition on Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling on this Monday morning. Well, the weekend, we saw the Phillies take 2 of 3. Now, obviously, one of them happened on Thursday, but they win on Saturday. They lose on Sunday. We'll react to the Phillies' first series of the season, which did include a loss yesterday. Look, we'll also get to the home opener, which obviously is coming up in just a couple hours. Want to hear from you. If you are already tailgating, Seltzer, are you tailgating in there? No.
Yes, obviously. Well, every morning, right?
I know. If you're headed to the ballpark, all jokes aside, we want to hear from you.
Tush state of mind, Joe.
Yeah, well, that's right. Tush Push could be on the way out. Look, we got a lot to do, and all of it with you on the phone line today at 215-592-9494. Richie Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
There's a winery in Italy that has a fountain that continuously runs with red wine. This Dora Sarchisi vineyard in the Abruzzo region of Italy has a free wine fountain that continuously flows with red wine from the grapes from those vineyards, and the tap is continuous and the wine is free.
Well, that's pretty incredible.
All the time.
That's a great fact right there.
It's crazy.
I like that fact, man.
And it's not the first one. It's not the only one. There are other wine fountains in Spain.
Wow. Well, I like that more than the Phillies losing yesterday. And Aaron Nola not pitching well, and the Phillies bat's not doing much. All right, so there's a lot from the weekend to digest, obviously. Look, 3 big things today. You got the Tush Push reality, you got the home opener, and then you got the weekend series. Let's start with the weekend, John, because obviously we saw a lot of Phillies baseball. We'd waited about 6 months to see it. We want your impression at 215-592-9494. What stood out to you? There's a lot of ways to go here. John, what stood out to you from the Phillies' first weekend in D.C.?
I thought that the approach was good. You know, that's kind of what we're looking at, eyeing up, making sure that that's what, you know, right for the journey that's about to ensue. And we're up at the top of baseball in walks right now, 4th in baseball with 18 walks. That's right behind the Dodgers with 21.
Yep.
And that's a great sign, especially because we got 2 less games and 52 less at bats than the Dodgers do.
Look at you doing all the math.
Think about that, man.
Look at you.
I mean, I get very early. They have 5 games. We have 3 games.
They're also 5-0.
But they're 5-0. We're 2-1. But the point is, you know, they're playing good baseball. because their approach is good. Our approach is really good too, and we need to take that in and recognize that. I thought it was great to see that Bryson Stott yesterday was able to poke that thing over the fence, right into the corner of the bullpen. And he said afterwards that he wouldn't have been able to do that last year with the state of the elbow the way that it was.
Yeah.
So
no, you mean Saturday. Just to clarify, you mean Saturday. It was Saturday's game.
Yeah. Okay.
I know they run together.
Was it
sometimes.
Saturday?
It was Saturday. Yeah.
All right. You're right. I thought Stott and Marsh, had some, it was some positive stuff that we saw offensively. That was good to see. It's a bit of a concern that the runs came so late. The entire series, the runs were later in games. Were the Nationals starting pitchers that good, or were we just a little lethargic? I think it's probably, the pitching was really good. It felt like the pitching was locked in. And I thought speaking of, Luzardo was amazing. Luzardo was 11 strikeouts. I did not expect him to look that good.
Yeah, he was very impressive.
That sweeper was awesome, and it felt like no one could get a hold of that. Aaron Nola then they look like they want to go home in the third game of a series when they win the first two against an inferior opponent, and that bugs me. That, once again, it reared its ugly head yesterday. And we're 3 games into the season.
I didn't get that impression.
So that bothers
I didn't
me.
get that. What gave you that impression?
Well, it just always feels like this team, when we have 2 under our belt, no matter what, I have this sinking feeling like it doesn't mean as much to them as it does to me, whether they win or not, even though it's this early.
I disagree with that. Look, I'm curious where everyone stands. I mean, we wait so long to see Phillies baseball, and we saw it the last, 3 of the last 4 days. What stood out to you from that Phil's first weekend series in D.C.? The win, the loss. What hit you? 215-592-9494. I think the biggest thing that hit me, the biggest thing is, and I'm going to assume they make the playoffs, and maybe I shouldn't. As James has pointed out, there's 3 really good teams in the NL West. There's 3 really good teams in the NL East. And so, one of them's not going to make the playoffs. So theoretically, that could be the Phils. But I do think the Phils will make the playoffs. What hit me the most over the weekend,
the Phils are a good team.
I think they're a great team. What hit me the most over the weekend is how I think it's going to be a vicious competition amongst the Phillies pitchers for who starts in the postseason. I mean, what really hit me was that Luzardo looked great and Nola didn't. And I love Aaron Nola, but let's be real, guys. He has had some up and down seasons in his career. He has had some dominant seasons. I think 2 of them, maybe 3 of them. But then he's had some other seasons that have been more on the pedestrian side. And I know Rob Thompson praised him after the game yesterday for the way he was throwing, and obviously the first 3 innings he was dealing. And it was a weird way to get into trouble in the 4th. I mean, you hit a guy on his back foot, and 2 batters later, it's a 3-run homer, and you're in a 3-0 hole, and you never make that up. But, I also know, 2020.
Why is it always home runs? Like, it feels like with him, he makes a mistake. They always take advantage of it. Yesterday, it was a 3-run and a 2-run
I know.
mistake.
Part of the reason it's home runs is he has good control, meaning he is in the strike zone. I mean, this used to happen to Curt Schilling a lot. If you don't walk a ton of guys and your approach is, I'm going to challenge dudes, I'm going to put that ball over the plate, guys are going to hit home runs at times. And here's what I know. And again, I love Nola. But, 2023, end of the season, he got that game 6, didn't come through. Last year, postseason, he got that game 3 when it was 1-1, headed up to New York, didn't come through. I see a guy like Luzardo pitch. We know we're going to see Sanchez today. We know Ranger at his best can be phenomenal. And it just strikes me like it's going to be look, the only guy that we know for sure, barring injury, there's only one guy that's guaranteed to be in the postseason rotation, and that's Zach Wheeler. He's the only one. The other 4 guys, it's a free-for-all amongst those 4 to find out which 3 get to start in the postseason. And the thing that hit me, yesterday in relation to Saturday is it's going to be a battle, man. Luzardo was really, really, really impressive. Now, look, I'll say this. My early sense, and sometimes you can kind of just feel these things, is that if they're all healthy come October, Ranger, bullpen. Because Ranger has bullpen capabilities. He's done it before, that whole thing. But let's be real, guys. If Ranger gets healthy and is great, That's a decision. And Aaron Nola, now, I know, guys, there's 159 games to go. There's no freak out here. I'm just telling you, it's a good problem to have. But the days of Aaron Nola being the definitive 2 on this team may be done. And then I wonder if he's not the 2, is he the 3? If he's not the 3, is he the 4? What is he? Look, we'll see Sanchez today. We'll see what we've got. In many ways, it's a good problem, but I wish Nola was a little sharper. Because the Nola that entered the postseason the first couple starts of 2022, and the Nola that entered the postseason the first couple starts of 2023, that guy was awesome. That guy felt like he was, if you remember, John, kind of close to Wheeler. Like 1-2, Wheeler-Nola, or Nola-Wheeler. And it feels like the longer time's gone on,
like that
there's been separation, right?
Feels like everyone else has come in here and they've shoehorned their way in between Wheeler and and Nola.
You get my point. So I'm curious what stood out to you from the weekend. Obviously, the Nola Luzardo thing was a big factor. What do you make of it? 215-592-9494. James, biggest takeaway from the weekend: the fielding, the hitting, the pitching. Rob Thompson, couple injuries. What hit you, James?
Yeah, I'll give a positive and negative. I think the negative is Trey. Just, obviously we talked about the performance on Thursday, whatever. It's the getting scratched like with back spasms, not being in the lineup yesterday, probably not in the lineup today. Like, not the start to the season you wanted from that guy. I mean, we've talked about how important it is for him to live up to that contract this year. And, just a really terrible way to start the season. On the flip side, and we talked about this a little on Friday after the opener, but it seems like this team has a different vibe and mentality this year. They do seem more intense. Like, they're not doing the goof around stuff as much. It seems like that was a purposeful way to come into the season. And I appreciate that. Like, I want to see them be intense, to take it seriously, to, like I said, be a good team all year long and not just start hot, focus on this, that. Like, just be a good baseball team.
So let me ask you
this. I appreciated that.
What about the Sunday thing where it didn't feel like there was as much intensity yesterday? Maybe it's Aaron Nola and part of his personality translates to everyone else out there.
Nah, I don't buy that.
Come on. We've seen it time and time again with this team. And I'm not complaining. It does flummox me at times when they got 2 under their belt and it's a series against an inferior opponent. Let's sweep it. I know I know sweeping series isn't like the goal in baseball.
No, it is the goal. Of course it's the goal.
It's asking a lot.
Especially when you're facing a bad team. I just don't make the jump that you made. But James, back to your point that you think there's a focus. So one thing that we obviously saw this weekend, daycare done. There's no more post-game dumping this, dumping that in front of the camera. Did anything else give you that impression?
It's just the way the guys talked after the games. It was nothing particular with the play, but it feels the way they're carrying themselves, the way they're talking after the game. Like, it just seems more serious than it's been.
Okay. Look, we'll take your reaction to it all. 215-592-9494. As, of course, we also get ready for the home opener today. Rhea, biggest takeaway from you for the weekend?
They can't hit lefties. That's what all of their runs came against the bullpen. They got the one run yesterday, but I'm with you. Luzardo was so impressive.
He was fantastic.
And fiery.
Yeah.
Like, I like that about him.
So look, there was a lot positive. There was certainly some negative. I'll give you a negative that hit me on the weekend. It looks to me like the Phillies' depth in the bullpen stinks. Felt like every time or near every time that they went to one of the, backup reliever guys. I mean, John, it was kind of a high wire act with some of those dudes. So
a lot of traffic.
A lot of traffic and a lot of runs. I mean, so look, all right, there's a lot. We waited a long time for Phillies baseball. We got it. Your chance to react. 215-592-9494. We'll also get you set for the home opener, which is today at 3:05. But phone calls from the weekend, sense of excitement and anticipation for what's up ahead today, and also the Tush push. We'll get into that throughout the program. That's a big topic, man. It's been a big advantage for the Eagles. It may stay, but it may go. We'll talk about it. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It is, of course, on the home opening day, 94 WIP.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, and whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or just any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day Parlays, and Golf Profit Boost tokens over the weekend. Go to FanDuel.com/JONR to get started. Here in Philadelphia, we've got some sluggers who could knock it out of the park. So try parlaying some home runs with how many strikeouts we'll get from our starter. And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/JONR to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. That's FanDuel.com/JONR to win big today.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The gates of Citizens Bank Park open once more as the fight for a parade on Broad starts now.
And the Phillies pile out of the dugout.
The Phillies home opener against the Rockies today. Leading off starts at 2. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:05. Then stick around for the final out. Back to the bank.
It is bedlam at the bank.
On your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Are you kidding me?
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicken Pete's. Now, for a limited time, it's buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday. Buy one, get one free, and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crab meat. Pair it with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Stoli Vanilla Creamsicle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chicky and Pete's world famous crab fries. Buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chickies and Pete's.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Roto-Rooter. Plumbing problem? No match for a little DIY duct tape. Shoot, hold on. Nope. There we go. No match for a little... dang it, wait. Duct tape and a wrench. Leaks are no match for duct tape and a wrench. And a bucket and a towel, more duct tape, a hammer, this random tool I found in the basement, another bucket, more tape, a little more tape. Perfect. On second thought, maybe leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter.
And away go troubles down the drain.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Today, some showers and storms this afternoon, high 76.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr, grrr, grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Look, there's feelings and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business, and that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Phillies home opener 3 p.m. today. Citizens Bank Park against the Rockies. Weather permitting. Phil's unable to complete a sweep against the Nationals, losing 5-1. Green Bay Packers proposal to ban the Tush push goes to a vote Tuesday at the owners' meetings. ESPN reports meeting Sunday got heated about the proposal, adding Howie Roseman had an animated side conversation about it with Sean McVay and Sean McDermott, both of whom are on the competition committee. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler says some think the ban will be approved.
I talked to one general manager in the league who believes this will be passed under the guise of player safety. And so Buffalo Bills head coach Sean McDermott, some others have mentioned that they think it's a play that could get you hurt more often than others in those scrums there and the tight action you see there. But teams are sort of split on whether that's really a thing or not right now.
Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older. Must be a New Jersey gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Chance of storms later today between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. High 76, currently 59. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, I appreciate that acknowledgement of my presidential aspirations. Hopefully I got the big voice guys vote.
Well, let me ask you a question.
What?
How often do you think a president has worn a full team's uniform to their game? Because, that's happening.
That wasn't an actual player?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, not like Dwight Eisenhower who played at Army.
Yes,
He played
a costume,
football at
as we
Army.
like to call it. Yes.
It is a costume, complete with gloves. He's got the batting gloves on in studio while
Tell you
trying to
something.
write with a pen with the gloves.
In the words of Andy from Deptford, we live, we hot.
I'm not sure about that.
No, I'm not either. But I tell you what I am sure of. Our show actually is on YouTube, and you can watch our show live on YouTube, hopefully hot on YouTube, right now. Subscribe to Sports Radio 94 WIP. Be sure to turn on your notifications and never miss a show. You can watch the show live. You can also watch it back after it happens later in the day. Yeah, I've got the uniform on. Proud of it. I mean, let's be real. I'm a ball player. I'm a ball player, ladies and gentlemen. If they need help today,
a pretend ball player with the costume.
A little bit of a pretend ball player. A little bit of a pretend. But you know what? It's about Phillies enthusiasm. It is the home opener.
That is official looking, and it is a quality piece of.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
really,
No, it is. Yeah.
It's the identical uniform that the players wear out there on the field.
It's the uni. So I do feel kind of like a dork. Like the first person
Do you, though?
I
But
do,
deep,
John.
really?
I really do. First person I saw this morning was the guy at the front desk downstairs here in our building. Like you see, because I see no one until I see that guy, and it's like, all right, here we go. Here we go.
And what was his response?
Well, he was so tired. I think there wasn't much.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
sometimes his eyes are heavy.
But I mean, look, I'll be down at the ballpark today. I hope to meet hundreds or thousands of you. I mean, this way. It's not hard to find me. I'm the dork walking around in the uniform.
Yeah.
So anyway, I hope to see you today if you're headed to the ballpark.
I was not expecting it when you showed up.
Yeah, you started cracking up, Rhea.
I was like, oh my God.
Rounded the corner and Rhea started cracking up. So look, it's about Phillies love and enthusiasm, but also, as we know, it is a little ridiculous. All right, 215-592-9494.
It's also very clean.
Well, it is clean. It's the first time it's been worn this year.
Dry
so
clean.
Yeah, dry clean indeed. All right, let's get to the tush push thing. So you heard it from Ray in the update. I mean, there's a lot going on there. So here's the deal. You got these meetings going on now. I mean, when I say now, they'll resume later today. The vote is scheduled for tomorrow. And this is something that felt like, John, you go back, a week ago, it felt like it wasn't going to pass. Like there was no momentum. And we wake up today after hearing what was reported, yesterday. And it's like, wow, maybe this thing will go. So let me read from an article on ESPN.com. Big article, ESPN.com. It says the Green Bay Packers' proposal to ban the tush push has support within the competition committee, a source with direct knowledge told ESPN on Sunday. Another source with direct knowledge of competition committee thinking said the proposal would be, quote, hotly contested among the coaches, general managers, and owners as they gather for league meetings this week. The league office staff presented the rule proposals during the football operations meeting Sunday afternoon, and two sources in the meeting described the back and forth as heated regarding the proposal. The story goes on to say, during the Sunday afternoon session, Philadelphia Eagles general manager Howie Roseman, assistant GM John Ferrari, and two head coaches on the competition committee, Sean McVay of the Los Angeles Rams and Sean McDermott of the Buffalo Bills, gathered in a hallway outside of the ballroom to have a private and animated side conversation about the Packers' proposal.
Howie Roseman giving them.
Get some facts and come back and see me.
So, this thing, we're going to find out in the next 48 hours whether this thing stays or goes. John, I'm surprised it got to this point because it felt like it was safe. You guys know. I think the tush push should go. Now, I don't say that as an Eagles fan. I say that as a football fan because I do think it's got that rugby thing to it that I don't dig. But, John, what's your reaction to this? This is a pretty big development, man. This has been a very big advantage for the Eagles.
There's no way this happens if the Eagles don't win the Super Bowl last year or whatever, a couple months ago. This is just it's a shame that it feels like they're taking advantage of this opportunity to remove this play because it does give us an advantage. I acknowledge that A.J. Dillon, Saquon Barkley hand the ball off to them in a goal line and short yardage capacity, and you can probably get a lot of first downs doing that too. But this play really simplified everything for us. Yeah. This play changed the way we approached offensive football.
It did.
4 downs consistently.
Eagles felt comfortable going for it in their own territory.
No question.
I mean, in their own territory.
So this changes everything if it's removed. Yeah. And the part that I have the biggest problem with is they're trying to say it's a player safety thing. Like, please, just be honest about why you're doing it. You're doing it because you want a better chance to beat us. That's it. You can't say this is about player safety when 0 players have been injured on this play. 0 players have been injured historically in 2024 on the Tush push.
According to data.
So don't be telling me that you're concerned about injury.
Yeah.
That's BS right
Yeah,
there.
I think that part is BS. James, does this take you off?
Yeah, of course it does. It's so soft and weak. Like, we used to be a country. Like, what are we doing here? Like, yeah, I mean, like, it's too hard. Oh, we can't stop it. Like, it's nonsense. To Richie's point, if they had real data that says whether it's injury, whether it's ruining the game in some form or another, like viewership is down because whatever, that's a real thing that you can point to. It's just sour grapes, and that is not the way sports should be. To your point about changing, sports to make them better, like the neutral zone trap and all that changed the whole sport. There's a couple plays a game that people are crying about.
You're going to use a different word there.
I was. Yeah. It's so nonsensical.
Well, look, it might go. Now, I tend to think it'll survive because it requires 24. There's 32 teams, obviously. It requires 24 of the teams to zap it for it to go. And that's a tough threshold. I mean, 3/4 or more have to say, 3/4 have to say, okay, we want it out. And, we know the Eagles are one. They're going to say, let's keep it. So you only got to garner 7 more votes. That's not, or I guess eight more votes you have to get to 9 to keep it. That's not, that hard a climb. But maybe it'll go. I mean, Rhea, in your update there, Jeremy Fowler was saying he's hearing that it's more likely to go than not.
Yeah, one GM told him that. So, and
that's
to me,
that's a wild development over the weekend.
It is, because we all just kind of assumed it, but if Howie's having an animated conversation,
he's worried.
Full view, yes. In full view of reporters, he's concerned.
And I don't think he's on that committee. I think the other two are on that committee. McDermott and McVay are on the committee. The Eagles don't have Howie on the committee. Sirianni's not on the committee. I don't know how many people are on the committee, but I don't know that they have a voice.
Well, I think it's 24, right? Because they need 8 of 20.
Everyone has a vote, but I don't think everyone's on the committee.
It's they need 24 out of 32.
Yeah,
My bad.
it's not 32 committee members. So you get to vote, but it's being discussed, and you can tell based on this report that Howie's got concern because he won't go to that. It's like a jockey in a horse race. You don't whip the horse unless coming down the stretch, you got to freaking win. So, I don't know, man. How about that for a horse whipping analogy?
Well, you are a jockey family. We know this. Yes.
You know a lot about that.
All right. So look, we want to hear your reaction to this report on the Tush push. Do you have fear that it may go? Are you with John?
It feels like we're being railroaded. I mean, it feels like they've got us where they want us right now. We're not on that, whatever you'd call it.
The driver's seat.
Yeah,
I know.
Are we in that meeting room? Are we in that decision-making process?
They get a vote.
Crazy.
They get a vote. They get 1 of 32. Look, 215-592-9494. If you agree with John, James, and Rhea that it should stay, and maybe agree with James the way he framed it, that he's ticked about it, let me hear from you. If you're with me that it would hurt the Eagles, but do think as a football fan it should go, want to hear from you. And what's your reason? Just give me the reason on either side. Why it should stay, why it should go from your perspective. 215-592-9494. All of that, obviously, in addition to the Phillies from the weekend. Phone calls coming next, including also your chance to win Chris Brown tickets today on the show. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting, and you are only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today. Visit theborgata.com for more details.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Find the engagement ring of her dreams and save huge during Benari Jewelers' Spring Bridal event. This weekend, choose from thousands of engagement rings and save up to 20%. Top bridal designers on site with their entire collections on sale. Whether you're looking for oval, round, princess, marquise, or cushion cut, you'll save up to 20%. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Details at BenariJewelers.com. Don't miss the best engagement ring buying opportunity ever at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Stop hair loss. Defend your hairline with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical. Did you know that hair loss is so common that by age 35, 2/3 of men already experience hair loss and thinning? Glad Hair has got you covered. With cutting-edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes, they help you keep the hair you already have and help bring back what you've already lost. Call them at 610-980-4000. Glad Hair will help you keep what you've got and help replace what you've lost. Visit GladHairMM.com.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Ow! Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an odds boost token. Simply add any tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sportsbook for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, original bets you won't find anywhere else, player props, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action or or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are issued as tokens. Expiry varies per round. Please read full terms for full details. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies home opener 3 p.m. today against the Rockies. Phils also 2-1 start after dropping Sunday's finale to the Nationals 5-1. Christopher Sanchez will start, of course, weather permitting. The Packers' proposal to ban the Tush Push goes to a vote at the owners' meetings tomorrow, and things are getting dicey, according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler.
That will be debated hotly over the next few days. And look, the NFL owners need a 24-8 majority vote to get this thing passed. It's hardly a slam dunk, but there are enough people around the league that would like to see it changed.
An NFL coach telling ESPN he thinks the proposal is motivated by pettiness because some clubs don't have quarterbacks who can run the play. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult, 866-90Nation, or visit windownation.com. Chance of storms later today between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. High 76 is currently 62. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
Isolated tornado.
High winds.
They hit Philly region on Monday, which does make me wonder, why didn't they just announce yesterday that they're moving the game up an hour or two? I just thought that was weird.
No brainer in my mind. I'm with you.
Right?
Yeah, especially because they've done that before. They've set that precedent already.
Successfully.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
Well, they also know that this is going to be coming through later.
Well,
right?
5, that's, anywhere between the 7th to the, 6th
You're
to
saying just to
68th
be
inning.
safe, make sure you push it up and
Just seems smart to me. Like, I don't know.
Kinda, yeah,
I don't
I
know
agree
all that
with
goes
you.
into the logistics, but it just struck me like, if you can move it up an hour or two, why not? Now, you can't do that today. You can't announce that with, 8 hours until the game. I mean, you got to make that announcement yesterday. I don't know. I just thought it was kind of strange.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the phones. There is a lot going on. Phillies weekend, your impressions.
We didn't say Bryce Harper yet.
No, what did he get? 4 hits over the weekend, I think?
Yeah, he was awesome.
Yeah, did a lot of good stuff.
But we didn't mention. And there were, I don't know, he was awesome. Again, Schwarber was awesome, sort of like igniting things on Thursday. We're going with, geez, that
Sure.
seems like it was forever ago.
No, I get it.
Man, long weekend. It feels like a long stretched out weekend, and it's hard to keep track of which game, what happened, where.
I know.
But
I agree with that.
But the general consensus was that this team, the approach was really solid. The offense that we were so concerned about, they were.
Well, to be fair,
pretty
John,
good.
a lot of their runs scored were still courtesy of the home run.
Well, the problem is it was late.
We can't ignore that.
Also, it feels like the scoring happened a lot later than I would have liked. If it would have transpired the way I would have hoped, it would have been a little bit of small ball, guys moving around the bases, we're stealing a little bit more, and then home runs, they just add to the good time. It felt like this was a lot late after the starters were removed from the games.
That's true.
Let's hope that's not a trend.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. So the Tush Push and the Phillies, and obviously opening day or home opener, which is coming up in a few hours. Nick right now. Nick, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Great, Nick.
So a couple comments. Joe DeCamara being a baseball player, that's a tough scene. I don't know about that one, but that's a tough scene right there. Number 2, the Tush Push. You know what? The problem with people is that they're soft. If you don't want to play football and you understand it's a contact sport, do what I do. Go play golf or go play basketball, because basketball, you can't touch anybody anymore. In golf, no one's tackling anybody. At least I don't hope so. I just don't understand why people are so petty that because they can't stop a play that shows 0 injuries, you think that you can call it player safety, which we know the league really doesn't care.
Look, I think that part might help the Eagles, Nick. Honestly, I think the way it was presented actually the hypocrisy of it can be called out by individuals in that room, and that might save it for the Eagles. I mean, I think we all know it's about two things really why teams are motivated to get it out. One, the Eagles are phenomenal at it. Most teams aren't. And the Eagles just won the Super Bowl. And two is that for a lot of people in America, and I am one of them, it's not a play that a lot of people enjoy watching. That's just a fact. So, but what's interesting is the proposal by the Packers doesn't say either of them. So it's going to be fascinating to, will we ever find out in the room, what was the tenor of conversation really about? Was it the Mickey Mouse injury thing, or what the basics of it are? Teams struggle to stop it, and a lot of people think it looks not like football. That's the heart of the matter.
And I'm sure we'll find out more as it continues on. But just to get to my Phillies point,
Sure.
A couple quick comments. Bryce Harper continues to be the star. I think even though I wasn't a big fan of the offseason moves, it shows that actually Luzardo, I feel like, is going to be a very key piece. I mean, coming in, double-digit strikeouts, first start. And the great thing is that he's all fired up. I mean, I think he's just happy to be a Philly and be in the thick of it. And then my other comment is, aside from, some of the star players, that I'm going to tell you, Bohm's going to continue to shine. He's making more contact on the plate more than anybody else. He's like the double machine. And if he keeps hitting these hard balls and doing good approaches at the plate,
the double play hurt. The double play hurt though yesterday.
Yeah, that was tough. I mean, it's always like a Philly thing.
It was the biggest. It was the biggest out of the game. I mean, it kind of effectively, it really hurt things. All right, Nick, always good hearing from you, my man. Appreciate the phone call. John, you were down on Bohm in the offseason. Are you glad he's here? You really wanted him gone.
Yeah, I had major issues with the fact that it felt like he just fell apart. And I know that he has incredible talent offensively. You know that I don't buy in as much as you do to the hey, he's a good third baseman now. Yeah. It's always an adventure, but man, he's so talented as an offensive player. The guys have talked about the fact that they didn't want him gone. They want Alec Bohm to be here, and he's helped them already this season offensively.
One thing to me that's notable on the first weekend, and not a surprise because generally this has been the case. Well, was the case last year, but because for a while there's been the three righties that are normally hitting behind Bryce, and it's usually either Bohm, JT, or Castellanos. They've all had a crack at it. They've all had a lot of games at it. I mean, all three, and it used to be Rhys Hoskins, you go back further back. Mm-hmm. But since Rhys left, it's been Bohm, JT, or Castellanos. And it's notable, and I think the correct call by Rob Thompson, that out of the gate, he wants that guy to be Bohm. Now, Bohm had to move up to 2 because Trey got hurt, and it's like, all right, you got to shuffle the lineup. But the bottom line is, of those three, and you can make the case over the last 3 years or so, they're comparable hitters. They all go up, they go down, but like equal-ish. And what Rob Thompson's telling you is the one I believe in the most for this year is Alec Bohm.
Right.
And I agree with him.
Well,
I totally agree with that.
He's the guy who seems to be able to make it happen most consistently. He gets up there. It feels like you can count on him to drive guys home. The numbers prove it, that he gets guys home with runners in scoring position. He gets hits.
He does hit it the other
guys.
way. Yeah. All that stuff.
Yeah. It's you asked me how I feel about him being on this team. Yep. I'm glad he's here from an offensive perspective. There's no question. I am concerned about the way that he melted down.
I am too.
And it's not the first time he's melted down. Yeah. I couldn't believe he melted down last season at that juncture, so late in the year, at this juncture, so late in his career. I mean, he is old enough that he shouldn't be struggling.
Well, he came up in 20. So last year was his 4th year in baseball, or his 5th year in baseball. So that was a disappointment.
Yeah.
All right, by the way, when you call in today, so the Tush Push could go. We'll see if it does. You've got a shot to win Chris Brown tickets. Chris Brown, pair of tickets to see Chris Brown, the Breezy Bowl 20 Tour at Citizens Bank Park. It's happening this summer, August 16th, coming up near the end of the summer. Tickets go on sale at 10 a.m. on April 3rd. That's obviously in a couple days at Ticketmaster.com. That's at Ticketmaster.com. So in honor of the Tush Push, which obviously is a phrase that, utilizes a body part, we'll ask you today at 215-592-9494. Give us a phrase or a title that somewhere in there has a body part in the phrase of the title, like the Tush Push. John Ritchie, when you think of a body part, and again, this goes for everyone, ladies and gentlemen, for Chris Brown tickets at 215-592-9494, a body part in the title or phrase, John, what hits you?
Bite your tongue!
Oh, yeah.
Joe DeCamera.
You're right. That's a pretty big one. James, that might just make the drop board with how much he screamed
Yeah,
that.
he really screamed that. That could be useful. I like that.
What if I start using that back at John when he's talking out his hiney?
Oh.
You see what I just did right there?
Yes.
There are a lot. I really didn't realize there were that many until I started rifling. We started rifling through before the show. So you got two right there. Bite your tongue and talking out your hiney. James, give me another.
Yeah, I'll go with one I hear a lot with a 6-year-old, basically anytime we're walking down the street. Step on a crack, break your mother's back.
Yeah, that's a classic. When you're young, that's a classic. Rhea, give me what you got there.
The Hand That Rocks the Cradle.
Yeah, and it was a great movie,
It
too.
was a great movie.
Yeah, it really was. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Hank right now. Hank, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning. Hey, real quick, that YouTube feature that you guys have is perfect. I love it.
Oh,
Kudos
good.
to you guys.
Good, man.
Thanks, Hank.
No problem. All right, so Tush Push.
Have you seen it today, by the way, Hank?
Yeah.
So how's the
you guys
uniform look?
responded,
I
told me
mean,
to call in.
we get now instantaneous reaction into what one of us looks like. In this case, most notable today, I've got the uniform on. What do you think?
So YouTube is perfect.
That sounds like a negative
I
vote for
responded
me.
and you guys responded to me and told me to call in, so I figured I would.
You got
But real quick, the Tush Push. I mean, what are we doing here? Absolutely no. Don't ban it for what? I mean, at the end of the day, if you're another team and you can't stop it, do your homework. Do your homework and figure out a way to stop it. Kudos to the teams that actually went back to the drawing board and actually figured out a way to stop it every now and then. But you can't say we're going to stop track runs because Saquon is pulling off 30, 40-yard runs on them or whatever the case may be. Just because we're good at it, figure it out. Find a way to stop it. I mean, at the end of the day, so no, I don't say don't ban it.
Well, listen, I tend to think you're going to get your way, but I don't know, man. I mean, this thing, it does feel precarious from an Eagles standpoint that there's momentum building for it to go.
You say you tend to think that Hank is going to get his way, meaning
I do.
You don't think they will outlaw the Tush
I
Push?
think it'll be kept, but like, let me put it this way. Sirianni came out yesterday and said he feels pretty confident that the three guys that were his assistants will vote for it. And they are Steichen, Gannon, meaning to keep it.
Right.
Steichen, Gannon, and
Kellen Moore.
Now, if he gets those three votes and has his own in his back pocket, that's already 4. He would only need 5 more from the whole league to get to 9 and be safe. So I tend to think it stays, but I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
we'll see.
That's like saying, hey, let's stop the Hail Mary because Aaron Rodgers used to be the king.
I know.
I mean, come on.
And by the way, here's the flip side I'll say on that Steichen, Gannon, and Kellen Moore thing. Just because Sirianni feels like that those 3 individuals might want it kept and might honor their tenure with the Eagles and Sirianni and Howie helping them in their career, doesn't mean the owner of that franchise, who gets the vote, by the way. Okay, the owner's owner. Doesn't mean the owner's going to go along with his head coach. So I don't know. I mean, maybe it will go, Hank.
Yeah. And real quick, my answer, I don't know if this applies, but what about 007 GoldenEye?
Yeah, it's a title.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, it's a title
There's
of a
movie called GoldenEye.
That's what I just said. It's a title of a movie.
Yeah, I agree.
You felt the need to reiterate.
I didn't hear you say the movie. I heard you say it's a title, so I was jumping
I'm
in.
joking around, man.
There you go.
All right, 215-592-9494. That's true. If you involve movies and books and all that, then you open up a whole nother genre. Holy mackerel. All right, by the way, we've got not one, but 2 different Twitter poll questions of the day, at least this hour. Both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. All right, first poll question. Do you think the Tush Push will get banned tomorrow? Tomorrow's the day. That's when they vote. Do you think it gets zapped? Yes or no, will it be banned? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Also, John, you will remember from Friday's show, we could not figure out by the end of the show which was the best movie duo. I mean, we had so many tremendous answers. So we have now put the movie duos. We're going to have a different poll each hour from Friday's show. 9 o'clock hour, you'll solve it, courtesy of voting at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Here are this hour's choices to advance to the 9 o'clock hour for best movie duo. Is it Doc and Marty from Back to the Future? It's pretty big.
That's big one.
Pretty big. Is it Mike and Marcus from Bad Boys? That's another big one. Is it Maverick and Goose from Top Gun? It's another pretty big one.
Cow.
Now, Goose only makes it about 2/3 of the way through the movie, so it doesn't really show up at the end.
But that's not Goose's
I know, I'm
fault.
joking. Or is it Woody and
You're
Buzz?
actually going to hold it against Goose?
I'm going to hold it against Maverick for flying into that jet stream that caused the spin out. Or is it Woody and Buzz from Toy Story? All obviously really, really good choices. Get voting at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. We'll have a different poll each hour, and then we'll see which ones advance to the finals in the 9 o'clock hour. Let's also get to the guided door and window to the weekend, because there was a lot going on this weekend, in addition to what we've already discussed. Guided door and window received 20% off all windows and doors with no money down and up to 6 years to pay off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 1-877-GO-GUIDA. You can also visit GUIDA.com. All right, what else happened this weekend we haven't discussed? Well, Final Four is set, obviously, and the Dukies, the only one I have in the Final Four still alive, John. So at least they got that going for me. But so I know a lot of people have been enjoying.
So you're cheering for Duke? You're a Duke fan now?
I'm cheering for more chances, I guess, to see Cooper Flag.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, maybe he's, All right. What else?
He's really good. Like, he lived up to the hype for me.
Yes, he sure did.
He really did. Like, I was,
So, James, guess who still hasn't seen him play?
You?
Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
That's why I need more chances. Yesterday, I was like, Duke better win. So
You're missing out, man. He's awesome.
He's really good.
He's awesome.
And is he really?
Yeah.
He's so big.
Yep.
He's so smooth.
And he does everything. Like, he's running all over the
whole
court.
package.
I was so impressed.
Okay.
We're running out of time, Joe.
I know. There's either one or two games left.
Exactly.
All right. What else this weekend? We'll get to the Yankees thing as we move forward. There's a lot there. Villanova's got a new coach. Speaking of college basketball, Kevin Willard. And this comes with some controversy.
A little bit.
A little bit. I'm a big Nova fan. A lot of people in the Maryland region, but also across the nation, not happy with his exit from Maryland, the way it went down, the fact that they were just in the tournament. A lot of people think he was talking to Nova while he was there. Jay Billis weighed in yesterday on ESPN. Let's listen to this. Jay Billis with a big accusation. Listen to what Billis said.
I don't have a problem with Kevin Willard making this move. That's great. Any coach should look to better himself or herself based upon the circumstances and based upon business. These are business decisions. But one thing you don't hear from the NCAA literati, from the administrators, from Charlie Baker, you don't hear tampering. Nobody's saying there was tampering here. This is a coach under contract that a member institution tampered with without permission from the University of Maryland.
How about that? He's saying no one's saying it, but I'll say it.
Heavy accusation.
I know it is. All right. So look, your reaction, including Nova fans, your thoughts on the new coach, obviously trying to get more back to the Jay Wright days than, what's going on the last 3 years, which was not good. 215-592-9494. Also up ahead, we'll get into the Yankees thing. It is a controversy.
It's a thing, dude.
They just hit another home run.
I know.
It's a real thing.
If you don't know what we're talking about, we'll detail it next. It is a wild development in baseball. Wild. What it is, we'll tell you next. Plus your calls on the Phillies home opener, the Phillies series, obviously, from the last 3 days, and also the Tush Push. Thumbs up or thumbs down on getting rid of it. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, it's 94 WIP.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah. Posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon, Patriot Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
It's tax time again, and this year you could get a 90% tax credit against your PA state tax liability by making a donation to fund need-based scholarships for students in your community. Blocks makes it easy to participate in the program and earn a 90% PA tax credit. Ask your accountant about blocks.org. That's BLOCS.org/spring and the educational income tax credit. Blocks is currently accepting applications for its spring donation cycle. Visit blocks.org/spring. That's BLOCS.org/spring.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps, all tournament long. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on unlimited welcome for $45 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
You're a rock star. Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There is absolutely loaded sports calendar this weekend. Whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, and golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. How about the first baseman in Philadelphia to go yard? And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to make every moment more. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's an annual rite of spring. Athletic directors and men's basketball coaches move up to greener pastures. But it was not a good look at my alma mater, Maryland, when AD Damon Evans bolted for SMU and Coach Kevin Willard left for Villanova. The Maryland community feels like we were played by both of these men. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Phillies make their Citizens Bank Park debut today at 3:05 on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, good morning to you on this Monday morning. 94 WIP. So rain is not in the air, but it's in the forecast. About 5 o'clock today. Let's hope this Phillies game gets in. I'm filled up. I've got the uniform on.
You are especially filled up.
You can watch us on YouTube. You can see how ridiculous I look.
It's not ridiculous.
Or exceptional.
Man.
Thank you, John.
Well, it's not exceptional either.
That's right. And by the way, the belly shows extra when I wear the uniform. Because I can't.
You think so?
Well, there's no hiding it. Because you're used to seeing a felt.
Are you usually thinking about hiding the belly?
No, but I just noticed in the past that it has looked particularly bad when I wear this. Because, we know what it's like to look at an athlete, and then you see me.
Well,
and so,
yeah.
I'm a little self-conscious about that.
Really?
A little bit. But I'm getting my walks in, John. Get my walks in.
Okay.
I got to do more than that, though. I admit I got to do more. By the way, I was thinking over the weekend, maybe I should wear the uniform just to mock Fritz, like wear this while I play basketball against him and beat him.
Yeah, good
or
luck.
tennis. Like, could you imagine? I mean, I think I've got, movement capabilities with this thing.
Well, you're supposed to. It is an athletic uniform. You should be able to move.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel like the ideal.
The problem is not the
thing.
uniform. The problem is you, the athlete.
I got this, man.
Will you shoot with the gloves on?
Will I shoot with the gloves on? That I would not do. But maybe for Goff. We're a glove or two for Goff. All right, 215-592-9494. All jokes aside, check us out on YouTube. Our show's on YouTube right now. And we'll be, other than Fridays when we're at Borgata, Monday through Thursday, every day. You can see us live on YouTube, which means you can look at how ridiculous I look.
Did you fix the belt?
Well, I got a new one. I didn't buy it. I got a new one about 2 years ago.
The belt?
Well, because it was mangled.
I know.
Yeah.
What happened to that belt? It looked like the dog who ran the bases for you ate the belt.
You know why, John? Because
previously.
my waistline was increasing and it burst the belt.
Are you serious?
I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why it got bad, but it got bad. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. We'll get to this Yankees thing in a moment.
Holy cow.
I mean, somehow it fell apart. So I don't know what happened.
I know. I think it's possible that your waistline actually did explode the belt.
I know.
So that's a bad sign.
I know.
Okay.
I don't know what else.
Well, like you are starting to exercise and do all that. So it's
Did
a
you
great
exercise over the
step.
weekend?
Walk, just the walks. But I'm picking up my pace and my frequency.
Oh, good.
Wait, hold on. Just
really
the
walking
walks?
hard.
So it sounds like you really didn't do.
All right, let's go to the phones. Ron and Monco. Ron, good morning.
Hammer.
Ron.
What did you get? What are you, a fatso now? What
No,
happened?
but it's increasing.
I don't think fatso is appropriate, Ron.
That's a little rude.
Fatso is not a word we throw around.
It's a little rude these days, man.
Yeah.
You don't use that word in 2025.
I think that's right.
Well, I can take
You
it.
can't say fatso.
No. All right, go ahead, Ron. What?
You can't say fatso. Okay.
I don't think.
Okay, so here, this is for you, John.
Yeah.
First series, 2 major players out on the DL. I told you they're going to get hurt.
Well, they're not on the IL for what it's worth.
They were out for the series, right?
Yeah, they
didn't play.
missed a couple games. I mean,
they missed
Real
a couple
Mutant.
games.
Real Mutant's one. Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you. Did you see that thing yesterday they called a lineup?
Mm-hmm.
You talking about the Sixers or the Phillies?
Oh, my God. Come on.
Listen, Ron, 2 guys got hurt. I mean, I know, and then Sosa got a little banged up. It's not the end. It's not. Well, what do you do? You blame them? Do you blame JT for fouling a ball off his foot? That's what it was, right? A foul ball off his foot. Yeah.
My point is my point. They're hurt. They're not available.
Correct.
I don't want to talk about all that other crap. If you're not available, you're not available. Okay? They need to be available. Okay? And the fan base.
Yeah, Ron.
It sounds like you're being a little irascible here.
You're being in the
He
words.
hit the ball off his foot.
I'm not.
You know what
No, I'm not, John.
here's what you're being. Hold on, I gotta find it. Where is he? From the Shawshank. God darn it. My board's got too many pieces of audio now. I can't.
Okay.
With the obtuse thing, you're being obtuse. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Here's my thing. Okay.
What?
Good work.
First of all, there's two horses in life. There's 2. Okay. There's the horse that responds to sugar, and the horse that responds to the whip. Okay. It's time to take the whip out on this.
Is
team.
that true?
Yes, it's true.
Listen, Ron, after your first minute of your call, I tend to doubt anything you say thereafter. Ron, give me an answer. What's a phrase or a title that's got a body part in it?
Achilles heel.
Yeah, it's a good answer,
that's a good
actually.
one, yeah.
God, I hate when he comes up with something good at the end of a
that
bad
was a
call.
very sensible and strong answer right there.
Because I wanted to say, don't let the door hit your ass or whatever that thing is on the way out. What's that thing? Don't let the door hit you on the
Where
ass.
the good Lord split you.
Well, that's a whole nother one, but that doesn't have
Guys,
body
you're
part in the title.
taking some good ones. That would have been a votable answer.
I know.
Right there.
I'm just saying, Ron.
That one.
That was a bad call by Ron. All right, Yankees.
Wow.
Yankees. Seltzer. Can you please detail for everyone listening, some of whom know what you're about to say, some of whom don't, this torpedo bat thing and the potential problem for Major League Baseball?
Yeah, so I'm shocked this hasn't happened yet. You know, it's one of those things where when it happens, you're like, wait, why didn't other people think of this sooner? So the Yankees have an MIT physicist on staff, and he had the thought, why don't we take some of the wood that's at the top of the bat where players don't really hit it very often, and when they do, they just they don't make good contact anyway, and move it to the sweet spot of the bat. Like they obviously did the analysis to see the area where players hit the ball the most and where the barrels are, so to speak.
And let me just jump in and say one thing. They noticed that Volpe, one of their young players, hit the ball typically right below the barrel. So the barrel's where you want to hit it, but there's an area below the barrel typically that's more narrow, and that's where he frequently was hitting it. A little bit more of a guy that would get jammed. And that's where he was hitting it, but it wasn't barreled up.
Correct. So now they have essentially created more barrel space for where players usually hit the ball with the bat, and the results have been pretty amazing.
And
I mean, they scored
is
20 runs on Saturday, 12 yesterday. I mean, they're hitting bombs everywhere.
And the bat is legal. See,
It is legal.
That's the problem, John. The problem is this bat actually, because there are actual rules for a baseball bat in the major leagues. And the bat complies with the rules.
So are they going to have to go and
they might have to change the
rules to outlaw the bat?
And
which
can
is
they do
sort of
that?
Tush push-esque?
It is tush push-esque. And can they do that during a season?
And if not, the
I don't
Phillies
know.
should go and order them immediately.
If not, everyone will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, the Yankees hit 15 home runs in
It
3
was
games.
insane.
Hit 15 home runs in 3 games. As Kevin Stocker said yesterday, it was interesting. Late in that game, when the game was obviously drifting away from the Phils, Stocker and Fransky were going back and forth the last 3 innings, just talking about it a lot. And I thought Stocker had a pretty good analogy. He said the bat, because people are calling it a torpedo bat, what he said is it reminds him of a bowling ball pin. It does kind of look like that. And so you have an extra section that's thicker, and a lot of players hit it there. And he also gave the analogy, and I thought this was another good analogy, how in golf, if you like to golf, sometimes people will get fit at clubs, and that's a wise thing to do, because a golf pro can fit the clubs to how you swing. So, they can change the angle of things based on the way you come down when you strike the ball. And so, this Yankee smart guy figured out, well, our players hit the ball in a certain spot. Let's put more wood in that spot. But I mean, John, it does create a hell of a problem for baseball if it's legal. And I don't know if you're allowed to change the rule in the middle of the year. And
how
the
far
year
does
just
this
started.
go?
I don't know.
I don't know how much wood you can add to that spot. Eventually.
Well, that's why they had to take wood away from another part of the bat. I think you have to keep the same amount of wood.
Weight.
Weight. Exactly.
Yeah.
So
That's what's
because you never hit the ball. You
bizarre.
never hit the. I mean, 1 out of 1,000 times you hit it off the very, 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 very 1 out of 1,000,000 times off the very, very, very end of the bat.
And even when you do,
never hit that.
you're never get your best chance is a squibber where you beat it out.
Or
That's
a
best
foul
case.
ball anyway.
Well, I'm saying best case
Yeah.
scenario. You're likely not going to get a hit.
So I don't know what the solution is, but it is ironic on a day we're talking about the tush push and the fact that could go, because I'm sure a lot of people listening right now say, get it out. And not just because the Yankees have it, because even if the Phillies get it and all 30 teams get it, I mean, that's not going to be fun. And it's going to destroy the record book and stuff. So I don't know. We'll take your reaction. I mean, it's a developing story. Part of me is surprised the Yankees didn't wait until the postseason, John, to be honest. Because if they had sprung it during the postseason, that would have caused a whole nother matter.
Oh, wow. You're
Anyway,
right.
think about that. All right, 215-592-9494. Your reaction to all this, including the Phil's first series down there in D.C. in the home opener today. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, it's 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. As always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to bet on sports. There's look, it's an absolutely loaded sports calendar right now. You can tell from our conversation today. We're jumping from sport to sport. Whether it's basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, including golf, they're all there for you at FanDuel.com/hammer. You can get Dinger Tuesday. You can get Hump Day parlays. You can get golf profit boosts, tokens over the weekend, and new customers on whichever sport you bet can get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's a $5 bet that you win. You're going to get $200 in bonus bets. Great deal. So lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. Find the bet or bets that works for you and lock them in today, any day, at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1 Customize approval workflows and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an odds boost token. Simply add any tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sportsbook for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, original bets you won't find anywhere else, player props, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are issued as tokens. Expiry varies per round. Please read full terms for full details. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Christopher Sanchez on the mound for the Phillies, weather permitting, for their home opener 3 p.m. today against the Rockies, after the Phils unable to complete the sweep of the Nationals on Sunday, losing 5-1. NFL owners meetings underway, which always starts with the annual picture of the coaches. Someone hilariously put Nick Sirianni right next to Andy Reid. Tush Push proposal ban goes to a vote tomorrow. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler says one GM thinks it'll pass, but details the play could still work for the Eagles.
There could be some wiggle room for the Eagles to still get this play off because the proposal says immediately after the snap. So what if you wait a second after the snap and push? Also, the Eagles line is so good that I think they could get the play off without the push. So we'll see. I think they're going to still do it in some variation.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months, now through March 31st. Window Nation. Schedule a free consult, 866-90NATION, or visit windownation.com. Chance of storms later today between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m., high 76. It's currently 64. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
You know, you want lawn care service that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets. That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products that keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. And by using organic fertilizers for safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. With Natural Lawn, I know my family's getting a beautiful lawn that we can all love. Switch to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of too. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today, and you'll get free seeding every year. It's helped my lawn so much. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94.
Phrase I'm not allowed to say. The bed up in New York. You know what I'm saying, Rhea? So look, they're back today. They went to bed. They went to bed. They slept with the fishes in New York. So they're back today, and obviously, look, hopes are high, as they should be. Phil's, pretty good job down in D.C. No, not yesterday. Nola struggled, gives up 5 runs, gives up 2 homers, a 3-run shot, a 2-run shot. Bats really did nothing yesterday. Biggest at bat of the game from a Philly standpoint was Alec Bohm with that opportunity with the bases loaded, 1 out, grounds into a double play. That was pretty much it. But there's a lot from the weekend to take in, both good and bad. My biggest takeaway was how fierce the competition will be for who starts in the postseason. And there's a good and a bad to this. I mean, there's more good than bad when you have 5 options. Now, Ranger hasn't pitched yet and won't, for a little bit of stretch here. But the fact that Luzardo pitched as well as he did was outstanding. The fact that Nola didn't isn't so good. And I really do wonder, John, if he's their second best starter anymore. I wonder if he's their third best starter. I wonder if he's their fourth best starter.
It's gotten a lot more crowded.
A lot more.
Luzardo was amazing.
Yeah.
Aaron Nola, really lackluster. I expected it to look a little sharper, like a little more bite on the curve and everything else. But Luzardo had that. Luzardo had that bite, that shape that they just couldn't figure out. I was excited about the fact that our approach offensively, despite, losing the last game of the series and Nola.
Are you going to say their approach was different?
I thought their approach was good.
Because I don't know that it was different. They hit a lot of home runs. I don't know that it was different.
Look,
I'm not sure.
I'm troubled a bit by the fact that it didn't seem like we were able to hit their starters. Now, it's again, small sample size. Right. They're coming out the gates. They pitched well. I'll accept that. But man, Luzardo outstanding. Their pitchers seemed outstanding also. I was excited for Bryson Stott being able to, show that he's back. He's able to poke that thing out. Got it right over into the bullpen on Saturday. Did. And he said after the game that he would not have been able to do that, to sort of get down and muscle that out were it last year because of the injury and the elbow and everything else. So that's a huge deal. I thought that the approach, the proof that the approach was good, Joe, is that in 3 games, we're now 4th in all of Major League Baseball in terms of walks. So 4th in baseball with 18 walks, right behind the Dodgers, who have 21 walks. But that's in 5 games.
I will say this, though, and I love that stat, John. It's a good fact. Most of that was against a garbage Nationals bullpen.
Yeah, they scored a lot. Of
that's a team that's going to win, 65 to 70 games. Their team stinks. Their bullpen stinks. Yeah. And so, I appreciate that the Phillies feasted on that, but I also know, come postseason. And look, the Phillies play the Dodgers in a couple of days, guys. So we'll get an early, and part of me wishes it was a little later in the spring or summer, but we will find out early how the Phils size up against a team that obviously is currently the best in baseball, 5-0.
The Braves got swept.
And the Braves got swept. That's right.
We got
not have a win.
3 less walks than the Dodgers right now in 2 less games, 52 less at bats.
Yeah. All right.
So, they are doing a good job with it.
All right. So your reaction to the Phils opening series, also your sense of anticipation and excitement for the home opener today, and the tush push. It could go. We'll see if it does. It could go. Also, we'll get you set for the home opener as we move through the program. Some of the new stuff down at Citizens Bank Park, we'll get to that shortly. If you're headed down there today, gates open at 12:35. So they got one of those block parties going on. Obviously, you can hang out outside the stadium for a good stretch of time. But the gates open at 12:35. So if you're headed down, especially if you got the kids, go have fun today. Keep them out of school and go watch some baseball. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. And are you worried about the tush push? It might go. It really might. Does it worry you? Richie in Northeast Philly. Richie, good morning.
John, Joe, Rhea James, as somebody who listens every day, again, thank you for such wonderful content. It gets a lot of us through work and through the beginning of our day, and I appreciate it for one, and I know others do as well.
Buddy.
Richie, you're the greatest, man. Thank you.
No problem, John. So as somebody who listens routinely on headphones on the app, today I'm actually watching on YouTube for the first time. So let me tell you, Joe, one thing is very clear, that you have no shot against Jack Fritz.
Why? Why? Come on, man. I'm an athlete. Natural-born athlete.
Goodness. You should probably stick with the Batman costume, because at least that one has a mask instead of the baseball costume. That's what I would go with.
I know, man.
So can I piggyback off of something that you guys talked about on Friday with the Phillies and the shadows?
Sure, yeah.
So the shadows, we're talking about baseball being played in daytime for, well over 100 years. And why is it such an issue now? Do you think there's any correlation with the fact that over the past 10 years, we've been talking about increased spin rate?
Yes.
Going along with the shadows? Okay.
Yes, but I don't know that I don't know that it's more of an issue in baseball now than it used to be. I'm not sure, Richie. I do remember it, I think, in San Diego back in the day. I think it just might be ballpark construction. I'm not really sure. Guys like Ben Davis and Ruben, who've played in all the ballparks, could speak to it way better than me. I don't know that it's worse than it ever used to be, but it was noticeable, obviously, in particular on Thursday.
Yeah, it just seems to me like as we hear more and more about spin rate, it's getting more difficult.
Sure.
These guys are throwing harder than ever. That when you have, a quarter second to react? I mean, that's got to make it even harder, right?
It's got to be brutal. There's no, and they did specifically talk about spin rate after the game on Thursday. I heard some of the players saying that was a real thing. All right, Richie, give me an answer, my man. What is a phrase or a title that's got a body part in it?
Well, it's what's Fritz going to do to you. He's going to kick your ass, Joe.
Oh, man.
Nicely done.
Man.
Wow.
All right.
Just right out and said it.
What is the most famous kick your ass in Philadelphia sports? Actually, did he? I'm trying to think if he said it.
Oh, I'm gonna.
I think he did, right? Cheney?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said that. So it was, I'll kill you and I'll kick your ass.
Yeah, we should have the sound.
Now, if you're going to kill someone and kick their ass, do you kick their ass first and then kill them?
I think you have to
do it.
Because
that way.
otherwise, you're just attacking a dead body. You kill them and then you kick the ass.
It's not the same, right?
It's not the same. I'm just joking around. All right, let's go to the phones and talk to Brandon right now. Brandon, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Know what these other teams remind me of?
I don't.
It reminds me of Joe DeCamera complaining after it beat the Hammer of how James misworded a question even though he did it.
Well, it was just a poorly phrased question on Friday.
I don't think it was.
I think
it made sense to everyone else.
Here, Joe, does this seem familiar at all? I mean, just saying, are you going to be doing the same thing when you play Jack Fritz in basketball?
Well,
calling penalties and complaining about some unnamed
I do
rule or
wonder
something?
about that.
Brandon, when I win the presidential election, when I win it, what's the first thing I do, Brandon? First thing, what is it?
Gloat?
Nope.
Complain?
Nope. Demand a recount because I want to win it again.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, geez Louise.
Yeah, that's the way I roll, man. So it's a little bit of a gloat, it's a little bit of a complaint, but it's really just show me the results again. I won the election.
Anyway,
while putting busy work on others.
By the way, that's a line from the West Wing. I just want to put that out there. That's a whole nother matter.
Oh.
All right, Brandon, what do you got on the tush push, man? Are you outraged this thing might go?
Yeah, I am actually, because it's not a guaranteed play. I mean, other teams try to run it and they couldn't do it.
Right.
I mean, we're just good at it. We have a quarterback can squat 600 pounds. Why are we going to get penalized for that? And I think Nick Sirianni said it best in the draft meetings or something like that. It's just ridiculous, and I can't believe that is going to happen. Now, if it happens, I do have a question though. Does that mean, like, if a running back gets pushed in the back after a handoff, like sometimes you see like a receiver push them, is that going to be outlawed too? How's it going to be worded?
Right. Well, that's a great question.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to dig into that. I think that no matter what, no matter how it's worded, we could figure out a way to put a play together that will be legal.
Well, so
and
Brandon,
similar.
Yeah. Look, first off, with Hurts, if the tush push is banned, you've got a better quarterback sneaker than most teams because he's big and he's tough and he's strong. Carson, by the way, was very good at it, and Hurts obviously should be very good at it, even if there's no push. But I will say this, Brandon, there's an interesting caveat to the way the Packers frame this. What they're trying to put in is you cannot push the quarterback immediately after the snap. Now, what does that mean? It means there might be a gray area there. The ball is snapped, then I push. Like, that's not immediate.
Yeah,
if
have
it's
the official there with a stopwatch.
Yeah, I mean, so I actually think, Brandon, the Packers' wording may work against them. Now, what I don't know is, does the competition committee have the leeway to determine what their own rule would be, or can they only vote thumbs up or thumbs down on what the Packers put in? Because if you don't immediately push, and let's be real, guys, 0.001 seconds later, it might not be immediate. It's not immediate. Then you could say it's still legal. I don't know. I mean, I just think the Packers put in faulty words that might help the Eagles, even if it gets zapped. Because I don't remember, this is just me. Goddard typically was the main pusher and then one other player, normally a running back. I don't remember it being instantaneous. Like, I feel like Hurts would get the ball, and I'll say a quarter of a second later, the push would happen. Not immediate.
Well, they're standing, like 4 yards behind him, so it can't be immediate.
I mean,
there is a bit of a delay.
That's
just
my
based
point.
on the distance.
So I think that was weird by the Packers. Brandon, give me an answer, my man.
That is weird.
I notice,
because that is easily defeatable, or however you want to put it.
I know. So keep your eye on that. Brandon, give me an answer, my man. A phrase or a title with a body part in there.
I'm going to give you an answer, but I'm going to also ask a quick question also about the torpedo bats. I mean, is it just the Yankees allowed to order that bat? Like, how does that work?
There's
like
a couple other
patent
players
on that
who have
bat.
them.
Well, I think a lot of people are going to start ordering it right now, Brandon. Honestly.
Well, are they allowed to?
I kind of want one.
The Yankees came up with a bat.
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that. Brandon, give me an answer. What's a phrase or title with a body part?
Fat Bottom Girls by Queen.
You got it, man. Brandon, appreciate the phone call. All right, let's close out our Twitter poll question of the day from the 6 o'clock hour. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Today's Twitter poll, because we had 2 different questions. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. All right, the first poll question regarding the tush push. Do you think it will get banned? Tomorrow's the day they vote. Do you think it gets banned, yes or no? Second poll question. Well, before we get to opening up the second movie duo, John, let's close out the first movie duo, and let's all vote kind of quickly ourselves, and then we'll get to the result. Which of these from the 6 o'clock hour is the best movie duo? John, is it Doc and Marty from Back to the Future, Mike and Marcus from Bad Boys, Maverick and Goose from Top Gun, Woody and Buzz from Toy Story? Which would you vote for?
This is tough. Man, I'm going to go Doc and Marty here.
Okay. It's a reasonable answer. Seltzer?
I would go Doc and Marty also.
Ray, what do you got?
Mike and Marcus.
Yeah,
I love their dynamic.
Whew. Look, I'm inclined to go Doc and Marty, but it's very close. All right, poll results. I got them in front of me. John, how did people vote?
I think Maverick and Goose are up there too.
Woody and Buzz have advanced to the finals. Woody and Buzz with 34% from Toy Story. Doc and Marty, they're out at 32%. Maverick and Goose, 23%.
Wow.
Mike and Marcus from Bad Boys, 11%. So we open up a second now Twitter poll related to this topic because we're trying to solve from Friday's show what's the winning answer, because we had all these great answers for a movie duo. So now here's this hour's Twitter poll. Same question, 4 different choices. A, C3PO and R2D2. That's big.
Sure is.
B, Shrek and Donkey from Shrek. C, Starsky and Hutch, and obviously from that movie. And then D, Thelma and Louise. So get voting. I mean, they're all big. They're all very, very big. At Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. All right, let's talk about the Phils. Not only the team, but the ballpark. For a lot of people, it's going to be their first time in there. Well, for anybody, everybody, since Game 2 of the playoffs, when the Phillies actually won their last home game last year, but then lost the next two up in New York to lose that series. So the local crowd, 44,000, whatever it is, will be in attendance today. Obviously, a sold-out game, great team, home opener, 2-1 squad coming back from D.C. And our buddy John Brazier from the Phils to tell us the latest and the greatest with Citizens Bank Park, because I saw all sorts of headlines, Brazier, about LED lights and home runs, and there's going to be light displays. And good morning, buddy.
I tell you what, I am here now. I got here very early. We have all the TV stations down here, and I tell you what, the LED ring displays that go around the ballpark, it's pretty awesome, I got to say. And then supposedly the sound system got big time renovated, and you're also going to see some things, as you mentioned, when Kyle Schwarber hits his home run today. You're going to see an Xfinity home run takeover. It's going to have a light show. It's going to be this. It's going to be an unbelievable experience. So again, when fans get into the ballpark today, they're going to see and hear things they never have.
That's cool. Are there lasers, John? Do we have lasers
you gotta
in
have
this show?
Lasers, right? I don't know if there's lasers, but I'm going to say there are lasers, right? Just to make it sound better.
That is beautiful.
So now, John, I don't mean to skew negative. I'm just curious. Do the lights have less impact in a day game? I would think they would, right? I mean, I can't imagine today's going to be as electric as tomorrow night.
It's light out now, and I got to tell you, it looks pretty cool with the signage. So, and then not just that, but out in Pass and Stowe, and if you go into CB Rankin Club, the same thing. There's like this ring display. We call it a halo, and it has like sports little TVs. It'll have games, it'll have stats, all kinds of things when you come in. So all over the ballpark, there's a lot of cool new features.
And there's also this big X out there for what is it? For Schwarber to try to hit a home run what is that
that's
thing?
Xfinity, and that's what's the home run takeover. It's a signage that's out above Ashburn Alley, but when someone hits a home run, it literally is going to light up, and it has LEDs, and it's going to have its own light show. So it's going to be pretty awesome. Along with the bell.
Jeez, that sounds amazing.
How about that?
A lot of new. So all these lights are a feature for all these new looking things, I guess.
Yeah, not just that, and you're also going to have some food and drinks, especially the drinks. We have a thing called Al Cappuccino spiked coffee out there available.
Al Cappuccino.
Al Cappuccino.
How do you think Al Pacino feels about that?
I don't know. He's probably suing us right now, right? I'm kidding. Garage beer, obviously, Jason Kelsey and his brother Travis. We're also going to have some Wrexham lager, some Rob McElhenney. So a lot of cool things. And then I know you guys are going to try the s'mores quesadilla when you guys come down here.
Well, that sounds wonderful.
I'll be happy to do that. So,
that's
John,
an incredible invention.
Let's talk about today. I know there's a new flag out there because last year was a division winning team, and that does merit a flag. I still don't think there should be one for 2023 because nothing was won. No World Series, no World Series appearance, or no Division One. But anyway, that's a whole nother matter. Is there a ceremony to unveil that flag today, or how does that go?
No, it'll be up there. No ceremony. Believe me, today we have a lot going on. So as far as ceremonies go on, if I can touch upon that, Joe, though, because that's going to lead me into it. You don't need a ticket if you come down here for the team store, which opens up at 9 a.m. So there is some absolutely incredible merchandise down there, a lot of Fanatic stuff, a lot of opening day stuff, a lot of 2024 NL East champion merch. And then also free for fans that don't have a ticket is a Budweiser block party, which is from 12:35 to 2:35. That's out on CB Way. You guys have done that before, where it's food trucks, beer tent, merch trucks, all kinds of things. The gates open at 12:35, and you had mentioned the pennant. All fans are going to get a 2024 NL East Champions pennant when they come into the ballpark. It's going to be great. You can hang it up in your office or your home. We do that traditional leadoff walk at 2:20. So make sure you're in your seats around 2:20. We're going to do a little highlight video. And then my favorite part is when they unfurl that giant American flag. We have Kane Callis singing the national anthem. He's going to do it right by his dad's statue, which is always cool. And while he's doing that, we're going to have 4 F-16s that are going to do the flyover. And then we have the first pitch. We have Nemours Children's Health patient, 10-year-old Briar Jones, who is unfortunately hit by a truck, and now he's recovering great. And Brandon Marsh, actually, I just saw Brad Marsh last week, so that's why Brandon Marsh surprised him on video saying he's going to catch him. So Brandon Marsh will out there catch him. Nice. Then we have a surprise first pitch. Of course, we always have to have a surprise first pitch, and you guys can start speculating.
Well,
but we are going to have.
You have hints?
Yeah, Brazier, I kind of.
It's not Joe DeCamera.
No.
That's your one big hint.
It's Richie, isn't it?
It's not John Ritchie either. It's not John or Joe. No James Seltzer either.
Are we allowed to guess?
Yes, they guess.
You can guess all you want. I won't confirm or deny it.
Ooh, an eagle. That's a good.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
I
good
think it's an
call.
eagle.
That's
Yeah,
a good call.
Sirianni
Rhea.
or Hertz would make sense.
So Sirianni can't be because he's in the meetings.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Good call.
It's going to be Jalen or Brandon Graham
BG would
or
be huge
Saquon.
too. Yeah, Saquon.
Saquon would be awesome.
Speculate all you want, but all I know is that 250 something, you're going to see whoever it is doing it along with 10-year-old Briar Jones. So, and then a 3:05 start, and then hopefully we get out of the gate 3-1 with a win at home.
I would like that. Obviously, Sanchez today. All right, so John, final thing here. Twitter poll question of the day. If it was your choice, John Brazier, would you choose Brandon Graham, Saquon Barkley, or Jalen Hurts?
I'm taking the fifth on that one.
All right. Hey, John, good work. But by the
you
way,
didn't ask me about Taylor Swift, though, right?
Tell me about Tay-Tay. What do we need to know about her?
I'm kidding.
Oh, yeah. By the way, Brazier, I appreciate you sending the photo of the ball to DeBella, who's going to bless the balls later today for us.
Yeah, well, I was involved in that for many, many years, so that is it. So hopefully it'll bring us some luck.
I love it. All right, John, wonderful work, pal. Good luck to the squad, obviously. A bunch of us will be down there today, and we'll see the lights and hopefully a display of offensive fury. Thank you, John. Good luck,
All
man.
right, sounds good, guys.
You got it, man.
John.
All right, there he is, John Brazier, Director of Fun and Games for the Phils. John, who would you go with? If you had to choose, because they all have a different thing. Jalen was MVP of the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Saquon clearly was the best player this year. And Brandon Graham just retired and is one of 4 people to win two Super Bowls. Who would you choose if you had all 3? Who would you choose?
Well, it feels like Jalen is so gigantic, but the heart goes with Brandon Graham. I think Brandon Graham, everyone can get behind that choice, and the fact that he's on his way out. Let's give him an opportunity to be regaled as he rings that thing. Give him the support he needs as he supports the team.
I bet all 3. Seltzer, can I get all 3 at the same time?
That would be big.
Well, they had Fletcher and Jason last year at the same time.
I mean,
Oh, that's right.
Anyway, put those thinking caps on. Here's how we know it can't be Sirianni. He's in these, what is it called? The owners' meetings? Or what are these?
Correct.
All right.
Meetings.
So if you don't know, today we think Howie's talking at some point. Tomorrow, Sirianni and Lurie are both scheduled to talk.
Good.
So we're going to have a lot of Eagles content as we move through this week with Howie, Sirianni, and Lurie. Obviously, the Tush push is going to be a major point of emphasis for what is discussed when these guys, speak publicly, whether it's before the vote, which is scheduled for tomorrow, or after the vote. Now, let's listen to Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, because he laid out the real possibility that the Tush push might go. Listen to Jeremy Fowler yesterday on ESPN.
So here's the deal. In West Palm Beach, NFL owners are meeting today through Tuesday. They will vote on several issues around the league, including the Green Bay Packers' proposal that you cannot push a ball carrier immediately after the snap. I talked to one general manager in the league who believes this will be passed under the guise of player safety. And so Buffalo Bills head coach Sean McDermott, some others have mentioned that they think it's a play that could get you hurt more often than others in those scrums there and the tight action you see there. But teams are sort of split on whether that's really a thing or not right now. So that will be debated hotly over the next few days. And look, the NFL owners need a 24-8 majority vote to get this thing passed. So it's hardly a slam dunk, but there are enough people around the league that would like to see it changed.
It's pretty amazing that it spun back around, John, because we all thought a week ago this thing was dead, meaning the Tush push was to stay and no one would have to worry about it. Now, I think it should go.
It's just such a crop.
But I know it's bad for the Eagles.
You
if it
think
does.
it should go?
Yeah.
And that would change everything for
Not,
us.
what's my phrase, John? Not aesthetically pleasing, but very helpful to the Eagles. So it would hurt the Eagles if it goes. By the way,
So are run plays aesthetically pleasing to you? Are run plays less pleasing than passing plays? It is a run play.
Yeah, but it's
It's a goal line short yardage play, and it's the goal line short yardage play that dictates our entire offensive plan. And so if that changes,
should it? You know what I mean?
Everything changes for this
no,
offense.
it would hurt the Eagles if it goes.
Absolutely.
No, the Eagles would still be pretty good at quarterback sneaks.
Look,
but
hold on. The concept is you can't push right away.
Right.
It doesn't seem like that's not circumventable. Like, I'm not worried about that part. Push right. Okay, so Jalen gets the snap, and then you have to wait a beat.
I know.
Before you push. Okay.
Well, I also wonder,
I think
John,
we can handle that.
You know, the Eagles could handle that if they're allowed to do that. But what I wonder is, does the competition committee have leeway to broaden the scope of what the Packers proposed?
Sure.
I don't know. I don't know the answer.
People will vote in favor of that.
Well, I don't know. Here's what we do know. The Eagles are getting a little concerned because from an ESPN.com article yesterday, I'm going to read right from this passage, ESPN.com. It says that it was hotly contested yesterday. The votes come on Tuesday. And this article says, during the Sunday afternoon session, Philadelphia Eagles general manager Howie Roseman, assistant general manager John Ferrari, and two head coaches on the competition committee, Sean McVay of the Rams and Sean McDermott of the Bills, gathered in a hallway outside of the ballroom to have a private and animated side conversation about the Packers' proposal. Sounds like the Eagles are getting pretty ticked. And I don't think you would get ticked and be worried if you didn't have some concern.
And do it publicly.
That's
what surprised me.
That it could get zapped.
Yep.
We'll see, guys. I mean, it's not going to help the Eagles at all if it gets knocked out. It's really been a big advantage. 215-592-9494. Also, your sense of anticipation for the home opener today. It'll be Christopher Sanchez on the mound. And your reaction to the Phillies' first three games, obviously taking 2 of 3 in D.C., dropping one yesterday. Not a well-pitched game by Aaron Nola. Bats did a decent amount until yesterday. It was also
10, 0 for 9.
Yeah, it was a lot of home runs. Reed, is that this weird question? Weird question. Does it concern you that so many of their runs came courtesy of the home run, meaning it's kind of the same?
It's what they are.
It's what they do.
Because they got guys on base, the first couple of innings and could do nothing with it.
Yesterday.
They loaded the bases in the 9th.
Yeah.
Couldn't
got one run in there.
Yeah, with Marchand.
Yeah, had to bring it in. The Nationals brought in their closer, and then that was that. Let's go to the phones. Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Yeah, there's been a lot of really tasteless jabs at your lack of athleticism, Joe, to camera over the last couple of weeks. And here's another one. Your athletic inertia has inspired me to go back to the gym and actually got a pretty good workout in today.
Good for you, man.
So,
hold on, Ed.
Did more than 20 push-ups.
Inertia. What athletic inertia are you talking about? That he put a uniform on?
I'm just lack of movement. I'm saying.
Yeah, he is stationary for the most part. Stationary, but he did put on what looks like an active outfit.
Look, I got the uni on, Ed, and you can watch it on YouTube right now or later today. Watch our show live or watch it back later. Subscribe to Sports Radio 94 WIP on YouTube. Turn on notifications. You'll never miss the show. It's great.
Yeah,
of course, you can also ignore that because you might say, I look like a child in this uniform, and I kind of do. All right, Ed, what do you got on the tush push?
That made. You know what? When I was playing football, all through college, our coaches would tell me like low man wins, and even like I played receiver, that was like 80 pounds ago. But we would do these blocking drills, where we would dive at the bottom of a trash can, and it was just like, well, okay, this is kind of ridiculous, but you really saw the benefit, and like you see, the tush push is like we do it so well, like nobody can get lower than. It's so odd to say like nobody can get lower than Jordan Mailata, who's 6'8", but like it's just nobody can do it better, and I think it's just sour grapes kind of rule change.
Well, it's clearly sour grapes. There's no question about that. Look, Ed, there's two main things this is about, and neither is featured in the wording the Packers submitted to the league. Number one, it's about the fact the Eagles do it better than everybody else and just won the Super Bowl in part because of it. Not that game, but they won games in the season because it's part of their arsenal and no one else can do it like the Eagles. The other thing is that it obviously is what I'll call non-traditional looking NFL football play. And that irks some people. Some people it doesn't bother at all. Some people it irks. Irks me. and I'm an Eagles fan. So this is one of those weird ones where as an Eagles fan, I want it to stay. As a football fan, I want it to go. If I was on the competition committee, I would zap it.
The Falcons CEO made a great point, I thought, in that ESPN article where he said he doesn't like that it's only aimed at two teams who can do it well, and that's the Eagles and the Bills.
And Ray, one of my theories has been that other teams may use tight ends next year.
Mm.
And this is where it's like then going to become a bigger bastardization of football. If teams, because at the very end of last year, a couple playoff teams started snapping it to a tight end.
Yep.
If let's just say you have 28 teams doing that, I don't think the owners and Fox and NBC and CBS and ESPN and Netflix or whoever gets the rights want games where the ball is snapped to the tight end 2 to 4 times a game. I don't think they want that. And I don't think they should want that.
It worked out well for the Eagles.
I'm well aware of that.
Maybe you've forgotten.
No, I'm well aware of that. All right, Ed, give me an answer, my man. A phrase that's got a body part in there.
My grandfather said it numerous times over my childhood. Try this; it'll put hair on your chest.
Yeah, hair on the chest. Hair on the chest is a good one. No
I
question.
wanted that so bad.
Hair on your chest?
Growing up, yeah. And you got it.
I got a little
And then
bit.
you shaved little burger patties.
I did.
Onto your nipples.
I don't have much of it. I don't have much.
You got a good amount. Well, you got more than I do.
I mean, I'm more of a man than you are.
I mean, sort of.
I got the testosterone. I got I got the size.
Is that
John? I'm going to weigh more than you soon. So I'm at like 180, whatever I said.
Serious?
Well, I'm what I said, 183 or 4 or 5 or 6, whatever I said last week.
I mean,
what are
it
you
didn't
now?
occur to me that, that is amazing.
What are
We're
you?
close. I'm probably like 210, 205.
I'm going up and you're going down.
I'm stable.
I know.
But if you keep gaining, you're gonna pass me, man.
You know,
that uni's not gonna fit.
No,
you much
uni's
longer.
not going to fit. So you know who's going to take at least 15 to 20 years to pass his dad is AJ Brown's kid. I got to play this audio. This was awesome over the weekend. So if you missed this, AJ Brown released audio of him and his son talking because it's baseball season and it's time for baseball practice. And his son is really, 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 really young and really cute. And I want to play this audio. This is a little bit over a minute. This is well worth listening to and enjoying. Clearly, the son does not want to leave the mom. So it's AJ, it's his son. His mom is hovering in the area. It's baseball season, and the kid gets very upset in a funny way. And AJ released this audio. Listen to this.
Hey, Junior, you want to play baseball?
Yeah.
Huh? Junior,
What?
you want to play baseball?
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to go to the big leagues?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That mean you got to go to baseball school, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Tell mama you're gonna see her later.
Hey,
You're gonna be baseball all your life. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt to be great. So it's gonna be okay though. You understand?
Yeah.
You got to grind for it. That's your first lesson. You understand? It's gonna hurt. It hurt to be great, son. She gonna be there for lunch or dinner. All right.
Yeah.
Be homeschooling. No parties, no girls, no friends, no nothing. But just baseball. You got it? You got it? Okay. Tell mom you see her later. Hey, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt, son. It's gonna hurt. You gonna pay. Hey, it's gonna pay off though. All right. All right. Man up. You a man?
Yeah.
It's gonna help you feed your family. You understand?
Yeah.
Only way you get my check, you gotta get to the big. All right, man.
How great is that? Is that good, man? That is.
I can tell you one person who's not happy, and it's mom, because she's got to deal with the crying baby.
How good is
very
that?
funny.
AJ Brown and his son. That was really, really cool. All right, 215-592-9494.
The torturous things we do to our kids when they're real little just to mess with them is just, it's not right.
It's so good. All right, to the phones we go. Of course, there was like multiple lessons in there from AJ to his kid, which was pretty cool.
Poor kid's like 2.
I know. By the way, so what do we? If you're just tuning in, what are we talking about today? We're talking about the fact that the Tush push could go. we are talking about the fact that, and so your reaction on that, reaction to the Phil's first series down in D.C., and also home opener. As it happens coming up at 3:05 today. Gates open at 12:35. Phil's got some new additions to the ballpark, including the LED lights, which if it remains a gloomy day, I guess would look better than if it's a big sunny day. By the way, tell me if you guys agree with me on this. I brought up the flag thing earlier. So I am pro there should be a flag for 2024 because they won the division, but I remain anti-2023 flag. Here's my rule. Tell me if you agree or disagree. To have a flag out there, left center field, where the Phillies display the flags, you got to win something. And by win something, I mean one of three things. The World Series, the National League, meaning you get to the World Series, or your division. If you win one of those three, flag. If you don't, and you just get the wild card and do not advance to the World Series, no flag. Because otherwise, that's like this. That would be like the equivalent of the Sixers or the Flyers every time they make the playoffs, every time, putting a banner up. And I don't think that should be the standard. John, yes or no? Flag 2023, thumbs up. Because now you're going to have a flag every year. I mean, that's ridiculous. You're going to have a flag all the time. I don't need that every time.
So what would it be? It would be a playoff flag?
2022 flag because they made the World Series. 2024 flag because they won the division.
No, but I'm saying, like, I don't understand what the flag would be for the 2023.
There's no flag. There's no flag.
Right. A goal for every professional team I was ever on was win the division first. Like that's the first line.
But also win something. Like, just for point of reference, here's my thing, and this is about the expansion of the baseball playoffs. Just for point of reference, here are the flags the Phillies had up for many, many years. 1915, 1950, 76, 77, 78, 80, 81, 83. This is what I grew up with. Then you get 93. Then you have a huge gap until 07. I mean, and then they won the 5 straight divisions, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, one of which is a World Series championship. But now it's like wild cards are flags. I don't think that. Seltzer, should a wild card without reaching the World Series be a flag?
Absolutely not. No.
Bastardized it, right?
Why have flags?
To be like the Sixers as a 6th seed, which they won't be this year, by the way, putting up a flag for being a 6th seed.
Yeah, or winning the first round or something. Yeah.
The Sixers need that flag.
Could you imagine if they had 7 up there for the 7 years the Sixers made the playoffs with Joel? I mean, come on. Anyway, I'm in a good Phillies mood. I'm just saying that's something I wish they didn't do. 215-592-9494. Coming up at 8:30 today, the great John DeBella, radio legend John DeBella, who for many, and he's been retired now for about a year and a half, for many years, on the day of the home opener would bless the balls. John will bless the balls for us today. John Brazier has sent a photograph of the balls. So we've got the
virtually. We're doing this virtually almost.
So here's the thing. DeBella's in Nashville. He has retired to Nashville. He will join us by phone, but he will have the balls in front of him. He will bless the balls today to hopefully bring good luck to the Phils, as we hope that the fourth, as John said last week, the 4th time's the charm. We hope. Not a bad start by the Phils in DC, John. Right? Not a bad start.
Well, you win the series. That's expected. I would have liked to see the offense get started a little earlier in every one of these games.
And Aaron Nola pitch better.
Yeah.
And by the way, the back end relievers guys, James, those guys look very shaky to me.
Yeah, it's we came into the season a little concerned about the depth in the bullpen. Right? Yeah, like I definitely don't trust those guys.
I mean, who are we even talking about? I mean, you got a Tanner Banks,
right. Jose Ruiz, who had some moments last year, but it's a lot of those type of guys. Carlos Hernandez, who they just brought him from the Royals, he didn't look good in his first outing. So yeah, the depth in the and even Romano, who's someone we are like counting on, quote unquote. Right. You know, we haven't been impressed with.
And the fact that you're going to get a Taiwan start every 5th game, roughly. Until Ranger comes back.
Why did you have to go and ruin everybody's Monday? Forgot about that.
Well, the good news is he doesn't pitch until the 3rd game of this series. What would that be? Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah. So today is Ranger. I mean, today is Sanchez.
Off day tomorrow, so it'll be Thursday.
Oh,
right?
Thursday.
Yeah.
So you're right, Jim. So today is Sanchez, and then you're going to get back to Wheeler on Wednesday, and then hold your breath with Taiwan on Thursday. Let's go to the phones. Hey, by the way, if you're coming down to South Philly today for the game, we want to hear from you, because obviously a whole new season of home baseball is about to commence, and we look forward to it. And let's hear your excitement. Let's go to Rick in Easton. Rick, good morning. John DeBella, boy, it brings back memories. DeBella, the ball, him and Pierre Robert were great. And I always think of Steve Fredericks when I think of John DeBella. He was in the same era.
Well, they were. I mean, DeBella went a lot longer, obviously, but you're talking two radio legends. There's no question about that.
Yeah, real quick, I'm not concerned about the tush push. When you have a 1,750 pounds, we talked about this before, of offensive linemen with 4 potential all-pros with Barkley and Hurts, who cares about the tush push?
Well, here's where I disagree with you, Rick. You might not be going for it on 4th and 1 from your own 39 anymore.
This team, I think, will morph into whatever they can, and they're a great team, which brings me into the Phillies.
Okay.
I think it's a little too early to be too critical, obviously, after 3 games, but I think it's also a little too early, Joe, to use the word great in the same word with this lineup and this team just yet. You're using the word great. The Yankees look a little great. The Dodgers look great. The Phillies, let's hold off. Let's pump the brakes on the word great.
Well, for what it's worth, Rick, they won 95 games last year, which I would call them a great team. It was a non-traditional way of getting there. They 2 great months and 4 average months. But
yeah, I get it. Last year, a year older, and you know what? Can we all stop talking about Alec Boehm leaving here? Because I'm going to tell you right now, until Trey Turner can turn that corner, and until Realmuto doesn't kill us offensively, Alec Boehm could be a huge, huge piece of this puzzle. So let's stop with the Alec Boehm's got to go stuff. And real quick, Aaron Nola. Yeah, sometimes he can look like Hamels. Sometimes he can look like Schilling. We know that he's going to be probably second on the all-time strikeout list behind Carlton. We know about the 200 innings he brings to the table. But sometimes he brings that tie one on Walker appearance, and he's got to stop that, or it's going to be a long season.
well, that's a little aggressive, Rick. But
I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, to compare him to Taiwan's not cool. But I'll say that he has had seasons where he's been near average, closer to average than closer to spectacular.
That was a classic Nola game yesterday.
It was not
pitching
good.
really well, striking out, and then
I know
the home runs.
I know.
I mean,
it was classic Rhea because he almost gave you 6 innings. Once again, he doesn't get run support, and then bang, bang, they're down 5-0.
I know.
And with that offensive put out, I kind of thought this game, I hate to say it, is over, and it was, but that's okay. All right, here's my body part phrase, and I just did it, and this is what you guys do for us fans. You help us get something off our chest.
Oh yeah, it's another one. Yeah. Something, get something off the chest. Okay.
It's a really strange idea. Like the concept that we're representing with get it off your chest. I wonder why we arrived at that saying.
I think it's because it sits on your heart. Like the issue is heavy on your heart and you got to get it off
I think
your
that
chest.
makes
really
sense. That's
smart.
good. Yeah, I bet you that's it.
Heavy on the heart.
Yeah.
Wow, Joe.
Thank you.
You just
Heavy on the heart would have
That's
been an
another-
answer too. Yeah.
Heavy on the heart. That's another one. All right, so there's thick irony today in the air.
So many of these.
They're
things, man.
more than I expected, John. They really are. So big irony today. We got a lot of people not happy with the tush push maybe being out. But there's also going to be a lot of Phillies fans that say, you got to ban the bats the Yankees are using, which, by the way, I'd be one of them. I mean, the commissioner cannot let this go on if it proves over a couple more games. They got this ridiculous advantage. If you missed it over the weekend, they're using this thing. People are calling it the torpedo bat. They changed the shape of bats. So it's thicker, closer to where the batter's hands are, kind of where a player could get jammed, thicker, below what is typically the barrel. And as a result, they're hitting a lot of home runs. Let's just listen, for instance, to their final home run from yesterday. Just listen to this for a moment.
High drive, right field. See ya! A 3-run home run for Jazz Chisholm. The balls just keep flying out in the Bronx.
All right, they do. So here's the raw data, guys. 3 games for the Yankees, John, 15 home runs.
Tied a record.
Now, we know they've got a lot of home run hitters, and Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge does not use the bat.
And he already was the best home run hitter in baseball. Already. It's the 60-something a couple years ago, had a whole bunch last year. But there are other players using it only on the Yankees. James, how many games or weeks does it take before, if they see this sort of clip continue, that baseball says no mas?
Yeah, it's a weird spot like that they're in because to the point you made before, it's really hard to change things on the fly in a season
And
like
it's
that.
technically legal.
That's my point.
Because for those, if you're just tuning in, the way they constructed the bat actually fits the specifications of baseball regarding length and width. I mean, length and weight.
So I think that if this continues and they keep it in runs like this, they have to do something. Like it will be talked about all season long. It'll become the story of the season.
It will. If
they don't do something. But at the same time, I don't know how they do what they do. You know, if the Yankees can say, "Hey, we're within the rules here. What do you want to like?" So it's a pickle.
There's a Phillies tie-in. So the Athletic did a story, and they spoke. It just said veteran Phillies hitter. Said a company came in during spring training, a company owned by Eric Gagne. Remember the the former closer?
Great closer.
And he thought the veteran Phillies hitter thought it was a fad. He wrote it off at the time, and he called his bat guy after what the Yankees did this weekend.
I'm sure he did. Well, look, veteran Phillies hitter, you got about 5 or 6.
Yeah,
You
I was
got
thinking Kyle.
Harper, Schwarber,
yeah.
Castellanos, Trey Turner, Real Muto. I mean, they're your veteran Phillies hitters, I guess. I mean, Kepler technically.
So is there flexibility in terms of the shape of every bat? Like the torpedo bat, do they make them individually for each player?
I believe so.
Where his sweet spot is?
That was the idea with Volpe, the shortstop of the Yankees, that they realized he was getting jammed more than most.
Yeah.
And so they put the barrel closer to his hands.
So the torpedo bat part, it's shaped differently for each guy who's using it based on their swing.
I'm not certain, but I think the answer is yes.
Okay.
And, I mean, it's ingenious, but it's also problematic. 215-592-9494. Also problematic is this weather situation today. So, James, if you get a weather report or Rhea, let us know. But here's what we knew as of a little bit ago. The rain is scheduled to come in at 5. The game starts at 3:05. Maybe you get to the 7th inning, maybe you get to the 8th inning. They're also saying it can be pretty heavy rain. Now, not instantaneously, but as the day goes on. I was a little surprised they didn't move the game up. And I just thought it made sense.
It's raining now.
Yeah.
Or spitting at least.
I was a little surprised they didn't just announce yesterday, let's play the game at 1 or 2. Anyway, 3 o'clock game, 3:05. A lot of festivities, obviously. It's always exciting when it's the home opener, particularly when you got a good team. Phillies are certainly, at the very least, a very good team. The question is whether they're a truly great team. But, we'll see over the next bunch of months. But 3:05 today, first pitch, and that'll be Sanchi. And, James, you think he is their second best starter now? Is that correct?
Yeah. I think definitively. I think he's a Cy Young contender.
Well, I
that's
can't
how
go
good Chris
definitively
Sanchez is.
yet, but he might be. I mean,
I think after this
really
season, I think we'll all say definitively. Okay. It's my prediction.
Let's go to the phones. John and Maniac right now. Good morning, John.
Joe, long time no rap. I was thinking, I haven't talked to you since before the Super Bowl, and I've wondered why that is, like why I didn't call in, and it's just because I've just been so happy.
Good.
I've just been so happy since we won that I really realized I only call you when I'm angry about stuff, and I need to change that.
Why are you angry today, then, John?
That's a good question.
No, I'm not. The irony is I'm actually feeling good. Despite Aaron Nola's catastrophic loss and the Sixers being in a complete disaster, and the fact that we just fired the Flyers coach, I guess I am angry.
Real quick, John, I will mail you $10 in the next. I won't mail it in the next 10 seconds, but you have 10 seconds to tell me the Sixers 5 starters last night. Go.
No, I don't know.
All right, check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Check out the Sixers starters last night: Jared Butler, Lonnie Walker IV, Ricky Council IV.
Okay.
Justin Edwards, Adem Bono. I mean, that is it is staggering. And by the way, Quentin Grimes sat out for rest.
Yeah.
What does he have to rest for?
He's winning.
He's good.
He's a winner.
He's gonna score too many points for them to lose.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just saying. What a joke.
Joe, remember, we lost on purpose for years to be here.
I know. But they weren't supposed to be back here again this soon.
Yes. Well, listen, it's a new day. I feel like, we're giving money to linebackers and running backs. You know what I mean? We got Trey Turner leading off. Our best flyer is a 19-year-old Russian kid. I'm calling you when I'm happy.
Yeah.
It's a new day, Joe. So I just actually really wanted to call about Luzardo. I think actually he might be the second best starter. I know Sanchez looks great. He looked great at the end of last season. I know he looks great in the summer and everything, or the spring, I know. But I think Luzardo looks really good, and I think they snuck him in on a kind of a safe first game where it was not the home opener and it wasn't the opening day thing, but he looked nasty, and I think this team's going to be dirty. I think they have the best rotation in baseball. Maybe the Mariners are better, but they're not going to be a problem with us. I think we're going to come down to beating the Dodgers, and I don't care who the AL team is. I think this is the year. I said this over the weekend. I think the fact that they sent Stubbs down, the fact that Trey's leading off, the fact that they have no more daycare, they made comments about that. Bunch of winners in that room that just want to win. There are no more games. I think I have a great feeling for the Phillies season this season, and I love your show. And last thing, Matt Strom, he's a great pitch. I like him because he's talking to himself because he's a total head case.
Oh, a head case. That's another good one.
Nice.
A head case.
Show,
all right, you got
Very
it, John.
good.
Always good to hear from you. I don't think it applies to Strom. Might have applied to Hoffman at the end last year in the postseason, but head case. Who's the biggest
Alec
head case?
Boehm.
All right, he was. Who is the biggest head case in the history of Philadelphia sports?
Brizgalov?
He's one.
He's up there, yeah.
Ben's got to be up there. Fultz has to be up there.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Aguilar had his moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be one of those three, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel
I mean, how
like
do you-
Ben. I feel like how do you beat Ben?
Yeah, Ben. I mean, he wouldn't play
The one thing I'll say in Ben's defense,
and shoot.
here's the only thing I'll say in his defense. At least he couldn't shoot, meaning he stunk at it. Fultz could shoot and then stop shooting.
But
you know what I mean? Like there's a reason Ben Simmons would try to get to the lane. He could not make a shot from the outside. Markelle Fultz could not bring himself to shoot, which was a huge part of how he became the #1 pick in the draft.
That one was strange. But
Brizgalov was another one.
But the
Rhea.
Ben thing, when they tried to convince us that he didn't need to shoot.
that drove me.
That
bananas.
was an all-timer.
It was because you could just see it play out the way the defenses were sagging, the whole deal. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up, we'll get you set more for the ballpark today, and obviously the return of the Phils. First game since game 2 of the NL, whatever the heck it was, DSCS, whatever that's here, DS, I guess, last year. Also, Bryson Stott weighing in over the weekend about the daycare situation. John DeBella will bless the balls. That's coming up at 8:30, and your reaction to the Phillies' first weekend, plus more on the Tush push. It could go. How ticked does that make you? Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on the day of the home opener on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. Obviously, as we talk about all these sports, they're all available for you to get in on with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You know, it's an absolutely, as I've been mentioning, loaded sports calendar right now. I mean, from college basketball, both men and women, baseball, hockey. I mean, all these sports are converging at the same time. Golf's going on. Find the better bets that works for you and lock them in at FanDuel.com/hammer. With baseball, you can get Dinger Tuesday. With Wednesdays, you can get Hump Day parlays. With golf, you can get golf profit boost tokens. All of that and more is there for you, including college basketball, where, you know, on the men's side, 4 teams left, 3 games to go. Find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. You can keep it as simple as betting the home opener today, which is obviously coming up in the next couple hours. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. A $5 bet, if you win it, you get $200 in bonus bets. That's at FanDuel.com/hammer. So find the bet or bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The gates of Citizens Bank Park open once more as the fight for a parade on Broad starts now.
And the Phillies pile out of the dugout.
The Phillies home opener against the Rockies today. Leading off starts at 2. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:05. Then stick around for the final out. Back to the bank.
It is bedlam at the bank.
On your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Are you kidding me?
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority, with 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
The boys of summer are back. Ready to hear the ump's calls? If your hearing isn't a home run anymore, visit Hearing Life to get your free hearing test. It's quick, pain-free, and you'll get same-day results. Stay in the game with better hearing. Visit one of Hearing Life's convenient locations. Call Hearing Life today for your free hearing test at 866-YES-HEAR. That's 866-937-4327. Receive a Philly sports gift for completing a free hearing test while supplies last.
Look, there's feelings and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business, and that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at our exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their first bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. Sign up to catch the excitement and experience college hoops like never before with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The big buzz in baseball these days is about the new torpedo bats that 5 Yankees have adopted to great effect. It's the brainchild of MIT physicist turned baseball analyst Aaron Lienhart, who is now with Miami. He worked with manufacturers to reshape the bats so more of the thick sweet spot would be where hitters typically make contact. I'm Boomer Esiason.
After years of wear and tear, you've made a decision. It is time for a knee, hip, or shoulder replacement. You've talked to your doctor. You got a date set. The team at NovaCare Rehabilitation is here for you. Did you know attending physical therapy before your replacement surgery can significantly help your recovery and movement post-surgery. I have a friend of mine did this, went to prehab several weeks before getting their hip replaced, and they're doing fantastic. NovaCare is experts in balance, gait training, and pain management. Your joint replacement needs are unique, and NovaCare's team will develop an individualized treatment plan to get you feeling strong and back to the things you love. Choose NovaCare to get back to work, sports, and life. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy before and after your joint replacement surgery, or to schedule an appointment at one of their 150 convenient locations, go to NovaCare.com. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Less Fun Phillies home opener against the Colorado Rockies later today, 3 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. It'll be Christopher Sanchez on the mound for the 2-1 Phillies. Tush Push Band goes to a vote tomorrow at the NFL owners meetings. ESPN reports a meeting about it on Sunday got heated. NBC Sports Phillies' Dave Zangaro posting this morning. Shane Steichen, head coach of the Colts, says Nick Sirianni talked to him about support for the play, and Steichen is in favor of it staying. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Chance of storms later today between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. High 76. It is currently 63. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, good morning to you on the day of the home opener. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. I got the uniform on, kind of silly, but love the Phils, my man. Love them. And you can see our show on YouTube. I can't dance like Michael Jackson.
No one can dance like Michael Jackson.
I can't hit like Bryce Harper, but I can hit better than Jack Fritz. Good morning.
No.
And thank you for joining
What
me.
makes you think that?
I mean, I hope to find out. Now,
Jack Fritz was a college baseball player.
I'm less confident in baseball. I've told you my strategy. I got to win basketball and tennis and then win one of the other three sports. If I do that.
Didn't Jack play tennis in high school?
I don't know. He says he's very good, but he also says he struggles to serve. So go figure. I mean, James, you got to admit that. Like, I struggle to serve thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're going to beat me in tennis. Sure. Okay. All right. He's like, yeah, I'm really good, except I struggle to serve.
He just said he struggled to serve. Like,
So
I mean,
that
I'm
makes
just saying,
you
he
think
said it.
you'll beat him.
He said it.
You're just grabbing onto the one thing you might possibly could have a chance.
That's like
in
Taiwan
tennis.
Walker. I'm a good player, but I struggle to pitch.
But don't you?
Oh, thanks,
Don't
Taiwan.
you see how
He didn't say that, by the way. That's just a hammer-ease.
Don't you sense
lees? What's the word I'm looking for?
I think that's appropriate.
Hammer-lees, ease.
Don't you sense that you're sort of grasping at straws
Yes.
now?
Yes.
You do.
Yes.
So you actually feel that?
Well, I know everyone says I stink and I can't win, so I'm aware of the fact that people doubt.
Well, now you sound like you're a victim.
I don't know. By the end, I'll probably talk Jack up the way Lou Holtz used to talk up his opponents.
Oh no!
Remember those days?
Please don't.
You
do
know,
that.
we just hope we can hang in there against the Little Sisters of the Poor. They're
so insincere.
They're an incredible football team, and I just hope the Fighting Irish can hang in there. By the way, speaking of college sports, to the Penn State alums, congrats! Penn State into the Frozen Four.
Nice.
That's what we got in hockey these days. We got Penn State. James, true or false? Penn State would beat the Flyers.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
That's a maybe.
Sure.
It's a maybe.
Possible, sure.
It's a maybe. All right, let's go to the phones. Your reaction, obviously, to the Phil's opening weekend series. And then, obviously, the home opener today. Rain is in the forecast, scheduled for around 5 o'clock. The tush push thing, does it worry you? It should, because it has been an advantage, and there's legit talk that it could go. From ESPN.com, here's their big report yesterday. They say the Green Bay Packers, I'm reading right from it. The Green Bay Packers' proposal to ban the tush push has support within the competition committee. A source with direct knowledge told ESPN on Sunday. Although another source with direct knowledge of competition committee thinking said the proposal would be, quote, hotly contested.
among the coaches, general managers, and owners as they gather for league meetings this week. I don't know, man. We'll see. I mean,
Can I just tell you what a hypocrite Sean McDermott is?
because he used it
4 times
I
in the
know.
AFC Championship game
I
and
know.
went 0 for 4.
I know.
You know, so and now you weren't concerned about Josh Allen's safety when you were trying to win a championship game, but now, oh my God, I'm trying to protect it. I mean, total hypocrite.
All right, let me ask you this though, Rhea.
Yeah,
But the neutral zone trap 30 years ago in hockey, didn't you think it was bad for hockey?
But that was the entire game.
It was the entire game. You're right.
I mean, you know, and it
The
was.
change here is they are suggesting that you have to wait to push.
Yes.
It's not that big a deal.
All right,
it's not
Rhea,
that
I'm
big
gonna-
a difference.
I'm going to throw another one at you.
Hold on.
What-
This
what?
idea that it's getting banned, that's not what we're talking about,
Well,
right?
it depends on how they word the ban.
I feel like there are conflicting
There are.
reports here.
There are.
The report is that that the Miami Dolphins are fighting
Packers.
Green Bay Packers are fighting against the concept that you can push the quarterback's butt right away.
Immediately is the word. I think the Packers made a mistake.
So
with how they presented this.
If you want if you want to get this thing out of football, don't say you got to wait to push his butt.
Well, I think they made multiple mistakes with what they submitted to the league. Now, maybe the competition committee has leeway to broaden beyond the scope of what the Packers submitted. Here's what they submitted, John. And I think they made multiple mistakes. Quote, to prohibit an offensive player from pushing a teammate who was lined up directly behind the snapper. Oh, okay. So the quarterback's lined up. I'm sorry. I got it. No, that's not a mistake. So you're saying you can't push the quarterback who's lined up directly behind the snapper. I thought they were saying if Goddard's lined up directly behind Hurts, which he never is. My fault. But then they say, and receives the snap, quote, immediately at the snap. Goddard never pushed Hurts immediately. It was always a little bit of a delay. I don't know. I don't know if the competition committee has leeway on that or not. By the way, John DeBella, the great John DeBella, will bless the balls, getting us ready for the start of the Phillies home season, as the Phils obviously play today, and 2-1 coming home from Washington. Hopefully get a W today. Christopher Sanchez on the mound, but more important than today is the season. As Richie said, hopefully the 4th time is the charm, and hopefully with DeBella back with us again. He did it last year, but this year we're a little more geared up. This year we feel a little better about it. DeBella will bless the balls coming up in about 5 minutes. Go to the phones. Let's talk to Mick right now. Mick, cut me, Mick. Good morning, Mick.
Hey.
How are you?
First of all, no flags, no wild card flags, but not the Mets.
Yeah.
And I'm getting angry as I'm listening to you. I have so much to say, but Sean McDermott, wasn't he in some capacity under Jim Johnson?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all these organizations that pride themselves on physicality are trying to ban a play that involves physicality. These guys are just a bunch of sissies.
But it doesn't look like a football play, Mick. It does look like rugby. That's my biggest argument why I think it should go, even though I know it's bad for the Eagles.
Yeah, but it's not rugby. I mean, it's just it's evolved football.
But it's like rugby. It is.
Well, you can say the entire game of football is like rugby.
You can.
Are we gonna,
the line
are we
is.
going to change kicking? Are we going to change those things? I don't think it's going to pass.
Well, I don't either. I think it stays because for the side that wants it out to actually get 24 votes, 3/4 of the league. I mean, it felt like this thing had no momentum, and now all of a sudden it's got some. But are they really going to get 3/4 of people to vote? The Tush push out? Probably not.
And I wouldn't trust that Festnacoot John Gannon to back up Nick Sirianni in this case.
That's actually pretty funny.
Seriously. I mean, he stabbed us in the back end of the Super Bowl. I don't see him doing any favors for us.
He owes us.
He does. Yeah, we could say it like that, I guess, if we present it like that.
I would, wouldn't you?
Get away with it.
All right, Mick, give me an answer.
I would.
All right, Mick, give me an answer. A body part that's in a phrase or a title. You can win the Chris Brown tickets.
Okay, you don't know your ass from third base.
Oh, that's another one. I don't think that's the right end to it, though. You don't know
it was
your
elbow.
Yeah.
Right.
I think there's several.
I'm sure.
Yeah, but I got to
takes on
ding
it.
him because elbow is the much more common.
Yeah.
I mean, at third base, I never heard that one before. Come on. Let's go to Big V in Mount Laurel. Big V, good morning.
Hey, what's going on? Great show this morning.
Thanks, Big V.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, that banning the tush push is just basically saying that this team's got something we can't stop, so we're going to regulate against it. Which, I mean, the tush push was the greatest innovation since Newt Rockney revolutionized the forward pass. So I mean, like, you're going to now kill somebody for being a creative genius? Cut it out.
Well, for what it's worth, Big V, there have been times before where sports have done that. And then they brought it back. The dunk was outlawed. It was brought back.
The dunk was outlawed?
The dunk was outlawed.
What year was this?
It was either college or the pros or both. There were times when you couldn't dunk. Obviously, the neutral zone trap was outlawed. 3 seconds in the lane, you're not allowed to stand there for 3 or more seconds, either on offense or defense.
Holy cow. From 1967 to 76, you couldn't dunk in college basketball.
Yeah. That's why Bill Walton.
Wow.
That's why Bill Walton always had to lay it up. Couldn't dunk the ball.
I had no idea. And the ban was largely attributed to Kareem.
Yeah, I mean, and look, all sorts of rules were changed because of Wilt. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong, Big V. I'm just saying it has happened before. The one with I just don't think the tush push looks like a football play. And I'm telling you, the worst case scenario for the NFL is if all the teams that don't have a Jalen Hurts a quarterback start using a tight end. And now let's have 2 or 3 snaps a game to a tight end. That's not good for pro football. It's not. And that could happen.
What? It's a change. It's variety.
Yeah,
you snapped your tight end 3 times in a game, and you think it's detrimental to the sport of football?
They don't. The networks do not want the ball snapped to Travis Kelce instead of Patrick Mahomes. They don't. They don't want that.
Why?
Because Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes, and they want the ball in his hands. I'm just
3 times a game. I do think it's interesting. It's variety. It's change. I support the idea of having a unique look, which is what that is.
Well, it's not going to be
some creativity.
Yeah, but it's not going to be so unique if all the teams do it with a different position.
And then the defense, right? And then you've got strategy that'll play in.
We'll see. Hey, Big V, I got to get to John DeBella here, my man. Give me an answer. What is a phrase or title that's got a body part in it?
You're a pain in the...
Oh, yeah. Pain in the ass. That's another good one.
Yeah, that's a pretty straight up chalk.
That's a really good one.
Strong answer.
That could win, John.
Yeah, you're right.
Pain in the ass is pretty good. Let's talk to someone who was never a pain in the ass. He's a Philadelphia radio legend, retired, I guess, about 18 months ago or so, something like that. And John DeBella has moved to Nashville, where he is in retirement, a well-earned retirement. But let's be real, guys. He entertained us for decades, multiple stations here throughout the Delaware Valley. Big Phillies fan. Every year would annually bless the balls. A couple times it worked. Well, at least in 08 it worked. I don't think that DeBella was blessing the balls in 80. But in 08 it worked. And we welcome radio legend, blesser of the balls, Mr. John DeBella. Good morning, John.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Super.
How are you, John? How's life, man?
Life is good. Life is good. I mean, the hardest part of living in Nashville is having to live in Central Time, when everyone you know is an hour behind you.
Yeah.
Right. Or so it's just weird. I mean, who watches network news at 5:30 at night?
That's so true. Are you, John? All jokes aside, are you happy in retirement?
Yes, I am. I mean, this is a great place to retire. I'm enjoying. I've finally built the wood shop of my dreams, so that's where I spend most of my time, and it keeps my wife very happy because I'm not in the house.
Cool.
And by the way, when I said all jokes aside, now let's get back on regular scheduled program and get the jokes in here, because I mean that's your forte, man. I mean, you got that quick-witted thing. I only wish I had the quick-witted humor like you have.
Yeah.
And the laugh and the mustache, Seltzer, the mustache. The Bella mustache, you
it's
kidding me?
amazing.
It's unbelievable.
You could never rock it.
Now, John, with that said, I mean, we went to you for the blessing of the balls last year, and they won one playoff game. I mean, we need better this year, my man.
Well, you know what? I think last year I went into far too much detail, and it went on far too long. God is a very, very busy deity, right? And he doesn't have time to hear, a 2-page prayer.
Okay.
So I cut it down to 1.
I like that. Now, I understand that John Brazier there's a photograph that's made its way to you
Yes, it's in front of me now.
Of the balls. I mean, these balls are going to be used today on opening day, and we hope to help lead the Phillies to glory. So, now, John, when did the blessing of the balls begin? Was it as far back as 08? Because after I said that, I thought, maybe it happened after that. When did you start this tradition?
Oh, no, it started before 08.
Good.
It started before 08. So yeah, we got 1.
Okay. Hey, listen, we'll take that. We'll take another one if possible.
Right. All I want this season is I don't want a week off in between playoff games, or in between the playoffs and the World Series or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. That week off killed the team last year.
We've talked a lot about that. It was a problem.
Lost all our momentum.
Yeah.
So, right. And as far as the tush push is concerned.
Yes, sir.
Right. Just to clarify, first off, the brotherly shove was a much better name. Right. And secondly, if you can't do it, don't cry.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people crying. I'm on the wrong side of this, according to the Delaware Valley, John, because I actually think it should go, but people think it's crazy talk here.
It does look like rugby, but hey, you know what? So
yeah.
What do you
gives us a major advantage? It's part of why we won the Super Bowl. It really is. It's part of why we won the Super Bowl, and now you want to do away with it.
Well, it's not. I want to from an Eagles standpoint, but I just don't think it's...
But it'll make it harder for us to win.
I know. Well, I'll give you an example. Ray, you'll remember this one. Remember Garth Snow used to have...
the big shoulder pads.
The big shoulder pads with the block on top of his shoulder.
It was ridiculous.
And it was like, that's great for the Flyers, but I can understand them getting rid of it. It was, James, it was outrageous.
It was outrageous, yes.
I mean, the puck would hit the wood thing above his shoulder and just deflect back on the ice. And, I could say as a Flyers fan, I'm glad the puck hit the wood, but at the same time, and you never want the puck to hit the wood.
It was one of the most silly things you've ever seen.
It really was. All right, so, John, we have some music we'd like to play for your blessing of the balls.
I think we might have been missing that last year. Maybe that's why we didn't get
I like it. All right, are you ready,
it
sir?
Didn't have the full theater.
All right, are you ready to crank up the blessing of the balls?
I am indeed.
John DeBella, sir, the floor is yours. Sermonize.
Dear God, on this opening day, we pray for your help once again. After 6 long months of waiting, baseball has returned. The disappointment of last year has grown into new hope for the season ahead. I know you blessed us with an Eagles winning the Super Bowl, and we are grateful for it. But you have graced many with a Super Bowl and a World Series win within the same year. The Steelers and the Pirates in 79, the Giants and the Mets in 86, and that really hurt Philadelphia. And then the Pirates and the Red Sox in 2004, a city with fans far more obnoxious than we have ever been. It has been 21 years since you last performed this miracle, and we beseech you to grace us with it this year. We have waited 17 years for a World Series win, and time again we have come close, but no win, just disappointment. Our boys work hard and love the fans as much as the fans love them. So we beg you for this miracle of miracles. For there isn't a fan in the city who will not be praying to you throughout the season. Dear Lord, make our bats hard and our balls sore. Let me clarify, that's SOAR, not SORE. And bring to us the year of years, the season of seasons, which is why we ask you to bless our balls once again.
John, sir. Thank you very much.
That was outstanding.
The sewer balls and all.
May our balls soar.
That's so good. John, you're the best. Radio legend, John DeBella. Listen, DeBella, I got to tell you, man, I think this could be the year. I mean, Richie told us last week, John, 4 times the charm?
4th time is, yeah, 4th time is the charm. That I thought that was artistic,
it was.
John. That was above all. That was your greatest sermonization of the start of the season that we've witnessed personally.
Now, John, were you more in priest mode, reverend mode, rabbi mode, or was this non-denominational?
Mm-hmm.
I'm more. I would put me in a more Christian mode.
Yeah,
right?
that makes sense. I felt that.
I mean,
I felt that. strongly.
In that prayer, there was,
Spirit.
an easy 12 years of Catholic school pain.
That's great.
So,
well, John, we're going to bring you back every year, particularly if, they win the World Series this year. We are hoping, and I loved the theme because we have touched on this a couple times, how cool it would be to have 2 titles in the same year. It's never happened in Philadelphia sports.
Well, it's only happened 4 times. There was one that happened in 39, but who the hell cares what happened in sports in 39?
So true. So true. Hey, John, enjoy retirement in Nashville. I listen, we loved for me growing up, listening to you, obviously, and just wish you all the best, my man. And we hope to talk to you in 365 days and the Phils to have a 3rd championship in their back pocket.
Well, I hope so as well. And before I go, once again, like last year, let me just take a moment and say, hi, Rhea.
Hey, John, how are you?
I am fine. How are you?
I am jealous of you retired and having fun down in Nashville.
I have to tell you, I was cursing you guys for making me get up. In the it's been a year, almost 2 years since I had to get up in the dark.
Yeah.
So.
All right, John, stay well, man. We'll be touching base with you. Thanks, John. And enjoy the season from down there.
Thank you so much. Take care.
You got it. There he is, John DeBella.
It's become a popular spot. I know a couple people have moved to Nashville.
Leslie Goodell moved down there.
That's the one I was thinking of.
I saw a photo of her, Leslie, DeBella, and Brazier hanging out a couple weeks ago.
What a crew.
That's a crew that can get after it. Let's go to the phones, 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Anthony in New Jersey right now. Anthony, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing great, Anthony.
Hey, man, this tush push stuff, man, it's real soft, man, of the league, man. I played football in my younger days, man, and anything in life, if you can't stop it, pull up your big boy pants and, try to stop it, man. Don't cry or complain to the league. Oh, they do it better than us, so we want it out. Mm-hmm. That's not how it go, man. You need to toughen up. And that's the bottom line about it, man. But hey, I don't think it's gonna be banned, man. But the way it's grown in the last few days, man, got me kind of worried.
Yeah.
But I'm not worried that we can't win without it, because of course we.
But Anthony, it would make it harder. Like, obviously, the Eagles
change the approach entirely. The way we treat offense right now, it's 4 downs. We have 4 downs, no matter where we are on the field, even at the minus 30-yard line. On our side of the 50. That's going to change if they change this rule. But remember, the rule that we're talking about changing is they don't want butt pushing or whoever to the tight end to push immediately after the snap. Like, I'm okay with that. I think we can still manage
that. Yeah, that's like when the caller said earlier, like when a running back is running and he comes to a stop and he gets the push from behind with the lineman. Does that count into it? And that's a good thing what you said, John, because we have a huge advantage. It's always we go into downs 1st and 9 or 1st and 8.
I agree.
Right.
It's a big advantage, Anthony. I mean, the Eagles have really.
But I think we'll still maintain an advantage if we have to wait a beat before pushing Jalen from behind. If that's really what they're going to try to go after.
It depends how, because there is.
Holy cow.
If they have the leeway to say you're not allowed to push the quarterback, then that zaps it. Now, the Eagles would still have a bigger advantage than a team with Kyler Murray. Jalen Hurts is still going to have more power than Kyler Murray, but if you can't, like, pushing him has been, we've seen enough to know it does surge the pile enough to get that first down,
sure,
from time to time.
And I think Jalen can surge the pile whether someone's pushing him from behind or not.
But not as effectively.
You're right.
Yeah. All right, Anthony.
But the offensive line, the best in the NFL.
Yeah.
Their surge is what matters the most on that play, and that's not going to change.
So I've wondered that, John, and I don't know. Is it the Dickerson-Mailata thing? Is it the Hurts thing? Or is it the push thing? I'm not
would
sure.
say in order of effectiveness, it's Dickerson-Mailata, then Jalen Hurts, then the push in order of importance.
Yeah, I've wondered that. I'm
Weren't
not
they
sure.
pretty successful at it before the tush push at the quarterback sneak?
I'm sorry, who?
The Eagles, just over the past
Well,
couple
Carson was
years.
really
Yeah.
good at it,
Yeah.
and Tom Brady with the Patriots was really good
Yeah.
at it. They both did it a lot. I mean, the Eagles used it a lot with Carson Wentz near the end. All right, Anthony, I need an answer from you. What is something that's got a phrase or a title with a body part in there?
This is my answer. Joe the camera, I asked you to do me a favor Friday, man. I'm going to continue to ask you, but of course, Joe the camera, hard head makes the soft hiney.
Hey, Anthony.
I need you to take this serious with Fritz, man. Come on, Hammer.
I will, but Anthony, just because and I know that you're supporting me, but I still got to come back at you a little bit and tell you can kiss my ass.
See what he did there.
All right, Anthony. Good call, buddy. All right. I love it. Yeah, I do got to get in shape with the Fritz thing. All right, let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. So we got the tush push question. Do you think it gets banned tomorrow, yes or no? All right, we also have to close out our poll from the 7 o'clock hour because we're looking for, ultimately, by the end of the show, which is the best movie duo of all time, at least those that were said on our program Friday. So, John, the 7 o'clock hour poll was best movie duo, is it C-3PO and R2-D2, Shrek and Donkey, Starsky and Hutch, Thelma and Louise? Okay, James, which would you vote for?
I would vote for C-3PO and R2-D2.
Rhea, which would you vote for?
Starsky and Hutch.
John?
I think Thelma and Louise is a great answer. I've never seen that. It sounds amazing. I think Starsky and Hutch is really bad, like dated on this one. I think Thelma, man, what was the other Thelma and Louise? What was the one?
Shrek and Donkey.
No, man, it's not Shrek and Donkey. What's the other one besides
Thelma and Louise, R2-D2.
R2, the
yeah.
droids. Is it messed up if I go droids? Because I do feel the most compelled to go droids.
All right, droids won, and I think they should win, in part because there's multiple movies with them, so there's more association
great
over
point
time.
there. There's a lot of Shreks, but
yeah, well, that's true too.
Very mainstream.
All right,
with
so here's the
Star
deal.
Wars.
The Star Wars duo, 48%.
Wow.
Shrek and Donkey, 38%.
Ooh.
Starsky and Hutch, 9%. Thelma and Louise, only 5%.
That's surprising.
That is shocking to me. That is shocking. All right, so C-3PO and R2-D2 advance to the finals, which will be in the 9 o'clock hour against Woody and Buzz from Toy Story, and also one more. So let's open up this other poll right now, John. These, which is the best movie duo? From the Blues Brothers, Jake and Elwood. That is really big. From Coming to America, Prince Akeem and Semi.
Man.
From Lethal Weapon, Riggs and Murtaugh. And from X-Man. Like how I do that, Seltzer, I just take a shot at this X-Men thing.
Sure.
X-Man.
That was great.
You know, because those movies have hurt.
I think they're all really hurt by it.
I'm sure they are.
Yeah,
they're not doing well.
Cut to their core.
I'd rather watch Xavier McDaniel play a basketball game at the age of 60 than watch X-Men. No, from X-Men, Professor X and what did I say this guy's name? Magneto? Is that his name? Magneto. Yeah, okay. All right, get voting at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. By the way, it looks like the Phillies might have taken a vote and said no more for the daycare. I mean, we don't know that they took a vote, but we know that after the wins, there hasn't been any celebration. Let's go back to Saturday when the Phillies won their second game of the season. And obviously, Preston Stott had a big game with that home run down the right field line to tie it up. I forget the inning, but to tie it up. After the game, nothing. During the post-game interview, listen to this exchange with Tom McCarthy.
Just one question real quick. Are you looking for somebody to dump water on you?
No,
you guys aren't doing that.
I told Marsh we need to grow up.
All right, told Marsh we need to grow up. So I guess that's it. It's over. We thought so Thursday when they didn't do it. We saw it again Saturday, nothing. Done, John.
It feels, I don't know, like I wish it didn't go so fast. I mean, it was kind of.
Well, it was 3 years.
I guess
It wasn't that fast.
And at the time we knew it was coming, but for some reason it still felt fun.
Well, it was fun, but I think that you get to a point where it is a little bit about growing
I'm
up.
okay with them moving on, but I'm gonna miss it.
All right, James, here's the question. Who initiated the end of the daycare? Here are your choices. Choice A, Middleton. Choice B, Dombrowski. Choice C, Rob Thompson. Choice D, a player not in the daycare. Choice E, one of the daycare kids.
I think it was a player not in the daycare.
Harper?
Yeah.
Schwarber?
One of those guys.
Yeah.
They went to the
They were
younger
like, hey,
guys
you know
and
what?
said,
It's time to get serious.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think a veteran player said, all right.
Plus, Alec
enough.
Boehm's going to be 29 during the season.
I know.
He's not really in the daycare,
I know.
right?
All right, let's go to the phones. Let's talk to Derek and Paoli. Derek, good morning.
What's up? How y'all doing?
Great, Derek.
Yo, Joe, I've been hanging out with your boy Busby a lot, man. We try to get you out on the golf course. I'm just going to watch y'all, though,
Busby's
man.
a good guy. Tell him to get to our Fairfield reunion this June, man. My 25th reunion from college.
Yeah, maybe I'll come with him, man. We'll come up there and, we'll play Beat the Hammer on the way and all that.
I mean,
man.
it's a possibility.
He swears he could take you, man. He told me he could take you and beat the Hammer,
Well,
man.
that's asinine.
You know what I mean?
Asinine.
Yeah, that's what
Do you believe that, Derek?
He's a pretty knowledgeable guy, I think he's knowledgeable. But listen, this is what I call for.
Yes, sir.
Is Kyle Schwarber a free agent after this year?
Yeah, there's a big three: Schwarber,
So
JT, and
think
Ranger.
that the Phillies should try to lock him up now before they get to free agency, because they be offering people a lot of money, man.
No.
He's a home run hitter, man.
Look, I love Schwarber, but without knowing what the numbers are going to be, my inclination is let this thing play out and have. I know it's a risk, but he's also
a 40 homer guy every year, man.
I know, and the DH helps him. It's not like the old days where you judge a guy like this based on his ability to still play the field. But I think it's strategic by the ownership and the general manager to say, let's see what you guys got this year. If you win a title or get near it, and we might have to overpay because you impressed in October, we'll take that chance instead of locking it. Because here's the thing, Derek. Ideally, you'd sign Kyle Schwarber to a 1-year extension. But Kyle Schwarber's not going to sign a 1-year extension because he's too good for that. So the kind of deal you'd want to get, you really can't get. So if he's still looking for another 3-year deal, and he probably will get that because he's going to hit another 40 homers this year, I don't think that would be wise for the Phillies.
Yeah, that's something I was thinking about. With the tush push real quick, though. Like, I don't think they're going to ban it because I just feel like it's more than just a tush push. There's a lot of skill involved. I remember even with Josh Allen, he's one of the bigger quarterbacks in the league, and they would have went to the Super Bowl if they was able to execute, the so-called tush push properly. So I just feel like there's a whole lot of skill and there's work that goes into it and all that. So I think the league got to take a stance on that because, like John was saying earlier, it's the same thing when guys are running and, they're getting gang tackled, and here comes somebody from behind, like pushing him an extra 5-6 yards. If that's not a tush push, I don't know what is. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, I
don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, give me an answer, my man. A body part in a Fraser title.
I'm going to go with get your head out of your.
Oh, I don't think that one hadn't been said either. We're getting a lot of variations.
Yeah, with the butt stuff.
Matter of fact, don't I even have I might have a Bobby Knight of that, right? I'm a little slow on my. Here we go.
Slow.
Here we go.
Now you better get your head out of your ass.
That's classic. That's a classic, Bobby Knight. It was an amazing poll we had last year. When Bobby Knight died, we did the poll. Do you think of him more as a great coach or a bully? And wasn't it James 51-49? Like, it was really split. It was really, and I thought people were going to go more bully, but he was a great coach. There's no question about that. All right, James, weather. Give us a weather report. It still looks gloomy out there. What are we looking at over the next couple hours?
Yeah, so for lack of a better word, it's still murky, the report, but it looks from 4 to 9 is when it's supposed to come through here. Now,
Well, 4 would not be good.
Correct.
Because 4, you're not getting 5 innings.
So it looks like it is going to get worse as it goes. Like, it looks like 6 o'clock is where it really starts to get a little risky. But it's supposed to be windy, some rain showers. The temperature's nice. It should be pretty warm comparatively, but it looks like it's just going to be one of those, how quick is the game? Are they going to get it in time? One of those type of situations.
So put another way, thank God Taiwan's not pitching today.
You're damn right, buddy. You're damn right.
You know what I'm saying? 215-592-9494. John, as I wear this uniform, and I do enjoy it, it's Phillies enthusiasm and all, but I do feel dorkish in this thing. When I go down to the ballpark today, you know how uncomfortable it is to walk around that ball? I mean, honest to God.
I don't know how uncomfortable it is.
It's pretty bad.
I do know that people tend to come up to you and ogle you and approach you.
They say nice things. I will say people have been very kind, but
well, that's good.
I feel like a human target with this thing because I am the 46-year-old that is wearing a full baseball uniform at a baseball game. It is the definition of being a dork.
Well, there's no
It
doubt
is.
you can probably feel the eyes upon you.
Correct.
As you're walking
Even
by.
like when I go home today and I go inside my apartment complex.
Well, I'm sure out on the streets. Yeah, exactly.
Correct.
Yeah, people are probably thinking you're a total tool.
Correct.
Yeah. But hey, you're not.
Oh, thank you.
Deep down, right?
If you
He's
say
mostly
so.
a tool,
You're
right?
a fine
You know?
tool.
215-592-9494. I do hope to meet a lot of people today down at the ballpark. Know this, it'll be easier for you to find me than for me to find you. So if you see me in the uniform today, please come on up and say hi. And always love meeting, listeners to our show. 215-592-9494. What Jeremy Fowler said about the possibility of the tush push going, we'll get to that. And also Elliot, who was at the owners' meetings. And James said he had an interesting conversation with someone. And we'll detail that for us about the tush push coming up next. That plus all the calls on 94 WIP.
Well, we could get some pretty wild weather later today. Heavy winds, rain. So it'll be a perfect time to give your windows a checkup. If you notice leaks, maybe some drafts coming through, it's time to call Window Nation. I've used Window Nation at my home since I bought it over a decade ago, started out. It was a fixer-upper, had 15 windows replaced when I first bought it. They've done a number of different jobs. And I know, John, you are super close to experiencing the Window Nation difference in your home.
And if you're fed up with drafts sneaking in or tired of sky-high energy bills like I had, thanks to my faulty windows that were being held together by packing tape, my solution was calling Window Nation. They came out. Man, it was so quick and easy. And my custom windows are being installed today.
Nice.
Today is the big
Yay.
day. Window Nation coming out.
Right now, Window Nation has a fantastic deal for you. Buy any 2 windows, and they'll give you 2 more for free. Plus, get this, 0 down, no payments, no interest for 2 years. And you could have new windows installed fast, not pay anything till 2027. Think of what you get to do with all that extra cash instead. And here's the awesome part. Window Nation windows are guaranteed for life.
But a heads up, this sale wraps up March 31st, so don't miss out on the buy 2, get 2 free and chance to pay nothing until 2027 sale. Get your quick free quote right now at 866-90-NATION or go online, windownation.com.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
At Sprouts, our wide open layout invites you in, with healthy around every corner and tasty on every shelf. So when you walk in, you feel whether it's the freshest organic produce or those gluten-free crackers that taste totally delicious. Or it's simply the sight of a million easy dinner options that are also healthy. This is that Sprouts feeling.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Keswick Theater April 5th. Proceeds support the Abington Police Foundation and St. Luke's School. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Rockstar, get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free.
Yep,
And an upgrade is just $10?
that's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Register today at pgachampionship.com/register. That's pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at our exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their first bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. Sign up to catch the excitement and experience college hoops like never before with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Earlier, I explained the reasoning behind the new torpedo-shaped bats that help power the Yankees' record-tying 15 home run spree. In the name of balance, note that Aaron Judge clubbed 4 of those homers using his old-school bat, and Giancarlo Stanton seemed to blame new bats for his elbow injuries. Some bombers seem willing to damn the torpedoes. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, Jetta Cameron here. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center, how they've helped me through the years and how they can certainly help you as well. You know, I've been a patient at PI Dental for 2 decades. My mom, a patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. For me, well, I've been very fortunate. I've never had a major problem. And obviously, in part, that's due to the great care of PI Dental Center, year-to-year maintenance, but also a certain degree of good luck. If you're in good shape, awesome. Get yourself to PI Dental Center for year-to-year maintenance. You'll be in fantastic shape. However, if you have a major problem right now, and I know there's a lot of people in society that do, maybe going all the way back to childhood, an issue you never got resolved, or more recently, an accident, a fall, you got banged up, and you want to look different, you want to feel different, well, know that PI Dental Center, they can do that for you. You got to get yourself there, though. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Weather permitting, Phillies will have their home opener 3 p.m. today against the Rockies, live here on 94 WIP. Christopher Sanchez on the mound. AFC coaches are speaking this morning at the owners' meetings where they will vote on the Tush Push ban tomorrow. Coach Shane Steichen says he is in favor of keeping the play. Sean McDermott wants the Tush Push banned because he's most concerned about the health and safety of the players, except for that time in the AFC Championship game when the Bills lost to the Chiefs when McDermott ran the play 4 times unsuccessfully. There's a word I'm thinking of, and it rhymes with hypocrite. Guaranteed slot dollar multipliers every Monday and Wednesday in March at Borgata. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Chance of storms later today between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. A high of 76 is currently 65. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, Jenna Cameron and John Ritchie on an overcast day. 94 WIP. Home opener coming up in 6 hours and 1 minute. Phil's come home with a 2-1 record. We'll turn to Christopher Sanchez today. Sanchi. As he'll try to get his first W of the year. All right, so the Tush Push has obviously been a major point of emphasis today. And in many ways, the last couple of years in pro football, we'll talk about the Eagles successfully running and others have not. It could go. And the NFL owners are going to vote on this tomorrow. I want to play one piece of audio and then right to Elliott, because Jeremy Fowler yesterday on ESPN indicated like it really might go, which I think would be good for the NFL, but bad for the Eagles. Let's get to Fowler and what he said.
So here's the deal. In West Palm Beach, NFL owners are meeting today through Tuesday. They will vote on several issues around the league, including the Green Bay Packers' proposal that you cannot push a ball carrier immediately after the snap. I talked to one general manager in the league who believes this will be passed under the guise of player safety. And so Buffalo Bills head coach Sean McDermott, some others have mentioned that they think it's a play that could get you hurt more often than others in those scrums there and the tight action you see there. But teams are sort of split on whether that's really a thing or not right now. So that will be debated hotly over the next few days. And look, the NFL owners need a 24-8 majority vote to get this thing passed. So it's hardly a slam dunk, but there are enough people around the league that would like to see it change.
All right, look, it felt like a week ago this was not going to have urgency to it, right? It felt like a week ago like the Eagles were totally safe. Then we got the reports over the weekend. It's like, well, maybe not. Let's go down to Florida, the Sunshine State. And our Eagles reporter, Elliot Shore-Parks, is on the scene doing some reporting. Good morning, Elliot.
What up? How you guys doing this
Quite
morning?
a bit, man. How's your weather down there? Because we got overcast here.
I know. Well, I'm not going to complain, but it's like 75, sunny. Howie's going to talk soon. I'll probably get some pool time in later. So, it'll be a nice time.
Oh, not shabby.
Get a tan. Yeah, get a tan. That's what I'm here for. So I'll make sure
that's well, I get it. All right, Elliot.
But is it humid?
It is pretty humid.
Burn,
yes.
burn,
Yeah,
Elliot.
You win.
Too bad.
John, it's pretty humid here, too.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so, Elliot, you've been down there for a bit. What the heck is going on? Is it really going to get zapped, the Tush Push? What are you hearing? What's being said?
Yeah, so I've been at every league event since Eagles first ran the Tush Push, and this is not the first league event where it's been the main topic of conversation. But this is the first league event where I personally think there is a shot this play will get banned. I would still bet against it. I think you'll probably see more votes against the play than people are expecting. I still anticipate the Eagles being able to run it next year, but just having talked to some of the coaches here that have concerns about it, I just don't think they present a compelling enough case. Talking to Sean McDermott, I will say in his defense, I do think his heart is in the right place. His argument was essentially, yes, there's no data to suggest it's a risky play, but he wants to be ahead of the data as opposed to wait until it becomes an issue. And look, you can feel how you want to feel about that, but I do think that's the reason.
Let me ask you a quick question, Elliot. Did Frankie Louvu jumping over the line in the NFC Championship game, is that the kind of thing you think he's thinking about? Because that was a relatively new development where a guy was going kamikaze style multiple times. Do you think did that sway things a bit?
No, so I look in how people feel about the play, maybe, but in terms of Sean McDermott, who has been one of the largest and loudest kind of coaches against this play. The concern from him, and I believe others, is what happens when the offense and defensive line collide into each other and how their posture is when they collide. And his belief is that with the push, when they're colliding and then there's a push, it increases the chance of injury. Now, there is no actual data to back that up. I mean, they've run the play over 300 times, and there's never been an injury, I believe.
Well, that's data.
No,
the 0% injury data
Correct.
is data.
Now, he says he has, some studies he's done, but, take that for what it's worth.
Did he come to this thought after the AFC Championship game when he attempted it several times?
Well, so I asked him, and I said, if you think the play is so dangerous, why do you run it all the time? Right? Like, if you believe the play is dangerous, why are you constantly putting your players in that position? And he frankly didn't really have an answer for that. He basically said they run a variation of it, of what the Eagles do. So yeah, I just think people don't like the play. And again, I do think the injury concern is the kind of what they're going to use to try to get this thing banned.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't think there was a compelling argument presented by Sean McDermott as to why 24 teams should vote against it.
Well, what are the details of the push timing part of all of this? Because what we're gathering is that what is being objected to so much is the way that guys are shoving Jalen immediately when the ball is snapped.
And so that's the interesting component to this too, because, obviously I'm in Florida, but they're in Philadelphia, us in Philadelphia over the last few years, we've watched the play. The push is not really immediate. Like the ball is snapped and the player is 2 yards or whatever behind Jalen. So there is some debate here as to what immediate means. How do you referee that?
Well, immediate means instantaneous. It means, I'm just saying the literal definition of immediate is instantaneous.
No, I agree. But when you watch the tush push, then by that definition, the push is not immediate.
Yeah,
right?
even if it gets outlawed, they could still do what they've done.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Yep. Elliot, does the competition committee and then the owners voting, do they have leeway to say, all right, here's what the Packers put in, but here's what we think they meant. Let's broaden the scope of the words so no one is allowed to push. Are they allowed to expand the scope of it?
I believe that they are. I believe they are allowed to tweak the proposal. And so basically how this will work, my understanding is there's a competition committee. Sean McDermott is on that competition committee. Mike Tomlin's on the committee, Todd Bowles. So I believe it's comprised of 9 or 10 people. They'll present their argument to the owners. And at that point, the owners will vote. So, Howie and Nick and Jeffrey have been here since yesterday. And their probably main focus, the next few days will be kind of lobbying as to why the tush push should remain in. You saw NFL Network quoted Nick as saying, a couple head coaches around the league have jobs because of this tush push. So I think the Eagles are aware that this is a real possibility. They're going to push against it, and we'll see how effective it can be.
Wow. Elliot, I think there's two main things that this is really about. It's not about player safety. It's about two things. It's about that the Eagles do it better than anybody else, and there's, for lack of a better way to put it, jealousy over that. And there is the fact that there are a lot of people, and I am one of them, that think it doesn't look like a football play.
Yeah.
Traditional football play. Which do you think is the bigger point of focus of the people against it? And do you think those 2 points get brought up behind closed doors amongst the competition committee?
Yeah, I definitely think the Eagles, and Nick Sirianni has done this publicly already a little bit, will present the case that we just do it better than other people. And the way they do it better is they figured out a way to practice during the week. They work on the timing of the snap. Obviously, we know Jeff Stoutland, as an offensive line coach, can do things other offensive line coaches can't. So that will be their argument. But I think if this play gets banned, they will quote player safety. But I think the true reason behind all of this is they just don't like the way it looks, right? Like they don't like the way it's perceived to be looking like a rugby play. Now, Jordan Mailata, who played rugby, said that it is nothing like a rugby play, but they don't seem to care about that. So, I think it is strictly like just the way it looks, and whenever it's running games, it becomes a big topic of conversation. I think the Frankie Luvu thing that you cited is probably another thing that they'll look at and go, this is getting out of control. So I don't think it is a jealousy thing. I think it's just old school. We don't like how this looks. And so we're going to quote fake data that's not really there.
So what does it mean that things got heated? in quotes, with Howie and, I don't know, Sean McVay or whomever it was, it got heated with. Do you know exactly what we're talking about here?
Yeah, so I that wasn't my report, so I can't speak to what the reporter meant by got heated, but I just know from being around the Eagles, for like the last however since the play has been invented, it is a play that they are proud of, and they should be. They invented this play, they run it to perfection. It is, while I believe they should be fine with it being banned, just because they'll still convert at a large rate, and I think it's becoming a little bit of a crutch when people go, oh, they just run the tush push. I could see it being annoying for the Eagles. I also think that, they are here in Florida to present the case. You're just taking it from us because we're good at it. That will be their argument. And so when, I see a report that it got heated, first of all, it's Nick Sirianni, right? So that's not surprising. But just the fact that they are heated about it, I understand why. Because it's something they've done that's being taken from them unfairly.
So, Elliot, I know there's going to be a vote tomorrow, and Lori will get one vote. Is anybody from the Eagles on the competition committee? I think the answer is no. Is that correct?
Right, correct. No one from the Eagles is on the competition committee.
Man.
And it's worth noting that, Nick Sirianni brought up that Kellen, Shane, and Gannon will vote for it. They don't get votes. It's the owners that get votes. Now, the head coaches can obviously try to sway their own owner and say, here's how I feel about it, right? But it will be the owners that decide this. It won't be GMs. It won't be head coaches. The owners are the ones that get the final vote.
Yeah, when I thought that through also earlier today, Elliot, I mentioned this on the air, what you just said, I don't know if it matters at all that the three former Eagles assistants are those coaches. The owners could just say no.
The way it would matter is if those three owners just don't really care.
Right.
And so they're like, what do you want me to vote? That's the way. And that's the other thing to consider with this too. It's a big deal in Philadelphia. Obviously, Sean McDermott really cares about it. But a lot of these owners are just in Florida to hang out, relax. They might just be like, all right, what do you want me to vote? And I'll just do that. So I do think having allies in three teams will be a benefit.
All right, Elliot, two final things. What's up ahead? Is it Howie speaks today and then it's Nick and Lori tomorrow? Is that correct?
Correct. So Howie is going to speak relatively soon here in Florida. And then tomorrow, Nick will speak, I believe it's 7:45 for a half hour. And then once the meetings end, we'll hear from Jeffrey Lurie. So Jeffrey Lurie will be tomorrow afternoon. And by then we'll know the fate of the tush push. So a lot to talk to Jeffrey about, but obviously the tush push will be interesting to hear his opinion on.
All right. And beyond just this one topic, which we focused on the whole time here, what else for any of the three do you think is of note that they could address?
Yeah. So I think Nick's contract probably didn't get the attention it deserved at the combine. So we'll hear from Jeffrey. Hear from Nick. I want to ask Nick if he's okay going into 1 year left on his deal, or is it important to him that it's done this offseason? And I'm sure I know
he's going to smirk. He's going to smirk because he knows he's got a deal up his sleeve, probably.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't think there's much concern it'll happen. But for Howie, who we'll talk to here, he traded Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He let Mekhi Becton walk. What was the thought process behind that? So, outside of the tush push, a lot to talk about here with the Eagles.
Wow. All right, last thing, Elliot. I thought the league made a mistake. They weren't off by much. They were off by one chair. Sirianni should have been dead frickin' center in that coach's photograph yesterday. He was almost dead center, but he was off by one chair. Shouldn't the Super Bowl winning coach get dead center when the coaches take a picture?
Well, I'm happy to hear someone else cares about this as much as I do, because I completely agree with you. I think if you win the Super Bowl, you should be front and center in the picture. But look, Nick wasn't even in the picture 2 years ago. So I guess I'm happy he was at least in the picture this year. But yes, he should be front and center. Absolutely.
All right, final thing, Elliot. Have you watched this yet on YouTube, our show live?
I have. And I got to say, Joe, I feel like you come across better on camera than I expected. I thought it was going to be, somewhat of a disaster, but you look good. You look good.
Now, is this in relation to the
Elliot,
uniform today or Thursday?
Yeah. Did you look at it today?
So I've not watched today because I've been doing my job, but you got the uniform on?
You got the uni on today, man. I'm ready to go. Put me in, coach.
Well, I know what I'm going to do when I hang up then. I'm going to YouTube to watch you guys.
Elliot, stay well. Good luck with all the press conferences and all that. And actually, the last thing. Just give us your personal opinion if the tush push should go and your prediction of what will happen.
I don't think it will be banned. I think it deserves to stay, but I honestly hope they just ban it so everyone can stop thinking this is a reason the Eagles are good and think they're cheating. So if I'm the Eagles, let the play get banned. It'll go down in NFL history as an all-time play and keep winning games that way.
Okay, that's a different way to look at it. Thank you, Elliot. We'll talk to you tomorrow, pal.
All right, talk to you guys soon.
All right, Elliot
Thanks, Elliot.
Parks from somewhere down in Florida.
West Palm Beach.
How about that? All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
My unofficial tally that I've been running. 'Cause
Yep.
all the AFC coaches are speaking this
Okay.
morning.
Are you keeping track of this?
I am.
Well, Rhea, that is.
Oh, I'm nuts.
That's hardcore.
You know that.
Yeah.
So we got the Eagles.
That's
obviously.
really hardcore.
Colt Shane Steichen. Browns coach Kevin Stefanski said he's favoring of keeping.
Yep.
Todd Bowles has been on the record of saying it's a great play. So I'm assuming there. D'Amico Ryans, tough to punish a team for being good at something. You've got the Cardinals and the Saints. That's Gannon and Moore. And the Jets, Aaron Glenn says it's my job from a defensive standpoint to stop it.
Okay.
So around 8 or 9.
Well, no, that's notable. It is also notable, though, that they don't vote. It's the owner.
Sure.
And they can say whatever they want
Oh,
to a
wait.
microphone. They
Well,
go
no,
to a
Bowles
room,
is
yeah.
on the committee. Bowles is on the.
No, I
believe he's
get
on
that, but he doesn't get the vote. The
Yeah.
owner gets the
Sure,
vote.
sure.
But I get your
Yeah.
point. I
Yeah.
mean, and to Elia's point, there probably are some absentee owners.
Yes.
Not there, but meaning that don't really know as
Jerry Jones is going to vote against it because it's good for
Yeah.
the Eagles.
Yeah. I do wonder how many owners just turn to their GM or their coach and say, all right, just give me the recommendation. Just put them on a piece of paper and I'll vote that way. I mean, there's no way for us to know.
Mm-hmm.
Norman Brayman probably would have done that, Seltzer. He would have said,
Oh, yeah. He wouldn't even known there was a vote. They would have just had to choose.
Josh Harris would do that with the Sixers. He would just say, Colangelo, the other Colangelo.
Is Brian still our GM? Go get Brian.
Morey. John, how about that Sixers lineup last night, man? It's so
incredible that
pathetic.
Grimes is too good. Because he can score. I mean, the guy can shoot. So we're not at the point where he's too dangerous to put on the court because we might have too good a chance to win.
All right. And by the way, the YouTube thing, you can watch our show live or back after it has occurred. Subscribe on YouTube to Sports Radio 94 WIP. Turn on notifications so you never miss a show. You can watch them live as they happen or later in the day. I am in the full Phillies uniform right now. Will be today. I'll rock it down at the ballpark today. I hope to meet a lot of people
I don't
down
know
there.
if rocket
Wow.
is that the right terminology that we're using? Rocking it?
You must say I'll wear it.
I don't know. You do sport.
I sport it.
You boast it. I think you're doing all right.
I appreciate that, John. I just want you to know.
I do think
really
you look like almost like a real Philly.
Look,
almost.
Look, it's the full uniform. I just feel it's hard to describe how pathetic I feel.
No,
I'm being honest.
That was really sad.
I'm
right
being
there.
honest.
That in that moment, I really did feel some anguish coming out, and I never really thought I would feel sympathetic toward you for wearing this. For a moment there, I had a tinge of sympathy. I actually felt a little bit.
Thank you. And by the way,
good job.
Thank you. And let me give a shout out to the wonderful people that run Phillies Fantasy Camp, because that's the only reason I have this. I went to Fantasy Camp in 2019 and 2020, I
and
think
so
it was.
everyone who went to camp
you get a
got
uniform.
the official
Yeah.
uniform like this. That's the thing. You get
That's the thing.
official Phillies wear.
That's why I have it. So, and it is a great camp. I'd encourage people to go sometime if you get a chance. Let's go to Neil. He's calling from Northeast Philadelphia. Neil, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I think it is jealousy of the other teams, and I hope Elliot's right. I think it's going to be close either way.
Oh,
but 24 votes is a lot of votes, so I hope the brotherly shove, like DeBella said, lasts at least another year.
Yeah, I have a strong feeling it will. What was the numbers where you need?
Well, you
24,
got 24 to,
against it.
Yeah, 24. Eagles only need to round up. They only need to round up 8 other votes. They have their own. They need to get to 9.
Okay.
And
I feel pretty good about it.
That's not that many. So they probably will be able to save it.
But again, what exactly are we talking about here? And if they are removing the immediate push part of this, I don't think it's that big a deal at all. I think you can run essentially the exact same play.
But if they say you can't push
they're not
the
going to
quarterback,
leave it. Yeah, they're going to put
Then that will
words. If
change
they get rid
things.
of the tush push, we will not have people pushing them.
that's an important distinction.
I agree it is,
Yeah.
but I'm saying they're not going to like. This won't be a loophole thing where they're like, we're getting rid of the tush push. The Eagles are like, well, we actually wait a second till we do it, so we can still do the same
or
thing.
0.01
Right, whatever
seconds.
it is. The point is I think they will. If they're going to get rid of it, they'll find a way to get rid of all of it.
Probably correct.
About the Phillies, Sanchez, I like a lot. You know, they say his velocity is up to about 97, 98 miles an hour, and follow it. You know, after the off day, if they play today on Wednesday with Wheeler, I think at least they take 2 out of 3. Although, like Ray, I'm not that confident on Taiwan Walker. And then they got the series against the
Wait, did you say you're not that confident or you're completely unconfident?
So you have some confidence. Neil.
Well, if they score 37 runs when he starts, maybe they win the game by a run or two. You never know, Neil. All right, Neil, I need an answer, my man. A phrase or a title of the body part.
Oh, yeah. Well, I have done this a lot. Put my foot in my mouth.
Ooh, nice one.
Excellent.
Yeah. So I am surprised.
Joe actually puts his foot in his
I
mouth.
can't do that.
Like actual, literally.
I won't do it with the cleat, though.
Bites his toenails
that's gross.
with his mouth.
It's horrifying.
Cleat. But I'm not going to put it in because it's a little dirty. You know what's been shocking, not said today?
I can't believe you learned that you could do that.
Well,
you
flexible.
just sat there and figured. I'm flexible too. I would not ever consider trying to put my foot in my mouth.
Wow.
And you do it.
All right, let me make a very strange, because I was going to make a comment about a different body part, and now it's a little. I'm surprised the Nick Foles thing hasn't come up today on our show. It's a phrase. It's not a. Well, it's a nickname.
It's a nickname.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying, it could have potentially won, but you know,
I don't know that that would win.
I don't know that that would lose.
Well, we know it would get your vote.
215-59
Auto boat. Yep.
And James, you worked there, and that was not urban legend. That was real, correct?
So I never saw it with my own eyes, but
Okay.
it was something that was talked about in the
there's a
building.
lot of
Like
guys
it
on
was
a
not
team.
like a quiet. Like people knew about it in the building for sure, without a doubt.
And that was way before the Super Bowl. That was his first
that was
go
like
around.
2013. Yeah, like early on. Yeah.
Oh, my Lord. 215-592-9494. Time's yours and a lot more calls up ahead. Also, we'll get you another weather report. I mean, we're getting close to the first pitch at 3:05, but the weather is going to be an issue today. We'll get you some info on that and more. Also, I really screwed something up this weekend that could hurt the Phillies' ability to win the World Series.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. It could.
Oh.
It could. And I got a chance to redeem myself with very little time.
Hurt the Phillies' chances to win the World Series.
This is wrong.
I doubt this is real.
I will explain next. We'll say.
Man,
You guys be
this
the
is
judge.
devastating if real.
You be the judge next on 94 WIP.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week. And whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport for that matter, check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, and golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. Go to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to get started. Here in Philadelphia, we've got some sluggers who could knock it out of the park. So try parlaying some home runs with how many strikeouts we'll get from our starter. And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to win big today.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The gates of Citizens Bank Park open once more as the fight for a parade on Broad starts now.
And the Phillies pile out of the dugout.
The Phillies home opener against the Rockies today. Leading off starts at 2. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:05. Then stick around for the final out. Back to the bank.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
On your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Are you kidding me?
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Christmas is around the corner, aka NFL Draft Day, and we have to lock in our bets. Jags GM James Gladstone recently said that they will use multiple picks on the defensive line. Currently, you can find the Jags at plus odds to draft the defensive lineman, and I love a plus money bet. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Register today at PGAchampionship.com/register. That's PGAchampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Barbecue season is back. Hey, it's Ellen. And this is Sarah Beth. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese. I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Look, there's feelings and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Christopher Sanchez starts with the Phillies in their home opener, 3 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Weather permitting, of course. Will the NFL ban the tush push? They'll vote on it tomorrow at the owners' meetings, where ESPN reports the talks have gotten heated. Bills coach Sean McDermott, who was on the competition committee and wants the tush push banned, is concerned about the health and safety of the players. Interesting to note, McDermott ran the Bills version of the tush push several times in their AFC title game loss to the Chiefs. When plumbing problems hit, call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Chance of storms later today between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m., a high of 76. It is currently 65. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, good morning to you. On this overcast Friday morning, what am I saying? Monday morning. All right, so home opener in 5.5 hours. Get to a Twitter, maybe. Yeah, well, it looks like it'll start at least. The question is whether they finish it. All right, let's round out a couple Twitter poll questions of the day, but then we'll have one more still to go. So, Twitter poll questions brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive ArminChevy.com. So the first poll question, do you think the tush push will be banned tomorrow? John, how do you think people voted on this?
No. I think they voted no.
They did. 72% say no. But tell you what, if we had done this poll Friday, it would have been 95-5. I mean, there is some worry in the air, and I think rightfully so. All right, the second poll question for this hour is we got to round out the 8 o'clock poll, John, of which of these is the best movie duo. Of these 4, now let's all vote. Rhea, are you going with Jake and Elwood from the Blues Brothers, Prince Akeem and Semi from Coming to America, Riggs and Murtaugh from Lethal Weapon, or Professor X and Magneto?
Riggs and Murtaugh.
Okay, James, which would you vote for?
I would go with Prince Akeem and Semi.
All right, I would go with the Blues Brothers. John, which would you go with?
Blues Brothers.
Okay, which wins, John?
Blues Brothers.
No.
Prince Akeem and Semi.
No. Riggs and Murtaugh.
Yes.
They look at you
People
all.
knew.
Look at you all fired up.
Yeah, you're really excited. About
I mean,
that.
I was a big fan for sure, but I don't know, man. Blues Brothers. That's hard for me to vote against. So 40% said Riggs and Murtaugh, 37% the Blues Brothers, 12% the X-Men guys, and 11% from Coming to America. All right. So we have our finals. They are set. Our finals are the three winners from earlier today with this poll. John, we'll release this right after Time's Yours in about 15 minutes. The choices are Best Movie Duo, C3PO and R2D2 from Star Wars, Riggs and Murtaugh, Woody and Buzz from Toy Story.
Man, I think Woody and Buzz are going to win this thing. And I think it's not even going to be close.
Okay. We will find out. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter.
I know you won't be voting for Woody.
I would vote for the...
You look down your nose at Woody.
I got to watch that show sometime. I've never seen that movie.
Toy Story?
Never seen it.
Really?
No.
And I know you will probably
I was
never
an adult.
watch it.
I was an adult
you think
20
it's
years ago.
beneath you.
Yeah, I was an adult.
Yeah, well, adults watch Toy Story,
I
and
know.
all of those the Pixar type. Yeah, they're really entertaining.
I've heard it's
for
good.
adults.
I should say it. All right. So one other thing before we get back to the phones, I have a problem.
Many.
So many. So we want the Phillies to win the World Series this year. And our program director, Rod Lakin, had, I thought on Thursday, he said to me, a very good idea. And I didn't execute it over the weekend. Scott Fransky, by the way, knows nothing about this. He could be driving to the ballpark right now listening. Like, how did I get dragged into this? Here's the problem. Rod, our program director, had a really good idea that I should buy a bottle of champagne for Scott Fransky. Because in the three prior times that I bought champagne for Merrill Reese, they reached the Super Bowl all three times. I went to Merrill's house. I presented the champagne to Merrill and his wife. All three times they reached the Super Bowl, and they're the only three times they gave him a bottle, and two of those three times they won the Super Bowl. Great idea by Rod.
It really was a great idea.
Great idea.
Yeah.
James, this weekend, did I do it?
Well, I'm going to guess by the lead-in that you know you did not. It'd be wild if you were like, I did it. I'm just joking.
So, no champagne, no nothing.
Hold on.
Now, he'll be at the ballpark, and I'll be at the ballpark.
Man.
I know.
So you're going to bring champagne to the ballpark? What's the plan?
I don't know. I don't know what the protocol is for taking alcohol into a stadium.
Well, you've set yourself up
tough
now
spot right
It is a
with
tough
your
spot.
inactivity. Like, you can't take it into the stadium, and you know that. But I think you've done something terribly wrong here with your inactivity. I think you might have taken away a real opportunity to give this team a boost.
You got to call Brazier, and I'm sure there's champagne in the building, and deliver it to the booth. That's all. You can get this handled. There's still time.
Oh my gosh, that is easy to handle.
Well, here's where it gets
talk to John.
Here's where it gets
Brazier.
complicated. I also got the uniform on, so I probably can't go through the media entrance.
Oh, you can go. They know.
I don't know. I don't know. You talk about feeling like a tool.
What, you
If
think
I
they
walk
might
through
think
the
you're a
media
player?
If I walk through the media entrance with this thing,
I think they'll know. They'll say, "Hi, Joe."
well, James, what's the solution?
Hi, Joe,
James,
wearing a uniform.
I ask you, will I hand this to Scott Fransky by 3:00 today?
No, I don't think you will.
And it probably has to be like 2:30. He's got to go on the air at some point.
This isn't happening.
But
I'll be
hold on,
so- I mean,
Jimmy.
right?
Don't give
Am I
him. Don't
crazy
give him
here?
permission
I'm
to
not.
let it
I think
not happen.
look, the Phillies are probably going to not win the World
gave
Series
him
because of him.
permission.
I think
That's
it's okay.
exactly what he was looking for. I don't.
No,
I think you should
honestly,
hand it to him.
I'm doing what I do with my daughter. Like, she loves, like, when I doubt her, she's like, do you think I could do this? And she wants me to say, no, you can't.
You're using
so
the
she could be
reverse
like,
psychology
so I'm
on
like, Joe, there's no
Yeah.
way you'll get this done.
I'm not,
working
I'm not even in the mood to go to the store.
I think you.
I'm not. I'm just being honest.
Right.
I'm not.
Yeah, you're giving Joe like he's going to say, sure, great, that's the deal.
Anyway, I don't know. I'll see in the next 5 hours if I get him champagne. Because it could,
what if it gives us that boost,
I know.
the needed boost to win the whole thing?
it could be the difference. Anyway, as it relates to opening day
I
to
think
day,
the numbers.
home opener.
Hold on, the numbers are overwhelming.
Yeah.
If you've given champagne to Merrill every year that the Eagles have gone to the Super Bowl,
and only those years.
and that's the part that's especially compelling.
I know.
Only the years you've given champagne
I know.
have the Eagles gone to the Super Bowl.
I screwed this up over the weekend. I screwed it up. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's talk
I
to
hope
Eric.
people are mad at you.
Eric in Blackwood.
I'm mad.
Eric,
No, I'm not.
Eric, good morning, buddy.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Great, Eric. Although Joe
quick-
messed up the whole season.
Yeah, I
which is-
might
Yeah,
have.
he did.
I might have.
Two quick things. One on the tush push. As an Eagles fan, obviously, like everyone else, I want to see it, not get banned because I think it's a good thing for the team.
Totally.
That being said, I think the arguments against it, for people saying that it's a no fun league and that people are jealous, I just point back to 2015, 2016 when the Legion of Boom, Cam Chancellor and Bobby Wagner were jumping over the line to block field goals constantly, and they were the only team that was capable of doing it. The Eagles were actually the team that voted to ban that,
Wow.
which did get banned in 2017.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I mean, just like sitting there saying like, "Oh, they're all jealous of us," I think is a bad point when we do the same stuff. It's a strategy, and I'd be like that if I was a coach or an owner of a team too.
Yeah, but we don't
quick on
care
the-
about Seattle.
No, not anymore. Not
Not anymore. Yeah.
That's exactly.
Quick on the Phillies. Same thing with Nola. I think the points are bad against Nola for saying he had a bad day. I thought his stuff looked really good. That high inside sinker that he was throwing was nasty. Had James Wood looking lost every at bat. And I think a big piece to him not feeling comfortable, and I know it's a big part of Nola's game, is that JT wasn't back there calling his pitches for him.
Could be a factor, but I will say this, Eric, he better get used to it because Marchand, even if you have a healthy JT, Marchand's going to probably get at least a quarter of the games this year, maybe more. I mean, there's some people calling for Marchand to start 50, 55 times this year, so they're all going to get a piece of Marchand, and they better get accustomed to it.
Yeah, I mean, Marchand wasn't up very much last year. I think it's going to take some time for him to get used to the pitch calling with him, but I think JT is. People forget that JT is so good at it that he got Michael Lorenzen to pitch a no-hitter in his debut.
Michael Lorenzen, I forgot about that guy.
Job.
Unbelievable. Eric, give me an answer for a phrase that's got a body part in there somewhere.
Did anyone say it's cold as balls outside?
No. James, did someone just say that on the air? Or
I
not?
dumped it. I dumped it. Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
I wasn't sure. Like, it was
know.
on the line. I thought about it. I waited a second. I was like, you know what? Play it safe.
It's probably the right call because
I don't know.
it also brings up a witch. I just thought of her.
Yeah, you can't say that either.
Can't say that one either. So we did get into a dangerous territory with this topic today.
Yeah, right at the end.
With that said, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Well, the first thing I want to say is if you're heading down to the ball game today, 12:35 is when the gates open. It's going to be a big block party outside. Obviously, you can have some fun out there. 12:35 gates open. You want to be in your seat by 2:20. Opening ceremonies begin at 2:20. We do not know who's throwing out the first pitch. We're guessing that it could be either Brandon Graham, Jalen Hurts, or Saquon Barkley. I'd be pretty surprised if it's not one of those three. But who knows? We'll find out. And then 3:05 first pitch as the Phils take the field in front of the local crowd today for the first time. All right. This season. Time's yours, brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. Let's hit it with Time's yours.
The camera, the hypocrisy of what you're saying, that to push is aesthetically unpleasing. Have you looked in the mirror and seen yourself in a Phillies uniform? Talk about aesthetically unpleasing. Time's yours.
Yeah, but that's why I'm not a model. I know. I know. That's the point.
The Phillies are taking it more serious this year with no daycare. They're taking stuff serious. No more nonsense. That should go with you, too, Joe. Take the uniform off. No more of this clown show with the uniform, Joe. Time's yours.
Uniform stays, my man. Uniform is here to stay. Look, people voted last week, and 68% said I had to wear it.
It's amazing that Joe DeCamera works 4 hours a day and acts like the busiest person in the world. You still haven't watched the tournament game yet? Is it really taking you that long to get through 20 push-ups a day?
Great call. The tournament, I just didn't have interest this year. I just could not crank it up on the tournament.
I hope they get rid of that frickin' brotherly shove play because I can't stand grown men thinking that there's nothing wrong with saying the word push over and over and over. It's
Look at that guy coming
Tush?
in. Yeah,
He
well.
says tush is a word that's gross
You
to
remember,
say.
you remember what I wanted it to be called?
Unfortunately, I do remember.
Yeah, it was double A.
Yeah, I remember.
But no one else went with that one.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
And with that, we shut it down.
The Times Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, let's round out the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. All right, final poll question. Matter of fact, James, I need the results here if you would, sir. All right, let's all go on the record. Which of these we would vote for best movie duo? John, we've got C-3PO and R2-D2. Yeah. We've got Riggs and Murtaugh from Lethal Weapon and Woody and Buzz from Toy Story. You think Woody and Buzz are going to win this in a landslide?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
James, which would you vote for, John?
It's tough because my choices are eliminated. So probably Riggs and Murtaugh.
Okay. James, which of these three would you
I
personally
think I would
vote
vote for C-3PO and R2-D2.
I would as well. Rhea,
I've been shamed away from voting for droids.
Well, you got a lot of that. Rhea, which would you vote for?
I love Woody and Buzz, so I would vote for them.
All right. We got a problem with our poll results.
Yeah, we do.
Uh-oh.
Because this whole thing was designed to award someone the gift we were giving away last Friday. We have a tie.
So they have percentages on the computer. I send you off the phone. It takes, so I actually do have a point winner.
Oh, so you know which one actually
I can
won.
I pulled it up on the computer to see if it gives you the extra point whatever.
All right. So let me just say this.
That close?
That's wild.
Crazy.
Riggs and Murtaugh do not win. They only got 24%. But in the 38% range were both C-3PO, R2-D2, and Woody and Buzz. James, which one actually won?
So the voting is actually, it keeps changing, but
all right, hold on here. I'm going to tell you, we're going to end it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. James, who won?
C-3PO and R2-D2 have won in a narrow margin over Woody and Buzz.
Like 0.1?
By 0.7.
Okay. Well, I think it's the right choice.
That's the closest
Congratulations.
you guys have ever had?
Maybe.
Certainly for one where we were giving the prize away based on it.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll figure out who gets the prize based on last week. But there you go. So, all right, let's go back to the phones. Talk to Dave in Wilmington right now. Dave, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What's up,
Yo,
Dave?
You're going to the game today, right?
I am going to the game.
Why not buy opening day fitted hat to complete your uniform?
I totally agree. He needs the fitted hat. He's against the idea.
Win the World Series.
I'm totally with you. He needs the fitted hat. It's so much better, Joe.
He looks like a little kid with that hat on.
Well, that's the thing. You've got the authentic uniform. Why are you going with the Velcro hat?
Because I didn't have to buy it. I mean, can you lend me $30, Dave? I mean, with inflation these days, maybe it's $60.
I'll cash app you the $40 for a fitted hat.
Don't do that.
Send me the $40 and I'll buy the hat.
No.
Please
Don't you
do
dare.
not.
Yeah.
Do not.
Send me the $40, Dave.
Well, I'll need your cash app for it.
All right, Dave, we got to get moving and turn to right now. In honor of the Tush Push, which may or may not go, give me a phrase or title with a body part in it.
Break a leg.
That's a big one.
Big one.
That is a big one. Luke, I need an answer from you. Give me an answer. Luke.
Me?
Yes, sir. Give me an answer.
Don't let your mouth catch your try to check your ass can't catch.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Always makes me laugh.
All right, we got to come up with a winning answer. We have the Achilles heel. We have I'll kick your ass. We have put some hair on your chest. I got to get something off my chest. He's a head case. He's a pain in the ass. He's hard-headed.
So much.
Yeah.
Ass.
Yeah. Put your foot in your mouth. Break a leg.
The break a leg is a
Break a leg's a
standard
big time answer.
shock
Yeah.
And you got to
answer.
get your head out of your ass. There's a lot of ass in here.
Tons.
So Don't cut that off.
Hey, now. Yep. Got that one.
Next time we do a broadcast from Hooters, Seltzer's going to make sure to play that 50 times. All right. Rhea, which of these would you go with?
Get your head out of your ass.
Okay. James, what about you?
I'd probably go break a leg.
John, what about you?
I think break a leg is so standard and strong.
Oh, God. Between those two, God, I hate this choice.
Just make a call.
I'll go with break a leg. I mean, the guy assassinated Lincoln and broke his freaking leg, but I'll give
You're
it
going to count it against
John Wilkes.
John
Well, then they
Wilkes Booth.
killed him. They killed him, which was the right thing to do. Even
Then
though
they killed him. They
even though
freaking killed him.
even though the doctor set the freaking leg, and that's Mudd, not Howard Mudd. All right, everyone, go back and watch our show on YouTube. It'll be there the rest of the day. So if you missed it, you can actually see us on YouTube. Also, I meant to say this earlier. Let me say congratulations to the Flyers' Bob Kelly. He retired over the weekend. Tremendous career, over 50 years, obviously, with the orange and black. Congratulations to Bob Kelly. And everyone, have a wonderful, wonderful rest of the day. Enjoy the home opener. It starts at 3:05. We'll be talking about it tomorrow. You can listen to it this afternoon right here on 94 WIP.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, and whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their explosive promotions. How about Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, or the Golf Profit Boost tokens? Well, here's a parlay that I like. I like for the local team to hit home runs and the local basketball team to get an outright win. So there you have it. Money line on the basketball team and home runs on the baseball team. And right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicken Pete's. Now, for a limited time, it's buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday. Buy one, get one free, and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crab meat. Pair it with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Stoli Vanilla Creamsicle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chicky and Pete's world famous crab fries. Buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chickies and Pete's.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at
carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms. Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tonight's main event is the Women's Elite 8 matchup between number 1 USC and number 2 UConn. The Trojans beat the Huskies 72-70 back in December, but superstar Juju Watkins is out with a torn ACL. UConn coach Gino Auriemma predicts Watkins will return better than ever. As evidence, he cited his own rehabbed mega talent, Paige Beckers. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Live today from Citizens Bank Park, Hugh Douglas, broadcasting live from the DeBoer Heart and Lung Center broadcast booth for the Phillies home opener. Kyle Quinn back in the studio, and he's behind his glass. We're behind our own glass here. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, Joe, did you know that the song Amen, Brother is the most sampled song in the world with over 600K?
I did not know that.
Yeah, my algorithm told me that this weekend. And a song called, let me write to see what it said. Ashley's Roach Clip is the most song sampled in hip. Here's the song that is sampled the most in hip hop.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, I was trying to look around and speak to people while
Yeah.
we were doing this
That's
show.
all right. We haven't been in the broadcast booth in a while.
It's been a while. We got to get acclimated. And plus, I'm on camera still.
That's right. We're on YouTube. Follow us and watch us live. All right, Hugh, we got a lot to get into today, and we're excited to be here for the home opener. We'll have a bunch of Phillies guests as the show goes along. Phillies win 2 out of 3 this weekend, which was great down in D.C.
2 out of 3.
It's not bad. I wanted the sweep yesterday, but we'll take the 2 out of 3. Phillies, Luzardo was really good on Saturday. Phillies get 2 out of 3. Home opener today here at Citizens Bank Park, 3 o'clock first pitch, 3:05 first pitch against the Rockies. All right, we'll get to the Philly stuff in a little bit, Hugh, but we got to start with something that I had a feeling we were going to be here, but I don't mean literally here, but I just meant in this spot with the Philadelphia Eagles. So the annual league meetings are going on right now, the owner meetings, right? They're down in Palm Beach with the Yakutas. Yeah, and they got on their Yakutas and they arrived there.
Perignon and eating steak and shrimp.
And you know what else they're doing?
What's that?
Pettiness. Pettiness. Hugh, I got to tell you,
I love it.
Well, I know you do because you're here for pettiness. But I start today angry. This is ridiculous that the NFL is there's momentum being kind of pushed here to ban the tush push. Momentum is growing according to ESPN to ban the tush push. They're going to vote on this tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And Hugh, it's ridiculous. Like even the article yesterday that came out saying that this really might happen says there's no injury data. Troy Vincent said that a month ago. No injury data to support this. It could be motivated by pettiness, that the league is petty against the Philadelphia Eagles. This is if there was real reason, real injury stuff, then I'd say, what are you going to do, right? You got to ban it. You got to move on.
Yeah.
Hugh, there's none. What this is the teams in the NFL are jealous of the Eagles' success. They're jealous of a play that most teams other than Buffalo can't even run. There is no reason whatsoever other than the league screwing the Eagles to take away the tush push. There's no injury data. It's not run enough for me to say it's like, it's not pleasing to the eye. It's ruining the game. It's run less than 1% of the time across the league. Hugh, where do you come down on this? Because I sit here this morning on a day I should be excited. We're at the home opener, and I'm angry because the NFL could be a day away from banning a play for no reason other than they don't want the Eagles to use it anymore.
You know what's funny? I feel like once we start the show, this is the segment where I'll probably do the most long talking because I have to get my point across. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of thoughts when it comes to this that go through my mind, Joe. And the biggest thing is disappointment. Because when we talk about the tush push and its success, I think about some of the people that don't really like the play. Like, Ike's been on record. He doesn't really like it.
To camera this word. Joe doesn't
They don't really like the play. And there's a couple other people, and they have their own reasons, but it's not to the point where they're, going over the top about it. They just don't like the play. I look at it like this. The NFL has always tried to be innovative and ahead of the curve when it comes to preparation and trying to find different advantages for each individual squad. And a lot of time, just like offense. Remember back in the day, it was 4 yards in a cloud of dust, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Then it was, I forgot, was it Air Coryell? Is that right? Air Coryell?
Sure, yeah.
Innovated the game, and now everybody went to the passing game. Mm-hmm. Then you had the run and shoot and all the other good stuff.
Bill Walsh with the West Coast offense.
Yes, with the West Coast offense. All of these things made the game better, and they were innovative things that other teams weren't doing, that other teams were able to copycat. And, they took it from there. To me, this would be disappointing because Troy Vincent came out and said there was no data. It was inconclusive about the injuries.
Like one of our Harvard studies.
All my Harvard studies. Now you're just mad because you can't do it. Because when I think of the NFL, I think of the first thing I learned when I got in the league, it's a copycat league. Everybody's going to do this. The fact that, I played the first year in the game. Counter trap option was my Achilles heel. And I would always get beat on that. And I remember Mo Lewis telling me, hey, man, they're going to run it till you stop it. They're going to run it till you stop it. And once you stop it, every team in the league will run that play against me because they knew I couldn't stop it. So once I stop it, I stop seeing it. So I say all that to say this. If there's something in the league that gives you an advantage, that's what it's all about. When Bill Belichick got in trouble for the Spygate and all that stuff, Coach Bowles came out and said every team is looking for a competitive edge. And most teams that find it, most teams copycat it. The Eagles have found a competitive edge that other teams have tried to emulate, and they haven't been successful doing it. So now what do? I just find it surprising. I look at it like this. The two people that are screaming the loudest about this are the two individuals. When I say people, I mean teams the two individuals that are screaming the loudest are the ones that tried to do it. And those are the ones that's being petty. Shout out to my boy Elliot Shore Parks for going down there and asking the hard questions. He took Coach McDermott to task, and he ain't have an answer for him.
Good.
That's the kind of reporting that you need, man. That was some stuff.
Well, you know why? Because McDermott is a hypocrite, and the league
Straight up.
the league is being hypocritical right
Straight
now.
up.
This is the equivalent for me if the Phillies were really good at getting bunt hits, because that's what it is. It's a small ball play, right? It's a 1-yard play. It's not a bomb for a touchdown. It's a bunt to use the baseball equivalent as we're at Citizens Bank Park. And the Phillies are really good at bunts, and most teams in today's game don't bunt much for hits. And they decided after 3 or 4 years of getting beat by these bunts, you know what? Let's just ban bunts. You can't ban bunts in baseball. You can't ban. Again, if there was injury data, Hugh, that's a different story because the NFL has to do that now, right? After all the years of ignoring health and safety, I get that. There's nothing. This is like I'm angry about this, and I feel like if this gets banned tomorrow, and the Eagles need 9 votes on their side, right? 24 votes against this, we'll take it away. 9 votes for it to keep it, against the new ban. We'll keep it. So the Eagles need 9 votes, including theirs, to keep this thing in the NFL next year. I just think this whole thing is ridiculous. It's petty. There was a story yesterday, ESPN, that Howie and McVay were in like a heated back and forth. And
pettiness.
Yeah, well, the teams that can't stop it. And
you gotta love that, though. I love that.
Well, I love Howie standing up for it. I do think, Hugh, what happened in the NFC title game could be a part of this. Remember how it took forever because Frankie Louvu kept jumping over the line.
Yeah.
It almost became
It became ridiculous.
Yes, and I think
it made it ridiculous.
I could understand if the NFL is worried that's going to keep happening, but that was a one-off after 4 years of this play.
But you know what it is, and I'm pretty sure that since you brought it to my attention, I forgot about that. Washington probably be a team that's voting against it, even though, of
course,
Coach I forgot his name.
Quinn.
Coach Quinn came out. Kyle Quinn, Dan Quinn. Coach Quinn came out and said that he was not against it.
Yeah.
But the simple fact is they probably look at it like that was the play that stopped them from going to the Super Bowl.
Well, they can't stop it.
That wasn't the play. How many points we hang on the Washington Commodores? Come on, dog. But you want to point out that you want to take that away from us. It's petty.
It's a joke.
It's petty.
It absolutely is. 215-592-9494. We got a lot to do today, including tickets to give away to Thursday afternoon Phillies Rockies game. We'll tell you how we're going to do that. We're going to have Rhea in the show today. Afternoon show is going to jump on at 1 o'clock today for a long crossover with us. Dante, big game Dante, scheduled to be here to sing the national anthem in our booths before we start our Phillies coverage at 2 o'clock with leading off. So much to do today. Devin's going to join us as well, but we start here. It sounds like the Tush push is gaining momentum to be banned tomorrow. I'm angry about it. Hugh's disappointed. Let's hear Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, yesterday, talking about where we're at right now.
So here's the deal. In West Palm Beach, NFL owners are meeting today through Tuesday. They will vote on several issues around the league, including the Green Bay Packers' proposal that you cannot push a ball carrier immediately after the snap. I talked to one general manager in the league who believes this will be passed under the guise of player safety. And so Buffalo Bills head coach Sean McDermott, some others have mentioned that they think it's a play that could get you hurt more often than others in those scrums there and the tight action you see there. But teams are sort of split on whether that's really a thing or not right now. So that will be debated hotly over the next few days. And look, the NFL owners need a 24-8 majority vote to get this thing passed. So it's hardly a slam dunk. But there are enough people around the league that would like to see it changed, even though there could be some wiggle room for the Eagles to still get this play off because the proposal says immediately after the snap. So what if you wait a second after the snap and push? Also, the Eagles line is so good that I think they could get the play off without the push. So we'll see. I think they're going to still do it in some variation.
Yeah, they might. They might try. But the fact that we're here is complete pettiness. It really makes zero actual sense. So this whole thing makes zero sense. And I just think they're picking on the Eagles because the Eagles won and the Eagles are good at it. And I do think they've done it for long enough, Hugh, now that every team has probably faced it, right? They've done it for about 4 years. They probably have played almost every team in the NFL in that span. And I feel like everyone's gotten together and been like, you know what, screw these guys.
It's a lot. I don't think it's just that. I think it's the fact that you brought it to my attention that coach is down there with shorts on, he chilling. He's doing him.
The Sirianni, only guy in the photo yesterday with the
shorts on. Coach Sirianni has won a Super Bowl coaching his style. Coach Sirianni was a bubblehead last year. A lot of coaches didn't like him. He's yelling and screaming at fans. He's running up the sidelines. He's yelling at Kansas City Chiefs fans. This is a bunch of different things.
But that's not a good enough reason to ban the play.
No, but it is. It's because it's almost like this. You know how, say, there are certain in life, there are certain clubs. Say, for instance, when we go play golf, I get in trouble for wearing a sweatsuit
Like
instead
today.
of instead of wearing the
Golf
traditional.
attire, polo shirt.
Yeah, it would
golf
probably
pants.
be even worse if I went out there and I was like, what, 8 under par? If is that a good thing to
That'd
be?
be really good.
That'd be great if I was.
I
like
imagine
8
you
under par.
couldn't go.
No, I couldn't do. But just say if I was out there with the sweatsuit on
they'd
and,
be like,
and being
this
8 under
this
par,
guy.
sipping on Hennessy, and you know what I mean, riding around doing playing like Happy Gilmore. That would probably rub people the wrong
John Daly
way.
stuff.
Yeah, that would probably rub some people the wrong way. It's that, because there's a lot of coaches in NFL that before Coach Sirianni got this job said that he probably shouldn't have got this job and he wasn't that good of a coach, and some of the stuff they did. I call him Bubblehead. I still call him Bubblehead coach, even though he won a Super Bowl
champion Bubblehead.
Super Bowl champion Bubblehead. So now you have a lot of people that are upset because of the way that he does things. So it's all of that. It's the way that he won. It's the fact that he came in there wearing shorts. He probably was chewing gum. Probably was in there chewing gum, buying shots, just being himself, and that's rubbing these traditional coaches the wrong way.
You might be right, but that makes me more angry about it. Like there's no logic to this other than the Eagles are good at it. Nobody else could do it at their level, and the NFL teams just want it out. That's not a good reason to ban a play. 215-592-9494. What's your emotion right now, as it sounds like that there's momentum here towards banning the tush push? If the tush push gets banned tomorrow, you will be angry, disappointed. Where you at? Or I know some people out there think it's a no big deal. It's anger for me. It's disappointing for you. We'll get to Kyle's thought in a second. But first, let's hear Elliot. Elliot on this morning with the morning show. His guess on where this is going. They're going to vote tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so I've been at every league event since Eagles first ran the tush push. And this is not the first league event where it's been the main topic of conversation. But this is the first league event where I personally think there is a shot this play will get banned. I would still bet against it. I think you'll probably see more votes against the play than people are expecting. I still anticipate the Eagles being able to run it next year. But just having talked to some of the coaches here that have concerns about it, I just don't think they present a compelling enough case. Talking to Sean McDermott, I will say in his defense, I do think his heart is in the right place. His argument was essentially, yes, there's no data to suggest it's a risky play, but he wants to be ahead of the data as opposed to wait until it becomes an issue.
Ahead of the data is wild. This is risky. Well, there's no data. Well, I don't. There will be one day. I mean, what are we talking about?
He's a hater. Let me tell you what happened. And that's the only way I can say it. Like the kids say, he's a hater. Because I go back, and I didn't watch a whole lot of the game, but I do know they tried to do the tush push.
Oh, quite a few times. Quite a few times.
If they would have tush pushed and got into the Super Bowl, do you honestly think he would have been shouting it from the rafters the way that he is now? Me neither.
No.
If that tush push play would have went through, do you really think he would have been on the side of banning the play?
Well, and to your point on that, they were probably a tush push away from winning that game. They just couldn't get that first down.
They couldn't get the tush. So it's a hater move. That's all it is, because there's no conclusive data on this. You're mad at everything. You're mad at Howie. You're mad at Howie in the way that he drafts players. You're mad at the fact that they went out and got Saquon Barkley.
It's jealousy. It's jealousy.
You mad about all of that. Because there is no way on God's green earth that when I think about the NFL, even though guys don't like to play, I just told you there's some my old teammates don't like to play. But when you look at the core of the NFL, it's a copycat league. How many plays have you seen every week that the Eagles get beat on, that the next team that they play against runs the same play?
All the time.
It's the same thing.
So as far as not liking it, and 215-592-9494 live at Citizens Bank Park today, what's your emotion here? As it sounds like the tush push could be banned tomorrow morning. They're going to vote tomorrow morning down at the NFL League meetings. I'm angry about this. Hugh's disappointed. Where do you come down? But Hugh, you mentioned some of your teammates don't like it. The camera doesn't like it. Ike doesn't like it. It's fine not to like it. I used the analogy earlier about bunting in baseball. I don't really like bunting. Once in a while it works, but I'd rather see someone hit a double in the gap. But you can't just ban a play because you don't like it. That's not how sports work.
I don't like that a lot of people use all the time. Remember icing the kicker?
Yes.
Nobody liked icing the kicker until they had to ice the kicker.
And if you have a timeout, you're allowed to use it.
Yes.
You can't just take things away because we don't like them.
It's called gamesmanship. There's so much parity in NFL now that everybody's always looking for a competitive advantage.
Yes.
Spygate, whether you like it or not. that was a competitive advantage.
But it was cheating, and they stopped it.
But you know what's funny, though? Back in the day, back in the leather helmets times, we used to go to teams, and they used to film our practices when we were practicing in their stadium. So he just did it. They just took it to the next level, but everybody did it.
Well, and they were also the best team then, so there was a little bit of
and so that was a little bit of jealousy. There was a little bit of jealousy about that. You know, Deflategate became a big ass deal,
and that really wasn't that big.
It wasn't that big deal, but it became a big deal because they were winning. The Eagles, it feels to me like they're on the cusp, and they've been relevant for so long that now, and the coach is a bubblehead.
Let's cut them down a notch. That's
we can't beat you on the field, so we'll get you in the boardroom.
It is ridiculous. 215-592-9494. Kyle, back in the studio. What are you feeling as we could be a day away from the end of the Tush Push?
Yeah, I'm annoyed. Like, leave us alone, grow up, man up, stop the play. Football is supposed to be a chess match. Like, expend your energy figuring out how to stop the play instead of complaining and try to make it illegal. Like, it's annoying because it's petty. Jeremy Fowler used the word or the phrase, the guise of player safety, because that's what it is. It's a guise. There's no actual data to support that players are getting injured on the play. Like, it's just total pettiness. It's a joke. The proactive comment from Sean McDermott is another joke. Yeah, like, well, there's no data yet, so I'm just getting out ahead of it. That's completely absurd. And look, I hope it doesn't get banned because I've been on this before. I think it actually would really hurt the Eagles if they took the play out of the game. And if you don't think it's a big deal, all you got to do is listen to Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman, how passionate they are in defense of this play. And that's how important the Eagles think it is. So I really hope this thing doesn't pass.
Yeah, it's a total joke. Pettiness is not a reason to ban a play in the NFL. And quickly, as far as the guise of injury risk and all that with McDermott, they've been running this for 4 years. Like, if this was the first year of the play and there really wasn't enough data yet, not enough sample, you could be like, well, I don't know if there's any data, but it just looks like a play someone's going to get hurt on. I could make that case. After 4 years, if there's no data, people get hurt on this play, they probably don't get hurt on the play. You can't just say, I'm not sure yet after 4 years. No, you have a lot of sample that no one has walked off the field with a significant injury. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. The Tush Push could be a day away from getting banned. Your reaction? I'm angry about this. I think the NFL, it's a joke that the competition committee is listening to this and allowing pettiness to get into the field of play. That's not part of this. Where do you come down? Chris in Middletown is up on WIP. Good morning, Chris.
Happy opening day Monday, man.
Chris, it's great to be at the park. What's up, buddy? What are you feeling?
Hey, I hope you brought your slickers with you because maybe get a little rain later today. But I think we're going to get
we'll
this.
Try it. Yeah, we'll get this game in. Then the rain could come down.
Guys, so I got to address Hugh, but I'm going to do this after my point on this. So the Tush Push being banned, it's total nonsense. But I think we're looking at this the wrong way because it's not about the play. It's not about the advantage to the Eagles. What this is about, and you always know when it's fake, is because when they say it's about player safety, you know this. The NFL, they don't really give two damns about player safety. So they're trying to hide what they're really about. This is an anticlimactic play. And sports entertainment does not like it because there's nothing exciting about the most exciting play in football, which is the touchdown. So even me as an Eagles fan, when they get down there and it's 1st and goal at the 1, I mean, I'm going potty, I'm going to get a drink, I'm going to get whatever else I'm going to do because I know it's almost inevitable. It is.
You know what, Chris? I think you're right. Then they should just stop being cowards and say we're considering removing this for the good of the sport, right? For the good of competitive nature, for the good of fans, for the good of TV. Like, just say that. Like, but you can't lie and tell me it's about injuries when no one gets hurt on the play.
Well, because they can't do that, Joe. Because if they do, then that's where the public goes, hey, listen, then stop it. You know what? Figure out and stop it. That's not how we do it. But
so you're right, but Chris, they did do this to the extra point. They changed the extra point because it became a boring play.
Correct. You took my next point. It's exactly what they did with the extra point because they're removing it. And your analogy of the bunt is close but off, Joe. Because again, the touchdown's the most exciting play in the NFL because defense doesn't matter. It's all about offense, right? Remember, Hugh?
Not do that.
So it's not a bunt base hit, it's like hitting a bunt home run because it's the most exciting thing. When you score a touchdown, it is the most exciting play in football. So that is what it's about. And guys, can I quickly pivot to my Phils before you let me go?
2 out of 3 over the Nats. What are you feeling?
Here's what I'm feeling. Thompson sent a message to all the baseball purists out there yesterday with that lineup. He raised the single digit in the middle of his hand, and he said, speed at the top of the lineup. He started with Schwarber at leadoff and the tortoise, known as Alec Boehm, hitting second. Oh, my God. I mean, that was insane. And the fact that they lost, that's a hit the topper. But, I mean, as a baseball guy and somebody who played my head was about to explode. I go, we have our 2 slowest batters at the top of the lineup. Absolutely insane. One last thing, Hugh. Uncle Phil's cul-de-sac, gotta go. It's got to be shaved.
Oh, I shaved it. My son.
I was waiting for you to bring it. I was letting you tell everyone. Good morning, YouTube. People can see the
my son. It's shaved.
Good call, Chris.
My son hurt my feelings.
What'd he say?
So, we were hanging out this weekend, right? So he was like, "Oh, you have hair." I was like, "Yeah, you're gonna let it grow."
What'd he say? Except that spot right there?
Well, not that. It was like, so he jumped on my back, right? And he was like, and he sat there for a little while. He said that he was picking at my hair, and he said, "Why is the hair on the top different than the hair on the sides?" And I was like, I didn't say anything.
Yeah, but you knew it's time for the cul-de-sac to go.
Because he was like, "Why is it different on the sides than it is on the top?" I was like, "All right, then I'm gonna go ahead."
Yeah.
It just wasn't doing what it was.
Kids have a way of putting it so delicately, but it
hurts so bad.
It sticks to your ribs when they say it. All right, 215-592-9494. What's your emotion when you hear that the Tush Push could be banned? Is it a big deal? I'm angry. Hugh's disappointed. Where do you come down? This is ridiculous. We'll play the audio of McDermott this morning at the AFC Coaches Breakfast in West Palm Beach, what he said, his reasoning behind wanting it banned, plus kind of a wild comment from Nick Sirianni calling out some of the other NFL head coaches to vote his way. That's next. Your phone calls. We're at the park today. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show, live on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon, Patriot Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Who's the man in a white plumbing bag?
Roto-Rooter man.
Who's the dude who clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter man.
Who's your friend for a pipe on the man?
Roto-Rooter man.
If plumbing, drain, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
Philly, are you ready for a wild weekend? Cheerleaders Philadelphia is bringing the heat April 11th and 12th. Catch the electrifying Jesse Pony live on stage with 2 shows each night and meet and greets between shows. Then Saturday, April 12th, it's UFC 314 at Cheerleaders. Witness featherweight history with Volkanovski versus Lopez. Thrilling fights and fiery entertainment all under one roof. Cheerleaders, just minutes from the stadium. Watch all your favorite sports teams on their 75-foot video wall alongside Philly's sexiest cheerleaders.
You'll find the engagement ring of her dreams and save huge during Benari Jewelers' Spring Bridal event this weekend. The biggest ever sale. Choose from thousands of engagement rings and save up to 20%. Top bridal designers have flown in bringing their entire collections, all on sale. Check out the latest from Tacori, Sylvie, Henry Dossi, and more. Whether you're looking for oval, round, princess, marquee, or cushion cut, you'll save up to 20%. That's this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Details at BenariJewelers.com. Don't miss it at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business, and that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's John Ritchie. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weeds and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, live from Citizens Bank Park for the Phillies home opener. Phillies Rockies today, 3:05 first pitch. Phils come in winning 2 out of their first 3 in Washington. We'll get to a lot of Phillies stuff as the show goes along. Later on, Devin Caney will join us talking some Phillies. 1 o'clock, Ike, Spike, and Fritz will hop in
for a little crossover. Big game Dante later in the show.
Big game Dante.
For a national anthem, our national anthem before the home opener. It's going to be a cool day here. Rhea's going to join us in a little bit. Dan Fitzpatrick, the president of Citizens Bank. We got a lot of guests today. And, of course, all your phone calls here, as it sounds like the Tush push is gaining momentum to be banned. This is ridiculous. I am angry about it. Hugh's disappointed with a lot of people.
Disappointed, man.
Including this person. Can we hear from Sean McDermott here? Sean McDermott this morning, AFC Coaches Breakfast. So Sirianni is going to talk tomorrow. That's when the NFC coaches talk. Today, the AFC coach is speaking. So Sean McDermott asked a lot of questions because he's been at the forefront of this, trying to get the Tush push ban. Here's McDermott this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I feel, I think similar to how I felt at the combine. I've done, I've dove deeper into more of the data on it and, just thought more about it as well. And my position hasn't really changed at all. I feel where I'm most concerned is, even though there's not significant data out there to this point, my biggest concern is the health and safety of the players, first and foremost.
There's no actual health and safety data showing that there's any problem with it after we've seen, 300-something snaps, specifically in Philadelphia. Then how much more data do you need? Is it the hope that there's going to be injury that those would be opposed to it?
Well, number one, I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to get too deep into that situation there in terms of how much data, how much sample. I don't think that's really always the best way to go. I think is when you're looking at, there's other data out there that suggests when you're in a posture like we're talking about, that can lead to serious injury. And I think being responsible and proactive in that regard is the right way to go.
All right, a couple things there. Hugh, that was McDermott this morning, AFC coaches, but I believe that was Diana Rossini's voice. She's asking him, like, hey, there's been 4 years of data on this, and there's zero, I mean, not like a few. There's zero reported significant injury from this play. How much more do you need? Mm-hmm. And he basically is like, well, maybe that data is not the best data. What are you talking about, Sean?
You know what the worst part for me about being a grown-up is? Because we know what it is. And, as a grown person, a lot of times things happen and people have underlying motives when they want to do things. Just be honest. I can handle honesty. But now when you're doing all this brain wrestling and twisting yourself into a pretzel, trying to justify your position instead of just telling the truth, that is irritating.
It's ridiculous.
Because you sat there and you did a whole lot of foo-fanging and running your mouth, bumping your gums, talking about nothing. And all you had to say is, I don't like it because I don't like whatever the reason is. Because everything, you're trying to use big old words and sound smart, and you ain't talking about nothing. Everybody see straight through what you're doing.
The part that makes me crazy about it is he keeps saying health and safety. He ran it the second most times in the NFL.
That's what I'm talking. Like,
if I'm his player, I'm like, Sean, you didn't just wake up one day and think this. You must have thought this during the season, and you kept running the play.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, Joe. It's like, it didn't work for you, so now you want to get rid of it because it didn't work for you.
That's why I don't believe him, because I'll give him this. He's been a head coach a long time. He's a former athlete. He's a coach here in Philadelphia. Yeah. I don't believe Sean would have run it as much as he did if he really believes it's an injury risk to his players. He's a football guy, and I don't think a coach would put his players at risk like that. So he doesn't believe that, which means he's lying through his teeth, and he just wants it out of the game.
There's some underlying motives to all of this, and I firmly believe that for the Green Bay Packers, because there's film of the Green Bay Packers trying to run it.
Well, and we know what happened last year. They lost twice to the Eagles.
They couldn't do it.
Yep.
This is all of this, Joe. This is about Coach Sirianni I think on a personal level. It's about the Eagles in some way, and it's about the fact that they can't do it.
So speaking of Sirianni, so Hugh, we're tracking this now. We need the race to 9 votes, right? They need 24 votes to ban it. 9 votes would mean they only have 23, right? So we need 9 no votes against this proposal here. We know the Eagles are going to be one, so we need 8 more. So Hugh, we're starting to track like which coaches, which teams are kind of seem like they're publicly leaning towards, I'm not going to vote for this. How about this quote from Sirianni yesterday? Speaking of Sirianni and how maybe he rubs people the wrong way. Mike Garafolo yesterday, when they arrived there, caught up with Sirianni. And this is with a grin. This is the tweet from Garafolo. Spoke to Nick Sirianni today on the Tush Push with the Tush Push vote. With a grin, he said, quote, "We'll see how it goes. All I will say about Gannon, Steichen, and Moore is they better vote for it. They are in the head coach position right now because of that play. So all three, I better have those 3 votes right there, and the Eagles vote. At least I know we have 4. Now, the with the grin makes me
that
think.
That was dead ass.
You think it was for serious
Oh, that
or
was
tongue in
dead
cheek?
ass.
Okay.
No, that was dead ass. Like,
but that's a lot to say. Those guys wouldn't be head coaches without the tush push.
It's the truth.
Well, then would Sirianni be a coach without the tush push? Still?
He might not, but it's dead ass. It's like, listen, I can't imagine. This is when I wish I had the kind of cachet where I could go to see what the real conversations being
To the
had.
league meetings?
Oh man,
You have a Hawaiian shirt? You have one ready?
No, I don't have
You
one.
kind of need one to go.
I do.
Andy always wears his. Yeah.
I think and I know I thought Big Red was against it. I think he'll probably vote for it because he's competition and doing stuff, innovative plays and all that stuff. I think he will. But
So you think we're gonna have Andy's vote?
I think so.
Okay.
So that's what, 5?
That'd be 5.
We need 4.
We need 4 more.
I don't know how Dallas gonna vote.
Oh, Dallas is gonna vote to ban this thing.
See, we need 4 votes. We ain't getting Atlanta.
Nope.
Not getting Atlanta.
See, we got to race to 9 votes here.
But here's the thing. This is why it's intriguing to me. Because there are drinks being poured and there are drinks being had over the conversation about the tush push.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the realest conversations are being had at night during, everybody got a little liquor in the system. Like, so what's up? What you gonna do? Can I count on you? Like there are moves being made on both sides. And that's probably why Sean McVay and Sean McDermott pull Howie to the side. And they're having a heated argument. And not only that, I would like to be a part of that, because at what point does it stop being civil and it starts to be?
This is why you're not invited. So they don't invite you.
Because you know me, I'll be standing there like on camera. I had them jumper cables. Like tell him Howie, what's up? Be standing back, standing there like this. What y'all trying to
Is
do?
Big Dom allowed at these meetings?
I think Big Dom probably is.
Can he intimidate
He's
everyone?
like, what?
That might be our best
what?
play. Big Dom intimidating the voters to vote to keep it.
See, that's why I'm not allowed to go to places
No,
like
no,
this,
no.
because I'm gonna take it to the streets, and because I don't know how to act.
That's why your invitation was lost in the mail. You didn't get yours. All right, 215-592-94. Let's go to the phone lines here. What emotion do you have? Is it sounds like we could be 24 hours away from the tush push getting banned for pettiness. This is ridiculous. I'm angry about it. Hugh's disappointed. Where do you come down? Mike in Norristown is up on WIP. Hey, Mike.
Hey, what do you know? What do you say?
What's going on,
Hey,
man?
Mike. What's up, pal?
Hey, Holly, you know what? You know what I got to say? All I got to say is, I want them to ban the tush push. You want to know why? Because that's going to give us the grit to repeat. Because you know why? We are the champions, my friends. And we'll keep on fighting to the end.
What is wrong with him?
Yeah, that was terrible.
So you're not upset about this because we'll just channel the
No,
anger?
it's going to motivate us. You know what? We're going to repeat. We're winning 3 in a row. This is going to get us to the point. Oh, no, we can't do that. Oh, okay. Let's bootleg to the left with Jalen. Let's run it up the gut with Barkley. We got this. We don't need to push. We're going to win 3 in a row. Let's go.
Let's go, Mike. Appreciate the phone call. Kyle, where do you come down on that? It's going to motivate the Eagles. Maybe it's annoying though. Like just taking away things that a team does well. That's coping right there.
It sounds like he's taking cues from Spin Doctor Douglas, and that when they do ban it, that's going to be what Hugh says. It's fine. We're going to be motivated. Blind faith, Hugh.
We're guessing your take for tomorrow. And the next day.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm gonna be disappointed. I'm gonna be disappointed.
Yeah,
We'll
but then
see.
you'll spin it.
I got my eye on you.
You have to, but I look at it like this.
You got to be innovative.
This is not a spin. But you have to think,
adapt
with as much heat as this has gotten over the last couple of years. They've probably concocted something else off of the tush push, because like they said, their biggest thing they're doing the wording right.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not mistaken, they said they don't want somebody to push somebody directly into the end zone.
Immediately.
So
it's the immediate is the word. Yeah.
So if they might add something there where it's like a 2 or 3 second pause before.
How do you legislate that? The referee's going to count the 1, 2, and then
maybe,
it's okay.
And I'm just
they can't even count the play clock right when it gets to 0.
I'm workshopping this. What if everybody, like when the ball is high, everybody throw their hands up in the air and go 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and then push.
Yeah. They think this isn't aesthetically pleasing. Wait till they start doing that.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi,
don't
push.
ban. The craziest part for me is that in the ESPN story, they had the percentage of how often this play happened across the NFL. 0.28% of plays were the tush push. It's less. It's not. It's barely half of 1% of plays, and we're spending all this time to ban this play
because of other underlying motivators.
Yeah, it's loser stuff. If you want this banned, you're a loser.
Underlying motivators. They don't like the fact that Howie got hit in the head with a beer can. They don't like the fact that
Howie probably didn't like
Coach Sirianni running around with shorts on.
See that you might be honest
buying
with
drinks, laughing and giggling at silly jokes or telling corny
and
jokes.
calling out his former assistants. I mean,
He should
He's on a roll.
Do we think he's actually got their vote tomorrow?
Yes.
I'm not sure. You think
you
think Gannon's going to vote for the Eagles after the way it ended here?
Yes.
Not a shot. I think Gannon is going to
And
purposely at the bar tonight try to get everyone to vote against the Eagles.
I don't condone violence. But this is where if they ban the tush, but this is where you got to take it to the streets. You got to swing on Coach Gannon. Just swing. I didn't say hit him.
Who's going to swing on him?
Sirianni.
Oh, that'll go for a while.
Or call him a name in front of everybody.
You could do that.
A female dog.
Okay.
Be like, that was a female dog move, dog, for real.
We need that kind of drama. Let's go to Marty in the Northeast. What's up, Marty?
I solve problems.
Yeah.
My point of view is purely from the football purist. This whole thing started in 2005 when they changed the rule. The Eagles just started doing this push for the last 4 or 5 years. It really started, and the Eagles really started because they got Jalen Hurts, a guy who can leg press 600 or plus pounds.
Yep.
But the rule changed in 2005. Prior to that, you could, and the rule today still stands that you cannot pull a player. And part of it like you were saying earlier, the player that jumped the line, dove over the line of scrimmage or leaped over. And then
Louvu in the title game. Yeah, Frankie Louvu.
Okay. And part of the referee's explanation to him, he says, he said, well, I can get the count right. He says, even if you get the count right, what are you going to do? Because you're not allowed to pull a player. You can push, but you still can't pull a player. So you could. He said, well, I'll grab him and pull him back. He says, you're not allowed to pull a player. The rule is the pull still is illegal, but the push is not. Now, to me, another great used push. Jim Brown didn't get a push. Roger Staubach didn't get a push. Grant Harkin didn't get a push. The running backs went to the side of him, blocked the players on the side.
So you want it banned. So Marty, you're out on the play.
No, well, wait a second. If you're not going to ban it, then change the point where the players can't you can't push him from behind, but you can clear a path, and then you can't ban the fact that a guy jumps the line. Because if you're going to ban pulling or pushing, then you have to ban the pulling, which is already. So make it clear that you can pull, because a guy can come around the end and grab him from his shirt and pull him back.
What are you talking about?
Well, he's talking about the rule. They changed the rule in 05, and that kind of led to the loophole the Eagles found.
In the open field, if the tight end catches a pass and he gets pulled back, they call that pulling. You can't pull him back. Defense player can't pull him back.
Sure, I understand what you're saying, Marty. But
there's a lot of logistics here legally.
Sure, but the play is also run less than 0.3% of the time across the league. Like, why go through all this for a play that's run so few times?
But here's the other point to that. You got 4 legs pushing a ball. Football, the rule says player, not players. Doesn't say plural. The runner with the ball, the player with the ball. It doesn't say players with the ball.
So do you not like the play to watch it, or are you just a stickler for the way the rule is written and you like the rules?
Kind of both. I don't think you should be a player. I played high school ball, semi-pro ball, college ball. To be a great player, you're not that great if you have guys pushing.
So hold on. So Jalen Hurts is not it. So hold on. But Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen are the 2 quarterbacks that do this the most. They're not as good of players as we think because of this.
No, I didn't say that.
But that's what you did.
You did just say it.
No.
But those are the players that run it. It's basically just Allen and Hurts that run the play.
I'm talking about any quarterback. What do you need help for?
Wait a minute. First of all, Marty, or whatever your name is.
Marty.
Jim Brown was before his time. Jim Brown did things that other players couldn't do. So
I'm talking about anybody.
Wait a minute, let me finish because from your wording, you're not a great player if you doing stuff that other people can't do. That's what you kind of just said.
No, I didn't. I said you're not running the ball yourself if other players are pushing you.
You're being aided. I understand that part. You're being aided. The part that I think, and Marty, we preached the phone call. The part I think we're losing in this is the Eagles have perfected the play. Well, what I don't understand is I heard Joe this morning, and Joe was kind of vacillating between, as an Eagles fan, he wants Eagles to do well, but he doesn't like the play, right? The play is run very few times. The Eagles are good at it. Why would I not want the play if it helps the Eagles win football games?
How many years? Let me ask you this, because you was here when it started. Been 4 years, right? At least
it's been about 4 years, yeah. And they've I think 2021 it was barely. 2022 is when it really started to go.
And so it became a real thing after they won the Super Bowl,
or the year they got to Super Bowl 3 years ago, lost the Chiefs.
Yeah.
That was when it. But
it went away. Like my point is this: it was an issue, and then it went away,
and then
it came back,
and then they won
because they won. And as far as the great players from the past and all this other stuff, Marty, those got the point that I was making. Jim Brown was probably the biggest running back of his era. And if you talk about the purists and all this other stuff, the game has evolved so much since then. It is not fair to those guys that played in that era or to the guys that are playing in this era to try to compare. I understand you like old school football, and that's all right. That ain't the game that's being played right now. As a matter of fact, the game that's being played today ain't the same one that I played. It's not. So to sit back there and talk about this, that, third, if you want to live in the past, do that. That's fine. That's all on you. That's not what this game is.
He played high school ball though.
And I'm not trying to and I'm not trying to diminish what he's done in high school. I'm not doing that. But my point is this, Kyle. Every sport, professional sport that's being played is not the same game that it was played back in the day.
Of course
it's not. Because the players, number one, the players are bigger, stronger, and faster.
Yes.
The way that they train is a lot different. Hell, you used to hear stories about Babe Ruth and them cats. You go out there, drink a whole 6-pack and smoke 20 Newports or whatever it was and go out there and play. You used to see cats on the sidelines smoking squares.
Yeah, things have changed.
It's a different game.
Again, if this was a play that was run a lot, right? Because I understand when people say it's kind of an ugly play, right? And if you're running a TV network or you're thinking about the big picture of the league, Hugh, if this was being run 30 times a game, even 10 times a game across the NFL, I'd say I could see why they might push back and say this is not good for TV. This
aesthetically
pleasing. This was run in the last few years 0.28% of the time, not even half of 1%. So we're taking away something that one team has perfected, and it's run across the league at such a small percentage. It's silly. This whole thing. I agree with you on this. It's pettiness, and it's trying to cut the Eagles' legs out for no reason.
I'm more upset because there's an underlying reason why it's become a big deal. You know, we're talking about concussion. We talking about concussions in the game. Tua Tagovailoa, and the fact that he's had so many concussions, he's still playing. Talk about stuff that really matters.
Yes.
Like we're spending all this time and energy on a play that, to your point, is not ran a whole lot, but it irritates other people.
And the guys, and I like that word, the guys of player safety it's hypocritical.
It's what they call BS.
It's BS. It's hypocritical. The league last year played games on Saturday to play them on Wednesday so they could force in Christmas on Netflix. They don't care about the safety of players when they want a TV show.
They go back to back. You play on a Thursday, then you got to get ready to play like you play on a Monday, and then you got to play on it's Sunday. Excuse me, and then you got to play on Thursday.
They don't care. It's a television show. That's all it is, and just say that. And you don't like this for TV, but again, even that, it's not run enough for it to be a big deal. Jeff in Wilmington, what's up, Jeff?
Sean McDermott is a punk AB. That's all I'm saying. So
McDermott is a punk. I agree with you.
Just look, there's a long history in this country of Group A stopping or making something illegal that Group B has either done better or capitalized on. So it's nothing new. But my thing is, dude, then try to stop the Eagles from getting in a 3rd and 1 or a 4th and 1. How about that?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's how the tush push happens, because they arrive at the spot where they could use it.
Yeah, and you guys just talked about this, about the whole we're doing it under the guise of injuries or whatever, player safety.
That's the part that irritates me.
And he said there's not enough data on it. You know why there's not enough data? Because there is no data. There's no documented injuries off of this play. So you're not. I don't know what he needs to see, but it's just a stall tactic, and it's total BS. It really is.
It's one of the silliest things I've seen the NFL spend a lot of time on in a long time, and the fact that it's gaining momentum tells me that there's enough powerful people that are trying to convince people behind the scenes. Like when they got to the combine, and a few of the coaches came out and said it, like McDermott and Raheem Morris, that's when I started to be like, uh-oh. You know, if they're willing to say it out loud, there might be others that agree with them that never wanted to say it.
I was real surprised by Coach Morris, though. I really was.
Yeah. Well, these are defensive guys.
Yeah, I was surprised.
For us, if it's an important play for us, and if they want to stop it, put more time into breaking down film and seeing how we do it, and then you can do it. That's all. I mean, it's not that.
Yeah, what's to find out what the secret sauce is. I think the secret sauce is Jalen.
I think it is too.
I think the secret sauce is Jalen.
Well, and go to the two teams that do it, Jalen and Josh Allen, right? They're both really big, physical, strong quarterbacks.
Josh like to run people over anyway.
Yeah, most teams don't have that. I mean, again, if this was taken over the league, and Jeff, we appreciate it. If this was a thing everyone in the NFL was doing 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times a game, then that's a different story. If there were injuries all the time, or at least someone that got significantly injured, that's a different story. There's none of that. Well, all this is pettiness, and it's annoying. 215-592-9494. All right, we are live today at Citizens Bank Park for the Phillies home opener, Phillies Rockies at 3:05 today. We'll keep your phone calls going on Tush Push. What's your feeling when you hear this thing could be banned tomorrow? It sounds like, well, the vote is tomorrow. It sounds like there could be enough votes to overturn this thing and ban the Tush Push. Coming up, your phone calls. Rhea Hughes will join us in the next segment. Also, Dan Fitzpatrick, the president of Citizens Bank, will join us as he does every opening day for the home opener here at Citizens Bank Park. 215-592-9494. And we have tickets to give away to the Phillies and Rockies, the Thursday game. We'll tell you about how we're going to do that coming up. Keep listening. 215-592-9494 for the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, and whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, and the Golf Profit Boost tokens over the weekend. Look, we got a game here today. How about that? Let's take the home team to win today. And right now, new customers get $200 of bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The gates of Citizens Bank Park open once more as the fight for a parade on Broad starts now.
And the Phillies pile out of the dugout.
The Phillies home opener against the Rockies today. Leading off starts at 2. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:05. Then stick around for the final out. Back to the bank.
It is bedlam at the bank.
On your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Are you kidding me?
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Are you tired of the same old lunch, same old commute, same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl, or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
The boys of summer are back. Ready to hear the ump's calls? If your hearing isn't a home run anymore, visit Hearing Life to get your free hearing test. It's quick, pain-free, and you'll get same-day results. Stay in the game with better hearing. Visit one of Hearing Life's convenient locations. Call Hearing Life today for your free hearing test at 866-YES-HEAR. That's 866-937-4327. Receive a Philly sports gift for completing a free hearing test while supplies last.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu, available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part, they accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Final Four is set, and 4 number 1 seeds have advanced for the first time since 2008. But for those who want to make sweeping generalizations like Cinderellas are dead and the sport has gotten too top-heavy, let's relax. Just last season, NC State made an improbable run as an 11th seed, and the year before it was FAU and San Diego State in the Final Four. It's chalk this year, but as always with the tournament, the drama isn't far off. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Phillies make their Citizens Bank Park debut today at 3:05 on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. We are live today, Citizens Bank Park broadcast with the Moore Heart and Lung Center broadcast booth for the Phillies home opener. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gillen. We'll get back to all the tush push conversation. The phone lines here in just a couple minutes. 215-592-9494. Also have tickets to give away to Thursday's games, Phillies Rockies. But joining us right now in the booth, and I believe it's our third or fourth year doing this together, but now it's his YouTube debut as we're streaming live on YouTube.
We on television.
That's right. Dan Fitzpatrick, the president of Citizens Bank, with us. Dan, how you doing?
Great to be here, Joe. Opening day is special every year. Hope springs eternal, and we just love being here at Citizens Bank Park, especially with you guys, with you and Joe. Thanks for all your support.
Well, we're happy to have you, and it's exciting to be here. And we had John Brazier with us last week. He was telling us all the new stuff in the park, the LED lights. It's always there's something special, Dan, about the start of a baseball season, but especially the home opener. It's like the first 3 games counted, but it really starts when you get the home opener.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a big day for the city, and it really is starting. We were talking about this earlier this morning, saying, hey, we all love celebrating our Eagles Super Bowl parade. Now we got to look forward to a parade on Broad Street for Phillies World Series championship. And that's what our owner, John Middleton, is passionate about that. He wants his freaking trophy back, right? So that's what we're pleased. I mean, the Phillies are just such great partners for us at Citizens. And again, it's so important to have your name on the ballpark. It makes you the hometown bank. I'm a Northeast Philly guy. Proud Father Judge graduate, state championships in basketball, state champs in baseball last year. So go Father Judge. A lot of good things happening there for young people across the city on workforce. But this is really important. This is about the Phillies and baseball and the relationship that we're fortunate to have at Citizens.
Well, one of the coolest things for me, just all the years, it still feels new to me. I know this is not a new park anymore, Dan. I mean, this has been here a while now, but coming here, and I think maybe it's just every year adding some new things, but it just feels. I never have walked in here and felt like it's gotten stale. The Phillies do a great job of keeping it up. Now, John was telling us of the LED lights. I mean, the scoreboard a couple years ago just feels like it's always. And not every park is like this. I mean, some of the newer ones have tended to get stale when I've been there. This one has never felt that way.
Absolutely. This is our 22nd year here at Citizens Bank Park with the Phillies. Just came out yesterday was USA Today, ranked #1 ballpark in Major League Baseball is Citizens Bank Park. And, of course, the home field advantage we enjoy, right, with the crowds that we have in Philadelphia, in Red October. And, hey, our last game here was a great Red October game. Unfortunately, we went back to New York, and those crafty lefties were tough on our lineup, but this is a new year and with great aspirations and even better pitching.
As far as keeping the ballpark fresh and new, what are some of the new things here? Because I don't remember or recall last year seeing that scan to rent a charger station in there. So what is it like in off season when you try to keep the ballpark fresh? Do you like sit down with a bunch of different people and say, hey, what are some of the good things or new things that we would like to put in the ballpark?
Yeah, no, what we do, I mean, hey, this is the Phillies ballpark. We're a beneficiary to have our name on the park as Citizens, but what they are committed to is making sure it is the best fan experience in baseball. And again, digital, Hugh, to your point, everything's got to be digital. Everybody's on their phones. It's that instantaneous statistics, real game stats, pitch by pitch, literally, which takes a lot of power, right? So that's where it's about you may be at the game, but you're still streaming activity at the game. So you got to have that digital connectivity as well as just the fun stuff. We were at the yard, the wiffle ball park for both kids and adults. Everybody loves a good wiffle ball game. But it's that full experience, whether you want to be playing wiffle ball or analyzing the game on your phone. You've got to be able to do everything. And, of course, the food amenities just get better and better every year.
Well, we heard about the s'mores quesadillas, which my daughter.
S'mores quesadilla.
Well, I told her I was going to be here today. She was like, "Oh, I want."
You got to bring some home.
I have to. Yeah. I will. I will have to do that. So, Dan, what's your feeling on the team this year? You mentioned last year, great season, NL East champions. Unfortunately, it ended way too early. This year, you mentioned that pitching, which I think overall was pretty good to start the season with Wheeler and Luzardo. Nola was okay yesterday, but then a couple home runs got him. But today we see Sanchez. This pitching feels like it's going to be a reason to sit down at the park and really enjoy the team this year. Is every night they're going to have a good starting pitcher, or at least almost every night.
Absolutely. The pitching will be phenomenal, and that's without the X factor of Andrew Painter coming in around June. That's a big factor that was actually missed the last couple of years. If you could have worked him into the roster over the last couple of years, could have been a big impact in October, late in the game, right? So that's the thing. That's a big – and our hitters. We obviously have a great hitting lineup. At the end of the day, you got to hit in October. You got to be a hot team in October, and that's where we've been a team in Octobers in prior years. It's about that randomness, right? We talk about it. I mean, it was so unfortunate for Aaron Judge, right? He went super cold in the World Series, right? So it does happen to even the best players in baseball, but that's what we got to do and just be balanced in our offensive attack so that we don't go completely cold in October, because the pitching's going to carry us a long way. And it's going to be a really tough division, a really tough National League, but the Phillies with the pitching, that gives you that consistency throughout the season. So I think it's a really good chance for another division championship. And then anything goes here at Citizens Bank Park in October.
Speaking of offense, we were talking before we hopped on the air back for this segment about those torpedo bats the Yankees were using.
Yeah.
We need some here with the Phillies, the Citizens Bank Park.
Oh, absolutely. We'll see. We'll see what they get the torpedo bats. But I think we're going to have a great season that way. Hey, power is important about this. Hey, this is a hitter's ballpark. We talk about having great pitching, but Citizens Bank Park is a hitter's ballpark, and hopefully we'll put up big home run numbers again with Schwarber and Harper, and obviously a great lineup there with power. So let's just make sure we hit the lefties, right?
Yeah, that's been a challenge the first couple days. Luckily, we faced it right today. Dan, we appreciate you hopping on. Thank you so much. Yearly tradition. Enjoy the game, and it looks like the weather's going to hold up for us.
We're going to make it. We're going to get a game.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, we're for it. The Phillies are absolutely the best organization to work with. The team, what we get to do in the community together outside of the ballpark is really phenomenal. So we're really fortunate in the partnership we have at Citizens with the great people, the Phillies and the Phillies organization. So thank you, guys.
Well, we appreciate Dan Fitzpatrick, the president of Citizens Bank, joining us as he does for the home opener every single year. Thank you to Dan. Let's go back to the phone lines here. 215-592-9494. Another Dan in Westchester, joining us right now. What's up, Dan?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Dan. What's up?
You guys are great. And, I wanted to talk a little bit about the tush push. I'm mildly irritated at this, but I backed off of my original emotions a little bit because I thought, all right, the owners in the NFL are a private club, and they have a process for rule changes. And it's a difficult process in the sense that, you got to have the equivalent of a kind of super majority to make it happen. And they can vote on a thing for whatever reason they want to. I think the only thing that would prevent them, from doing it is if their own fans were going to rebel. And that is not going to happen. The other thing that's not going to happen, this is not going to affect the Eagles that much. They're going to be successful. And I ran a little thought experiment for myself.
Okay.
And I said, okay, if Vic Fangio had to stop his own team from doing the tush push, what would he do? And I think he would not be very successful unless there was another rule change that allowed the linebackers to push.
What do you think about that, Hugh? If Fangio and the Eagles defense, which was obviously the best in the league last year, if they had to try to stop the tush push, would they do it?
I think that they would have a chance to do it. As far as linebackers pushing that, nah. I think the best model.
Good phone call. We appreciate it.
To look at a team that could potentially stop the tush push is the Jacksonville Jaguars, because they stopped it. They stopped it this year, and they did it. I think they did it a couple times.
The game that we almost blew to them.
Yes,
they did it. Yeah.
And the thing that stuck out to me about that was that they were bigger across the front, like all the way across the board, from the front four to the linebacker core. They were a bigger group, so they gave them trouble. This is how I look at the tush push. Now, somebody asked me a while ago, like if I had to go against it, would I be able to stop it? I mean, technically, if you want to get technical, if I was playing, I probably wouldn't be on the field if the tush push was being played, because I'm not that big of a defensive end, so I wouldn't be on the field.
Right, it's third and inches. They take you off the
they
field.
would take me off the field.
Yeah. But if you were on the field, to humor
hell, that'd be a long ass day for me. Like, because you have so much girth in the middle of that line. You talk about Mulata, you talk about Cam Jurgens, like there's some big ass dudes in the middle, man.
So there's two parts.
Yeah, dog, for real.
There's two parts. One, there's the part of they have Jalen Hurts, right?
All of that,
and they have a great offensive line and a great teacher on the offensive line.
And then think about it like this, Joe, because this is how I see it. I don't know if it's true or not, but most defenses that go against the Eagles are smaller, faster guys. I think the reason why the Jacksonville Jaguars had success is because they were like an old school throwback defensive line. They were huge across the board, at least 300 pounds throughout all them cats. So I think that was an advantage there. most teams are smaller. The Eagles are taking advantage of the fact that most teams have smaller defensive ends or smaller defensive linemen for that matter.
Yeah. What it is I understand the point of the owners could do whatever they want. It's their league. That's fine. But the guise of safety, the guise of, someone could get hurt. It's BS. The whole thing is BS. And I think it is pettiness because the Eagles just won the Super Bowl. That's really what this comes down to. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. All right. We have with us right now, as we're going to go to Rhea Hughes. She joins us, everybody. Her call-in brought to you by Mattress Warehouse with exclusive bed match technology to find you the perfect mattress. Rhea on a home opener.
I was gonna wing it.
Well, I didn't know if you had it. I had it.
No, I didn't have it, but I was about to wing it. Though.
We'll figure it out.
I'd have figured it out.
The
now.
day
You
of
know
the
how
home
to figure it out.
opener and potentially the last day of the Tush Push. Rhea, how we doing today?
I am outstanding. And Hugh, you wouldn't have been on the field because you weren't interested in stopping any.
Rhea, I know how to say it. But Rhea, I said it in the nicest way possible.
But you didn't say the truth.
You said it in a very good way, and I'm going, no, you just
I'm not trying to do that.
Yeah, that was PR Hugh right there, trying to cover things up. Yeah. All right, Rhea, let's before we get to the Phillies, and we do have a lineup in the home opener today. What's your take on this situation? As it sounds like, and I know last week there were stories out there that Tush Push is probably going to stay, not enough support, but it feels like it's building, and maybe tomorrow is going to be a closer vote than we anticipated. What's your latest thought on where we're at with the Tush Push?
Well, I mean, it's Sean McDermott. Was he there? Was he an assistant when you were there, Hugh?
Yes, he was, Rhea. And I'm ashamed and disappointed in Sean.
I was going to say, was he known as an outright hypocrite then?
Well, that's not the word that I was going to use, but
well, you can't use it in the AFC Championship game repeatedly, and by the way, fail at it, and in the AFC Championship game, it was okay to put your players in harm's way, although you have no data to back it up, but you've done your own research and you're going to get data anytime soon. I mean, it's ridiculous.
That's crazy. I can't believe it when he was so adamant about his position. I just kind of looked when me and Joe were talking. I was like, man, I'm more ashamed than anything, or disappointed, I should say. I'm more disappointed than anything because I believe that if you would have won that game, you wouldn't care. If you'd have got the Tush Push on that last play, you wouldn't be riding as hard as you're riding to ban the Tush Push.
Well, you're right. I mean, he would have run the Tush Push in the Super Bowl then.
Yes.
So it would have been even further what he did in the title.
Yes.
It would have been Tush Push versus Tush Push.
Yes. It would. I'm with you. It's hypocritical on his part, and it just when I hear like, oh, players could get hurt, but there's no data they have. You can't use that to make decisions. That doesn't make any sense to me.
No. Here's what I think. I think that what's the guy from Washington, Luvo?
Frankie Luvo. Yeah, Frankie Luvo. Yep.
Yeah. Him trying to hurt Eagles players on the Tush Push is what I think really shined a light on this. I really believe that because you've got the official going, if this nonsense continues like he's your dad, I'm going to just give him a touchdown. I think the optics of that is what got people going, all right, this is ridiculous. But it was Freddie Luvo trying to hurt Eagles players on the play, not the other way around where, the Eagles, 3,000 pounds of tonnage are trying to hurt anybody else. I think that's what kind of drove this.
Yeah, I think you're right. And okay, if they just came out and said, hey, it's not a great TV play. I know this morning, Joe, with you guys were saying it's not aesthetically pleasing. I may disagree. I may say that's not fair, but at least I would say, okay, I get what they're saying. They don't want this to be a boring play or something like the Luvu thing that takes over the spirit of the game. Okay. But when they're hiding behind the injury stuff, it doesn't add up. So we're going to have that vote tomorrow morning. We'll see what happens. Rhea,
I'm aesthetically interested in picking up first downs and touchdowns.
Me too. Yes. That's
I'm with you.
That's more important. And also they don't even run it that much. It's like 0.28% of the plays.
And here's the other thing. Jeff Carr, Jeff Carr from CBS Sports.
Yes.
He had put the numbers out this morning. If they get rid of it, the Eagles are still going to be great at quarterback sneaks because they were great at quarterback sneaks.
Of course. And they have a quarterback that's good at pushing a pile because
they have a quarterback and they have an offensive line that can do it.
And they have Saquon Barkley. They're going to be okay. Yeah, they will be. All right, let's touch on some Phillies. So the home opener today, Sanchez on the mound, 2 out of 3 over the weekend against the Nats. What stood out the most to you with the first 3 games?
Why am I blanking on his name? Jesus
Luzardo.
I was so impressed with him, and what I loved most about him, besides the 11 strikeouts, he's got some fire to him. Like Zach Wheeler goes out there and he's just a killer. He is just out there, no emotion. He just goes through, Aaron. I sometimes wonder if Aaron Nola has a pulse, but outside of Sunday's game, Aaron's been a very good fit. This guy's got a little fire in him, and I like that. I think if he can stay healthy, I might have to change my thought on Dave Dombrowski didn't make any big moves in the offseason, because if this kid stays healthy and he added a pitch in the offseason, it could be huge.
Yeah, I thought he was great. And Rhea, to your point, he does have some fire to him. And I think he's trying to prove that because 2 years ago, he started one of those playoff games here against the Phillies. He looked like one of the best young pitchers in baseball. Then I don't know what happened last year. Back issue, his velocity went down. And you kind of look at his numbers last year like, they got a guy that had a 5 ERA. But Rhea, if he's the guy he was 2 years ago, then this rotation, which already was good anyway, I mean, you could throw out any of the first four and feel like on any day they're going to go 6 innings, 0 runs.
And then don't forget on Thursday you get Taijuan Walker.
I was trying to forget.
Hey!
I was trying to forget. We were all trying to forget.
He'll be better. He's going to be better.
Better?
Hopefully.
Oh, better than what?
Than what he was last year?
That's what I was about to say.
No one believes you.
I believe in speaking it into existence.
Yeah, okay. So do the Phillies. They're going to roll them out there.
That's why they keep rolling them out every fifth day when they need them.
We just holding it down to Painter get ready.
Yeah. Well, how about we win the first two before he pitches on Thursday?
That'll help.
Let's work on that. Rhea, the other thing this weekend is we saw the lineup. It was, and this is not atypical of the Phillies. It's kind of what they do. It was hit or miss. It was interesting when it wasn't the lefty starters for the Nats. They scored. I think they scored 19 runs off of the bullpen and then the starter from Saturday. But those two lefty starters, Rhea, opening day and then yesterday, they really shut them down.
Nothing.
Yeah.
They were 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. They stranded 10. On the opener, they didn't until they ran up his pitch count. That's the one thing I did like about on Thursday. And I know Turner's numbers weren't great, 0 for 4, but he saw like 14 pitches in his first two at bats, and I was like, okay, if you could do it. And that helped run up, his what was it, Gore's pitch count.
Yes.
So, but I think if they continue to struggle against lefties, teams are going to start lining up their rotation, going, all right, we're facing the Phillies, we got to have the lefties in there. So that was a little concerning.
Yeah, I mean, and it went on all 3 days too. If it was just opening day, you'd be like, all right. But it seems like there's a pattern here. Teams are going to throw lefties at the Phillies, and that's probably going to continue until Turner comes back. He's not in the lineup today. Castellanos, like they need those righty bats to wake up.
Yeah, they do. And it's like you said, in the NFL, it's a copycat league. When teams know that you're struggling going against something, they're going to keep throwing it at you until you beat it.
Exactly.
Well,
Except for the push, then they're going to take it out, in a hotel boardroom.
Yes. The other thing I heard you guys talking about this morning, and as soon as I walked in today, Hugh was talking about it. Those torpedo bats that the Yankees use this weekend.
Yep.
Rhea, we need some here. I want the Phillies to have torpedo bats.
So I have something for you on that. So there was an article in The Athletic this morning, obviously talking about, there's a couple other players. There's a guy on the Twins who's using it, but Matt Gelb contributed to the story. He didn't write the story. So it was an unnamed Phillies veteran slugger. So we can take a couple guesses.
Ooh.
Said that Eric Gagne, remember the closer, Eric Gagne?
Yeah.
He's got a company that is doing a similar thing to what the Yankees are doing, and they brought the bats to spring training. The unnamed Phillies veteran slugger said he thought it was a fad until he saw what the Yankees did this weekend, and he called his bat guy.
Well, let's get that guy on the phone, and let's get these bats here ASAP.
I mean, it was the biggest story. Like, when it was going on, Rhea, my timeline was blowing up because people were trying to figure out, was it legal or not? And then the story came out a little later saying that it is legal. They just shifted the weight of the bat. Because they said they found out. I'm sorry, you got it.
No, it's just odd, and they did it for was it for Volpe because of that he was struggling. Aaron Judge doesn't use it, and he hit 3 of those home runs this weekend.
He doesn't need it. I think he's all right.
He could hit it with a wiffle ball bat.
Yeah. No, but they're cool, and it seems like it's just no one thought of it obviously until this MIT guy a few years ago, but. You redistribute the weight where you actually hit the
ball. Yeah, because that's what they were talking about. They hit it closer to the label.
Yeah, they look like softball bats where the weight is kind of
really
longer and more distributed instead of just the big barrel in the middle.
And you don't think Major League Baseball, they always love when the offense is up.
Of course.
So,
I think the encouragement will be out there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, think about it. It's the first weekend of the season. What is everyone casually talking about? The torpedo
bat, yeah. And everybody by next week, Everybody named Mama gonna have one.
Oh, yes, they are. That guy just became a billionaire overnight. And it's got a fun name. I mean, who doesn't love the name Torpedo Bat?
Yeah, no, you're right about that. It is fun, and I'm excited for the Phillies.
You know what would be even cooler, Rhea and Joe, is the torpedo bats with the hatchet, axe handles.
Oh, you want axe handles?
I want axe handle torpedo bats. That's what I want.
Sounds dangerous.
No, that's what I want, though.
Man.
I just want the axe handle. I try not to be. I mostly talk violence. I don't really participate.
That part of your life is over. You're not playing football anymore.
You're a grown up now, at least in that aspect of life.
But I tell you what, if I was at those owners meetings, I would have swung on somebody. Or called them out their name. I'd have called somebody.
Well, you have 4 hours a day to call people out.
Dog.
Yeah.
I'd have called Sean McDermott a female dog.
Well, you kind of just did.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you have his phone number.
No, I don't, but I know somebody that does.
You know what? Get it.
Oh, yeah, I'm texting Derek Boyko, too.
Be like, that was real female dog until your coach, dog.
And McDermott's going to have to turn his phone off after this week. Rhea, we appreciate you hopping on. Enjoy the home opener. Always a special day. Thank you, Rhea.
You got it, guys. See you. Bye.
There she goes. Rhea Hughes joining us as she does every Monday. All right, back to the phones on the other side. I'm upset with the idea that the Tush Push ban is gaining momentum. What's your take on it? I'm actually angry. I'm angry at the NFL. I'm angry at Sean McDermott. I'm angry that this actually could happen for no reason.
I don't think it's going to happen. Speaking into existence, be positive.
Well, I want to be, but I keep hearing all these people in the NFL saying,
this is what we're going to do. If who was it, Gannon? Steichen
and more.
Then we're gonna have to go see them. If they don't vote with us, we got to go see them three.
I was a Gannon guy when he was here. I wouldn't trust him as far as you could throw him. That guy's voting.
No, yeah, he did do some nefarious stuff when he was here. Yeah, you're right.
As Kyle called him yesterday, he's a weasel. All right, 215-592-9494. Your take on the Tush Push ban, which is up for a vote tomorrow. I'm angry at just the idea of the NFL banning it. Hugh's disappointed. You're taking all that. Plus, we'll go around some more of our takes from the Phillies. First weekend of the season, 2-1. Nola, not so good. Luzardo, really good. The lefty situation. We'll get to all that. 215-592-9494. And we do have for you, we have a pair of tickets to give away to the Thursday game against the Rockies. We'll tell you about that coming up as well. 215-592-9494. We're live, Citizens Bank Park for the home opener. The Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP. A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green, they back it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. If you're not happy, they'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
And Doug.
Quickly move. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual.
Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
It's Montgomery County's only gentlemen's club, Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, open Monday through Saturday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. Creekside Cabaret. For this Wednesday, April 2nd, it's our famous monthly amateur night with a grand prize of $500. Creekside Cabaret, where all sporting events, including UFC and championship boxing, are shown on our huge 200-inch TV screen. Planning a bachelor party? Bachelor parties are second to none at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There is an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, and whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their explosive promotions. How about Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, or the Golf Profit Boost tokens? Well, here's a parlay that I like. for the local team to hit home runs and the local basketball team to get an outright win. So there you have it. Money line on the basketball team and home runs on the baseball team. And right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Look, there's feelings and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business, and that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Showers and storms later this afternoon, high 76.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
No worries there. 3:05 first pitch. We're live at Citizens Bank Park, broadcasting from the Deborah Heart and Lung Center broadcast booth. Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital, of course, on the air and on YouTube. You can check us out on YouTube live every day. 6A to 6P, WIP now streaming live on YouTube. Check out our page, 94 WIP on YouTube. All right, so Hugh, before we get back to the phone lines on the Tush push, and it sounds like the ban is certainly possible. We're trying to count up the votes, right? We need 9 votes against this. If we get 24, votes to push this out, it's going to be gone. Yeah, we're good. We're in trouble. So we're counting the votes and trying to see which coaches are maybe leaning the Eagles' way. We'll continue that later in the show. Devin Caney's going to join us. We will have for you coming up at noon a pair of tickets to the Phillies and the Rockies Thursday afternoon. We'll tell you how you can win those coming up in just minutes. Devin's going to join us. We'll have the guys from the afternoon show at 1 for a longer crossover because their show today is kind of taken by the Phillies. And Big Game Dante, our anthem singer, later in the show.
Dante.
To start the season off the right way. But Hugh, the Phillies are 2-1 on the season. What hit you the most from the first 3 games?
They got the 2 wins. There's a lot of similarities to last year. I get that. But that was it. Hey, man, you got to start somewhere. And, the big story, what everybody's talking about, the dismantling of the daycare. Everybody being all serious and whatnot. I look at it like this, man. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think that as a player, you look at some of the similarities that you're having from last year, and you want to make sure that you stay locked in. It's great that you won. It's great that you got out to a 2-1 start. But I looked across the ledger. Dodgers, 6-0?
I think 5. Because they won the 2 in Japan.
Yeah,
they might as well be 6-0. They're probably winning.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah. But, I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Of course.
And when you look at that, your biggest thing right now is, and I'm not looking ahead, but, as a player, you see some of the similarities from last year, and you know how most fans feel. They're looking at the postseason. Because, just like I got my hands crossed right now, people are saying, well, I'm not impressed. They look like they did last year. People are saying it. They look early. They can't hit lefties. They're relying on the big bopper all the time and all this other good stuff. So it's a lot of similarities to last year. So people are just waiting to see what happened. But as a player, you look at that and you try to every day improve. So there's no room for celebration. That's kind of how I look at it.
Let's listen to Bryce's thought. Hugh, you mentioned the daycare having to grow up here. It was interesting. Stott after the game Saturday. Stott had a big game Saturday with a double and a home run. That home run really kind of sort of changed that game on Saturday, and the Phillies ran away and won that one for the second win in the series. Let's hear Stott Saturday after the game talking about how the daycare, it's kind of time to grow up here.
Are you guys not doing the post-game water celebration? Well, Marsh left yesterday, so I was like, okay, I guess I'm not doing it either, so I guess we'll see. But it's not like you decided, no, sure we're not doing it. Not yet.
It does, and I don't know if this was actually a vocal thing that it's time for them to grow up, but I feel like they're at the point in their careers where they understand, like, it's put up or shut up time. And as the rest of the team, the core of the team, gets a little bit older, it's just natural that if the stars maybe take a little step back collectively, they need those other guys, right? The Stotts, the Marshes, the Bohms, to take a step up, and then it all kind of evens out.
Well, I think it's more business-like. I just think it's a more business-like approach. I think last year, you got off to the start that you wanted, and it was all kumbaya, and everything was excited. I think the reality of the situation has weighed on a lot of people. They didn't change anything. Alec Bohm's name was mentioned a lot in the offseason as far as trade rumors and things of that nature. That don't go away. When you know that you're one of the cats that they were seriously thinking about trade. I mean, seriously. And you didn't get traded and you're still here. That's a different kind of weight. Now you're expected, more is expected of you. So you have to go out there and 162 games, you have to be locked in for all of them because I mean, as a player, what last year's outcome was, and you know how the season started. So every day that you go out there, you're trying to make sure that you're getting ready for the end of the season. Not so much the beginning. You want to do well during the course of the season, but you get ready for the end, and you want to stay locked in for that.
So the daycare hits you the most. Here's what hit me. The pitching for this team, it's going to be really good, but Luzardo could take it to another level. Rhea mentioned him when she was on with us a few minutes ago. I thought he was electric. And, Hugh, I wasn't sure we were getting. Like, in theory, Luzardo's a great pickup, right? Because 2 years ago he was really good, and he's still young. But last year he had a back issue and he pitched to a 5 ERA. And then in spring training, his numbers weren't great. So I went into it with, let me see what he does, right?
Yeah.
If he's the guy he was 2 years ago, it is an awesome pickup for the Phillies. And I love what I saw on Saturday. He had 11 strikeouts in 5 innings. And Rhea's right. He brought a little energy to the mound. Like he was like pumping his fist after a strikeout. He seems like a guy that is going to be, he's going to love pitching here because he played for the A's and the Marlins in his career so far. He strikes me as someone who's probably never played or pitched in front of a huge crowd in a huge game.
And this place is going to get the jump.
Yeah, and I think the people are going to love him, and he's going to love being here. I loved what I saw. Nola, look, I'm not going to get bent out of shape. One bad start, couple home runs. We know what Nola is.
He was doing his thing until that 4th inning, and then it just got out of hand for him.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he has a bad month, then I'll start to worry a little bit. But Aaron Nola has been for a lot of years very similar to what he always is. I'm not that worried about it. As far as the bats against the lefties, Hugh, that's a good point, and it's one you called it a copycat league. Teams are going to like that starter yesterday for the Nationals. He's actually their 5th starter, but they started him in the 3rd game so he could face the Phillies.
Yeah,
teams realize that the Phillies could be susceptible against lefties because Marsh doesn't hit lefties, Stott hasn't hit lefties much, and until Turner comes back, and by the way, Turner not in the lineup today, and until Real Muto gets going and Castellanos, they're going to struggle against lefties.
Just like the Tush Bush is called a competitive edge. Everybody's trying to get one. So if you want to start your lefty, you want to change the order up just because you're playing the Phillies because you know that they're struggling against lefties.
Yep.
Know what you have to do as a Philly? You got to make them pay.
You do, and that they need those right-handed bats to make them pay. Kyle, what hit you the most from the Phillies over the weekend? 2-1 here as they get ready for the home opener here today.
Yeah, and I'm probably going to rub some people the wrong way with this one, but Kyle Schwarber continues to prove that he's the true and best leadoff hitter for this baseball team. I mean, he's jumping all over everything. He's been the Phillies' best hitter so far to start the season. He's batting like 385. And I mean, it's, I guess, circumstantial that Trey Turner being out of the lineup has forced him to have to be up there for like every game so far. I mean, it's just been 2 more that Trey normally would have been the leadoff. But I mean, Kyle Schwarber's just crushing the baseball. And you can see that when the guys at the bottom of the lineup are getting on base, then there's still plenty of RBI opportunities for Kyle Schwarber at the leadoff spot. And everyone gets obsessed with the home runs in the 4-hole. I mean, he hit a 3-run home run when guys at the bottom of the lineup got on base. So I'm still pushing the Kyle Schwarber leadoff agenda.
Well, he'll be there today. Phillies lineup here. Schwarber leading off at DH. Bohm's hitting second today at third. Harper at first, batting third. Real Muto back in the lineup. He had he bruised his foot Saturday, didn't play yesterday. So JT's catching, batting fourth today. Kepler in left field batting fifth. Castellanos sixth in right field. Stott seventh at second base. Marsh eighth in center. And then Mundo Sosa batting ninth, playing shortstop. So that's back-to-back games, actually 3 games now, that Trey Turner in a row won't play. It's kind of weird, the Turner thing, because at first I said back spasm Saturday, but then he said that it started out as a hip thing and became back spasm. So this is 3 straight games he'll miss. They're off tomorrow. If he's back in the lineup Wednesday, no big deal. Let's just all move forward. If he's not there Wednesday, I'm going to have a little concern.
It sounds like a little sciatica to me, because that's where it really starts. It's like, as y'all can see me on camera, it's like at the top of your butt cheek, right? I'm assuming that's where it's at, because that's where I have mine. It's like at the top of my butt cheek, and every now and then it go up my back. So that's probably what it is.
Now, could you play through it, or is it like when you had
I
that?
have, but sciatica, not like when I was younger, but not now.
Well, you're not in your prime anymore.
Yeah, I ain't about to do that.
Yeah, you were telling me about some bad guac you had this weekend.
No, I thought it was bad guac. It was.
This guy used to rack up sacks in the NFL. On a break, he's telling me he had some guac this weekend. It was died.
No. God, it was
Hugh Douglas is not the guy he used to be.
We've lost him.
It was Greek yogurt. But here's the kicker, though. When I started eating it, it tasted funny, but I didn't sprint it like halfway through the guac, and I'm like, this guac might be bad.
Are you telling me that you mistook Greek yogurt for guac?
No, it was Greek yogurt that had guacamole in. Well, no, wait a minute. It was guacamole.
It was part of the ingredients.
But Greek yogurt, it was made with Greek yogurt.
For the creaminess.
That doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't.
No.
But he ate half the thing before you knew what he ate.
I was hungry and I'm eating it right. And I'm like, I'm sitting there and I'm like, damn, this guac don't taste right. And I was like, this guac is bad. Yeah, because I was hungry. And I was like, this guac is bad. I'm about to die. And then I looked at the label and it said guacamole made with Greek yogurt.
Yeah.
Like, who the hell does that?
Did you buy it yourself?
I bought it.
You look at the label
because it was
This is,
guacamole. That's my.
You're blaming others.
This is
This
how
is your
you
decision.
became plant-based Hugh. You didn't read the label.
It was
You remember that?
guacamole. It was guacamole.
It's like when you bought the butter.
Okay.
You became plant-based because you didn't read the label.
First of all, this is why I get overwhelmed when I go in the store, because I was at the Trader Joe's and I said, "Oh, I want some guac and chips." They got all this guac over there. It's guac,
but it's labeled.
It said guacamole.
And I'm sure at some point it said the Greek.
Well, it
yogurt
was
on
off to the right of the thing.
Okay.
And I'm eating it, and I'm like, "This ain't that good." I mean, it's an acquired taste because obviously somebody
sounds disgusting.
Somebody's eating it. It was not good.
Fanatic,
but I was hungry.
The Fanatic just rolled up.
Fanatic just rolled up and flashed us.
Yep.
This ain't Mardi Gras.
He's in mid-season form. He's ready to go. All right, 215-592-9494. I think it is ironic, by the way, that we are sitting in our broadcast booth. Right? Do you see what food stand is right across from us?
What's that?
The plant-based food
Greens
stand.
and grains.
Yeah, that's plant.
That wasn't there before.
No, it was. It's the last couple
was?
years. But that's
That
plant-based
Scan and Red Charger was not there last year.
No, that is not. All right, let's go back to the phones here. Your thoughts on the Tush push? Angry, annoyed, disappointed? Where do you come down as the Tush push could be less than a day away from getting banned? And your biggest take on the Phillies over the weekend here. James in Southwest Philly. What's up, James?
Yeah, I want to say about the Tush push real fast. If they're gonna ban the Tush push, then they should ban the defense jumping over the line of scrimmage. They should ban that. And I think they should keep it. They just mad they just mad, boo-hoo, because the Eagles run it better than everybody else. And I'm gonna say this real quick. They talk about the injury factor. How come Jalen Hurts never got hurt and he's on the bottom of it?
Well, there's never been, James, with that, there's no data anyone gets hurt. The Eagles run it all the time.
All the time.
There's never been a debilitating injury from this. Like, we
That's
would
what
know,
I'm
right?
saying.
If the Eagles' offensive linemen were going down or Jalen got a concussion, we would all know. And guess what? If they were getting hurt, we would say stop using it as much. But that doesn't happen.
Don't happen.
That's right. Can I say something about the Phillies real fast?
Yeah, of course.
If winning is the ultimate goal, why do people get mad at the way they win? They're not going to win the way we want them to win. As long as they win, it shouldn't make a difference how they win. If they hit home runs, if they hit base hits, if they hit long ball, short ball, if winning is the ultimate goal, no matter how you get to the finish line and achieve that goal, it shouldn't make a difference.
I can answer that question.
Go ahead. Hughes got it.
But we get mad because they don't win the way we want them to win.
Ooh, can I answer the question for you?
Yes.
Because it's eerily similar to the way that they went out last year. And I totally understand where you're coming from, but a lot of fans are looking at it like, okay, this is how it started last year. Survive, live and die by the long ball. And, at the end of the year, the bats went cold. So we have a little bit of PTSD when it comes to that. I'm with you. I'm a win is a win guy, but I also understand how other people feel when they see that, though.
I get it, but you got to do it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If the long balls was working for them, they had a power outage at the end of the year.
That's what makes that right there is what makes people nervous.
Yeah, well, of course. And James, good phone. I think there's just overall skepticism because they didn't change much of the team. So you wonder if the story is going to end the same, right? Like,
I can't help but the way that people.
No, you can wait whatever you want.
I'm just saying it just.
No, it makes Hughes. Hold on.
This looks weird.
So for everyone watching on YouTube, Hughes waving to a lot of people, and today makes
waving.
No, today
you getting
makes
distracted
more sense.
again.
Well, yeah, he is.
I'm distracted every day.
But today makes more sense to wave because over the next few hours, thousands of people will walk by here and wave. In our studio, it's the same people every day.
I'm a friendly person. No,
you're not.
Don't lie.
I'm not.
What are you talking about?
Now you're being Sean McDermott.
Now you're just lying to people.
No, I'll wave.
Hugh McDermott over
here. No, I'll wave.
Lying.
I just don't speak a whole lot. I'll wave though.
This is actually
not
your form of high.
Well, yeah, because I'm like I'll wave, but I'm just not a fan of small talk.
I think today's the day to wave. Again, in the studio when you said hi to the people that were not there.
That was ridiculous.
It was ridiculous.
Buddy was right beside me.
Now the Fanatic's riding by again. You can say hi to him.
He doing his thing.
Yeah, he's warming up. All right, let's go to Scott, King of Prush. What's up, Scott?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey, Scott. What's going on?
So, I'll start with the Tush push. So I hate the play. I've never liked the play, and I won't be upset if it goes away. But I don't think it's fair, the process in which they're choosing it. I mean, You can't just make it go away because a bunch of guys are crying about it and because they can't stop it. So while I hate the play and I don't mind if it goes away, I think there's got to be a better way to do the process than just having people vote.
Yeah, Scott, I agree. It feels like a lot of people around the NFL want it out, but they haven't come up with a unified reason why. It's like, what do we do? Injuries? Well, they came out and they said there's no data on injuries, but then McDermott's doubling down on the injuries. It doesn't make sense.
He basically said, "I said what I said."
I said what I said. I don't have any data, but that's okay. We don't need that.
Yep, and while we're talking about competitive advantage, I'll switch over to the Tornado bats. I'm pretty blown away by these. I mean, if you take a really good look at them, they're just, if you think about how many times you see like a cue ball hit in baseball, it's pretty rare. But then think about how many times people get jammed and the number goes up substantially. Mm-hmm. So what they did is they took about an inch off the end of the bat and just slid it towards the barrel, making the barrel bigger, but still staying within the specs of Major League Baseball. So there really isn't anything that Major League Baseball is going to be able to do, in my opinion, this year with the torpedo bats. But these bats, if they're left the way they are, they could change the game and statistics as we know them.
Yeah, so I saw some stats over the weekend, Scott, before anyone realized what was going on with the bats. And it was like the first couple days, the amount of fly balls that were becoming home runs was way higher than normal. And it was a small sample. It was like 2 days.
Yeah.
But like it was like out of control.
But it got enough. It was enough to get the people talking.
Yeah, well, but then people started to look at the Yankees part of this and the torpedo bats and a few other players. Scott, I think you're right. I think if people across the league use these all year, we could see some ridiculous home run numbers.
And just something else to think about too. In baseball, we are always looking for a competitive advantage. I guarantee you, in fact, I know that these bats are on the way to the Phillies right now. I know that for a fact. And within 2 weeks, you're going to see players on every single team using these bats. Not every player, but you will see a few players on each team.
I agree with you, Scott. Scott, good phone call.
What are you giggling about over there?
What just happened?
Well, he's talking about the torpedo bats.
We've been talking about it all morning.
But he wants to chime in.
But he's telling us what we've been talking about.
No, hold on. Hugh, how long have we been doing this?
Okay, fine.
He just wants to give his take.
I'm just, Kyle, we had a whole conversation about this week.
I mean, hold on. We're on the air for 4 hours, and some people might be tuning in and out.
Okay,
they might not know if something's been said.
Okay, fine. You're
This happens every single day.
You know.
Why was it so jarring to you?
But no, because it's like we did our homework a little bit.
Yeah. So are you saying like Scott does his homework too?
No, but okay, fine. You're right, Kyle. I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on.
It's just you know, it's just one of them situations where we talked about it and you telling me what we just talked about.
Well, he just wanted to give his take. Let me ask you a question, because he brought something to the table a little bit different.
What did he bring?
Well, he thinks, and I think we all agree, that this is probably going to be on every team pretty quickly, right? Okay. But then he went to.
Will you stop?
He
okay,
went,
you're right. I'm being a nudge. I'm being a little nudge today. I'm sorry.
We repeat ourselves constantly.
This is you.
No, I don't.
This is you.
Yes, we do.
Hugh. That's who this is. All right, hold on. He kind of led us down the path that what if, because baseball has approved of this, and they're not going to be able to change anything until next year. Like, let's say next year they say, maybe this wasn't a good idea. Are we prepared as fans for a wild season of a ton of home runs? Because that certainly could happen.
If I'm not mistaken, because a lot of the stories were scoring was down, home runs was down, right, in Major League Baseball last year. Just like scoring was down in NFL. This is good for the game.
So you like this?
Well, this is what happened, because when we were talking about it, it was a story that popped, and I was like, the timing of this is phenomenal, because initially everybody thought that this was something that just happened. It didn't. They had these bats last year.
But now more
people are using them. And it's great for the game, because that was the whole story all weekend long. And it's not illegal. So I don't see if it's anything that's bringing eyes to baseball in a time where, you know, people aren't really watching as much, then how can it be bad?
So you're a chick sting the long ball guy.
Who said, I don't know who said it, but Didn't people want to watch baseball because of the long
Listen,
ball?
that was when I was a kid, was the steroid era. That was when I became a fan. I like home runs. I think this is good for baseball, but there's two sides to it. One, it's great. The Phillies probably hit more home runs, but if you're Aaron Nola, you're probably like, bleep, I give up a lot of home runs anyway, and now these guys are going to have torpedo bats.
Who was the guy that the Yankees were playing that got rocked? He didn't have a problem with it.
Oh, Cortez? But
I will say this. He looked like, who was the old coach? Who was the coach that was for Jacksonville said Duval that looked crazy when his eyes, he got the coach that had the crazy eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the coach, he kind of looked like he had the crazy, like he was punch drunk after they hit so many.
If they're hitting home run after home run, you probably feel punch, right? Kyle, you like this? If we get a season where the torpedo bats lead to a crazy amount of home runs, you in or you out?
So, I mean, I guess I'm in. I just wonder if some of these guys are kind of going to use it as more of a crutch as opposed to trying to improve their game in that aspect. Like, I think about a guy like Alec Boehm, who we'd like to see more home runs out of. It feels like this is just something that he might want to lean on this season, and then if they ban it, then what's he going to do? So I don't know. That's sort of where my head goes with it.
I don't think that they're going to ban it though.
So to Scott's point, the cat is out of the bag for this year. I doubt they'd be able to do it. Like if it becomes too much, maybe next year they say, "Hey, let's fix this." But it sounds like we are in the torpedo bat era.
I tell you what, and this is how I look at it, because it's all about revenue, right? And they make a ton of money in baseball. If the torpedo bats will get the average person to watch because they want to see if it changes.
Well, that was the steroid era. They let steroids go for years.
How is that a bad thing?
I don't think it is. It will. The game will be different. I mean, it will. It'll
and you have some old folks that's gonna be mad about, oh, it ain't the game. Dog, it ain't supposed to be. The folks that watch the game that you watch dying, they dead. They dying off. I mean, it's the truth. The baseball has been losing fans for years, and now they're trying to figure out ways to bring young fans in. If this is the way to do it, then why not?
Well, a couple years ago, they intentionally changed the game with the pitch clock and the bases
and the
to do this.
Bigger bases and all that. So if this inadvertently brings more fans to the game, then why not?
Listen, I'm in, but I do think if it hits the way it hit this weekend, it will change the game. There will be more runs. There will be more home runs,
and people are going to watch. Because most people say that baseball is a slow game. So now if you're having a game where a bunch of guys got these torpedo bats and they're just launching them out the park, you don't think people are going to watch that?
Yeah, no, they will. No,
to see the pitchers melt down and start complaining about the torpedo bats, you don't think nobody wants to see that?
Yeah. Now, I'm in, but we need to be prepared. Aaron Nola might set the record for most home runs allowed. He allows 30 home runs anyway. Now we got torpedo bats. All right, 215-5.
Yeah, Adam Gase. That's what it was.
Oh, Adam Gase. 215-592-9494. That's to hop on the phone lines here. Tush Push, your reaction to the idea this could be banned tomorrow. I'm angry about it. Huge disappointed. Where do you come down? We will, of course, keep talking to Phillies. We're here at the home opener. Devin Caney will join us at 12:30. Afternoon show will hop in at 1 for a crossover. Big game Dante in a little while for the national anthem. And I'll get to another observation I had following everything that happened this weekend with the Phillies. Plus, right now, let's give you guys a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Phillies Rockies on Thursday. Caller number 3 to our contest line, 215-988-1258. That's the contest line, 215-988-1258. Wins the tickets. Caller number 3 right now. Pair of tickets, Phillies Rockies on Thursday. We're live at Citizens Bank Park on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Spring is in the air. And you know what else is in the air? The smell of the grill firing up. It's time to take cooking outside again, people. Picture this. In your backyard, a juicy marinated tenderloin is on the grill from Hatfield, of course. And on the flat top, of course, you have some Hatfield bacon sizzling to perfection. Now, that's the spring that I'm talking about. Longer days and food with family and friends. Run to simplyhatfield.com for recipes and retail locations near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
The gates of Citizens Bank Park open once more as the fight for a parade on Broad starts now.
And the Phillies pile out of the dugout.
The Phillies home opener against the Rockies today. Leading off starts at 2. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:05. Then stick around for the final out. Back to the bank.
It is bedlam at the bank.
On your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Are you kidding me?
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit christianhomeservices.com.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
It's Montgomery County's only gentlemen's club, Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, open Monday through Saturday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. Creekside Cabaret. Where this Wednesday, April 2nd, it's our famous monthly amateur night with a grand prize of $500. Creekside Cabaret, where all sporting events, including UFC and championship boxing, are shown on our huge 200-inch TV screen. Planning a bachelor party? Bachelor parties are second to none at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Come into your local AAA Car Care Center and save $84 on select sets of 4 Nokian tires, only at AAA Car Care Centers. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer ends April 15th. See store for details.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an odds boost token. Simply add any tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sportsbook for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, original bets you won't find anywhere else, player props, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action, or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are issued as tokens. Expiry varies per round. Please read full terms for full details. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Sprouts, our shelves are filled with new, exciting, and delicious discoveries for all different tastes and needs. Discoveries like an oat milk that's gluten-free and sustainable. Woo! Or a quick dinner that's delicious and easy. Woo! Or perfectly ripe peaches. Woo! That are local. Woo! And organic. Woo! This is that Sprouts feeling.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano, and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Cleveland Browns are keeping their options open. Their general manager, Andrew Barry, spoke to reporters Sunday saying the Browns are unlikely to make an offer to the Titans to move up to number 1, but anything is possible with the second pick, including moving back. My question, shouldn't the Browns be laser focused on quarterback above all else? Deshaun Watson is hurt. They basically have sat out free agency. How else can they get a quarterback if not the draft? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Phillies make their Citizens Bank Park debut today at 3:05 on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, that fever, Hugh?
Cause we're the Phillies, you know we can't be beat. So come on, baby, once you get on
It's right here.
I know it.
It's discount.
It ain't that much discount.
Come on,
I'm gonna go. I was planning on walking down right before the show started.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how far it was, so I had to come back.
The fever, we have it. We are live today.
I'm going to go when we get out.
Citizens Bank Park for the home opener. Broadcasting live from the DeBoer Heart and Lung Center. Broadcast with DeBoer Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital. Congratulations, Jeff Miller. He won our tickets. The Phillies Rockies coming up on Thursday. Good job, Jeff. Congratulations. Enjoy the game. But we're here today for the home opener. All these new things, including the digital age here at Citizens Bank Park. They have the digital scoreboards behind home plate now. The LED lights. It's going to be awesome. It's unlike the home opener. Phillies lineup. No Trey Turner day as he gets another day off with the bad back / hip, whatever's going on with Trey. So Sosa back at short today. All right. So I was thinking about something. We'll get back to your phone calls on the Tush Push Band, torpedo bats, and of course takeaways to the Phillies over the weekend with the Nationals. But Hugh, something hit me this weekend.
What hit you this weekend?
Well, it's the first weekend of the season, and already we lose Trey for a couple games, and JT had to miss a game on Sunday that he probably would have played in. And it did hit me on Sunday watching the lineup. You know what the Phillies are, Hugh?
What they are?
We can say this.
What are they?
We don't have to. Sometimes you just got to say the truth out loud.
Yeah, what's that?
They're old. This is an old baseball team.
Not yet.
Nah, Hugh, they're old.
Nah, not yet.
They're old.
31-ish is not old.
They are old. So how about this? I'm going to throw a stat at you. In the history of baseball, the whole history, there have only been 2 teams with 5 players 32 or older. The Phillies have 5 in their lineup, age 32 season or older, that have made the playoffs ever. Just 2 teams. And that tells me 2 things. One, teams that have this many older players, those guys will start to decline, right? 1 or 2.
At some point, yeah. I mean,
or they'll get hurt, so they won't play enough to be good enough to make the playoffs. I'm not saying the Phillies are going to make the playoffs. What I'm saying is, it hit me like we're going to have weeks and days where these regular players get banged up. It's as players get older, they just get hurt more. So I'm crossing my fingers, but I'm now like it hit me. These guys are going to miss games. Trey's, this is his 3rd game missed. Day off tomorrow. I hope he's back on the field on Wednesday. But if he's not on the field Wednesday, they probably have to consider putting him on the IL because you're going to play a man short for a whole week. So it just hit me. They're an older team. This shouldn't be unexpected. These guys are going to miss some time. You want to put your head in the sand on how old they are?
That's some real doom and gloom stuff.
No, it's
Joe.
true.
I mean, I didn't
need
the
truth.
I mean, the season just started. I didn't need for you to do all
I feel
that.
like Hugh feels personally attacked right now.
No, I'm just saying.
It's just because you're 20 years older than these guys doesn't mean you're old.
You know what's funny, Kyle? I'm looking and I'm like thinking back when I turned 30 and how stuff started to go.
Yeah, you were old.
But these guys do a great job of keeping themselves healthy. And that's the big thing that I was talking about before the season started, Joe, was you have to, like Castellanos last year, he was the Iron Man. You got to give these guys these days off and give them a chance to rest. And you have to, at some point, infuse some of these young talent.
I agree with you on that. And it also is going to, to go back to the daycare thing, they're going to need the Stotts, the Marshes, the Bohms, to play a lot and to be good because there's going to be days Trace is not in the lineup.
Who were we talking to earlier? Did you see how excited from was it Citizens Bank?
Dan Fitzpatrick.
Dan, we were talking to
Citizens
Dan.
Bank,
Yeah, the prayers. Did you see how excited he was when he talked about Andrew Painter potentially coming
Yes.
up?
Well, he was saying if we had him the last couple of years,
Man, listen,
things would have been different.
He led with pitching and he talked about pitching. And he was over the moon about Painter. That's what they're hoping for, man. They're hoping for some of these young kids to come in and take a little bit of that pressure off of these older guys.
And to balance it out, right?
Yeah.
And look, that could even out what I'm saying. I mean, their age isn't going to change. They're an older team. But if the young guys take a step forward, or Painter arrives, or Miller,
that's why the
Crawford,
daycare has probably been disbanded too.
They're done. They're not daycare anymore.
Yeah, they're not daycare. They what is it?
Full-grown kids now.
Full-grown
kids. 215-592-9494. You're taking all this and the tush push, which we could be, a day away from this thing getting banned. They're going to vote tomorrow morning.
Think positive thoughts, Joe.
What's your feeling right now? Right now. This is going to be a close vote, Hugh.
I think it's probably going to be what they need, 24.
They need 24 to
it's
ban
going to
it.
be like 22.
Ooh.
22, and what's that, 10?
22 and 10 equals 32, yep.
Yeah, math ain't, they ain't.
Who's the guy that NBC has him for football at the end of the season? He's also on the election coverage. Kornacki?
Kornacki? I don't know that.
Steve, I think his name's Steve Kornacki. He goes on the different networks and he'll tell you for the presidential election, right? He'll count the votes and if you have this, you have to win that to win.
Yeah.
I need him tomorrow
You're talking about
morning.
electoral votes.
The electoral votes.
That?
Yeah, I need him tomorrow morning to count this thing down. If we get the Texans vote, then we're good. If we don't get the Texans vote, we're screwed.
I think we got a friend because what the coach used to play here. I'm thinking the Cowboys gonna roll with us too.
Oh, stop! You think we got the Cowboys vote?
Yes.
You have got to be smoking.
Yeah, I mean you're.
I listen. I've been wrong about these things.
Jerry's gonna vote with the Eagles.
Yes, we got KC. I was wrong about KC, by the way. I thought they were the ones that got mad about it.
All right, so you think we got Andy?
Big Red.
We have Steichen. Steichen's already said he's.
Yeah, he would have.
You think we got Kellen Moore?
Coach Moore?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't believe we have Cannon.
You know what? I would look at Kellen and be like, you know what I would say? If we were sitting at the dinner and I was and he just got the head coaching job, I say, Kellen.
Come on, man.
I ain't even got to ask you this question, dog. But I'm asking anyway. How you voting? And he's going, whatever he does,
like a goober,
goofy ass. Yeah, he better listen. It's a no-brainer. We resurrected your career. I put you in position to have the job that you got in New Orleans. Don't forget.
Oh, you're gonna pull the don't forget card?
For real? Why not? You don't forget.
Listen, you could do that with him. Might work. I'm telling you, Gannon's voting against the Eagles. It just there's pettiness there.
No.
Come on, they docked a pick from the Cardinals because the whole thing, the way that thing went.
He'll be all right.
Kyle, you believe that?
He came out. What up, Berg?
No, you're out of your mind.
What are
you talking about?
No, we got
Cowboys and Gannon are clearly voting against the Eagles.
I think we got the Cowboys.
Why on earth would the Cowboys vote with the Eagles on this?
Because they're on their last leg anyway.
Now,
no.
Jerry might miss the vote, and then because of that, they just get a no. Yeah,
you buy Jerry some squirrel. Some cookies. He might roll with
Jerry's not as easily bought as you are.
They serve squirrel at West Palm Beach restaurants. I doubt it. I doubt that.
Who else do I think is with us in the division?
Nobody.
The Giants.
Why would they vote for it?
Why do you think teams in our division would vote with us?
This is hopeful.
I'm
yeah,
reaching.
Yeah, you are. This is blind faith.
I'm ranching. We got Tampa Bay.
We got Tampa because Bowles has been on record. We have
got
Steichen.
Atlanta.
No, we ain't got Atlanta. Right now, I'm looking at.
We got Carolina. I think.
You're just making things up now.
Yeah, you're hoping.
I'm hoping. Hey, listen. I ain't got no.
I think we
intel.
have D'Amico Ryans. I saw.
Yeah, D'Amico, Coach Ryans from Texas. We got the Saints. We obviously said we got the Saints.
Okay, that's about 5 or 6.
Stefanski also said he doesn't think they should ban it.
Okay.
That's 7. We're still voting.
We got
shorter.
Cleveland.
Yeah, he just said that. Stefanski.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I'm reaching. Hey, listen, Kyle, I'm reaching.
This
We got Coach Harbaugh, Baltimore. We got the Harbaughs.
I think we have one Harbaugh.
Which one? Jim?
John. I don't know.
We got John. I know we got Jim. We got Jim.
Well, Jim goes to the beat of his own drum. I don't know. All right, 215-592-9494. How do you feel about the Tush Push potentially getting banned? Sean Payton? He's petty.
He's
he's petty. All right, angry, disappointed, or no big deal. How about this? The votes are pretty split. Disappointed leading the way at 38%, angry at 36%, no big deal at 26%. Our Twitter question is sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation. PIDentalCenter.com. Chris in Delaware is up on WIP. Hey, Chris.
Hey,
Chris.
guys. Thanks for getting me on.
You got it, pal. What's up?
So, looking at the Tush push and just the reason why teams are trying to get rid of it, we might as well take away the field goal. We might as well take away tackling people. We might as well just put flags on our waist and play flag football. Because number one, they're saying, like you guys have been talking about, it's just not entertaining when you get to the 1 yard line. You know what's going to happen. But a field goal isn't as entertaining as a touchdown. And talking about the physicality and people getting hurt, we see NFL players constantly get hurt with non-contact injuries. So injuries can just happen. There's no avoiding it. So people trying to take this play away is exactly what you guys have been saying. They know it works. They can't do it. We can. So they want to take away what we do so well because we just won the Super Bowl. And they know we're on our way to win another one.
Well, Chris, and to your point on the injuries versus, you can't take it out of the game. I understand the sensitivity that the NFL has to head injuries, right? What's happened the last 30 years. And Chris, if there was data that in the last 3 or 4 years, there was a lot of concussions on this, then I would have a different view. Then I'd say, all right, it's a cool play. It's worked for the Eagles, but we can't use it anymore.
It's time to move on.
It's time to move on. But there's none. There's no data that says this is a play where players get injured. It's a joke that they're using that. It actually, if I was a player and one that used to play in the NFL where they didn't care about head injuries and now they're pretending this is an injury thing, I'd actually feel insulted. I'd feel insulted.
It's insulting because Coach McDermott said,
and then he ran it over and over again.
That's why I'm surprised, because then you sit there with a straight face.
Chris, appreciate you.
You sit there with a straight face, and you said some stupid stuff, but you're trying to justify it.
Well, Sean's got to have a pattern now of saying
well,
things.
well, and it's you went to a really good school. You went to William and Mary. They don't just let anybody in William and Mary.
I'm not sure anymore after Sean McDermott.
No, but it's like, you know what I mean? It's just like, you're a smart man. And you sat there with a straight face and said, well, I'm worried about people's safety. And you ran it damn near as much as we did.
Yeah. Well, again, and you
make it make sense.
You can, because he just wants none of this makes sense, and it's frustrating. It really is frustrating because I haven't heard a good reason why this should be on the NFL, and yet they might do it as early as tomorrow. David is in the Northeast talking about torpedo bats. What's up, David?
Yo, what's up, boss?
Hey, David, what's up?
You're Lewis. How you doing, guy?
We're good. What do you think about the torpedo bats?
Okay, I'm just saying, man. Last week he was kind of feeling bloom that nobody says yo to him first.
Oh yeah.
So
he was down about that.
Not
Mr.
nobody,
Douglas,
just specifically.
how you doing, buddy?
How you doing there, brother?
How about
Appreciate
David?
you.
All right, man. I'm the guy that did the Soprano take me out to the ball game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good job.
We loved it.
Okay. If I'm talking about this torpedo bat, where we going to war or something, or are we playing baseball?
I think it's just baseball.
Yeah.
I came to a baseball game today.
But I guess it kind of looks like a torpedo.
Yeah.
Why do we need it? Why?
Well, I mean,
because the chicks dig the long ball.
You're not going to have people coming to the game just to see home runs.
That's not true.
No kinds of cash.
But what if Schwarber hits like 70, David? That people would come see that.
I want to see small ball. I want to see them practice their trade since they were kids. Knee high to a bullfrog.
So you'd rather small ball than torpedo
Small ball players don't get paid like them long ball
Exactly. Practice what your coaches practice when you're in high school.
Yeah, but you got to admit,
torpedo match. Your thoughts?
You know, it's
Scott
like, come
Fransky
on,
with the
man.
shrug.
You don't need no super bat, man.
Torpedo bat.
Just a regular bat.
Well, not David. Not every player is using them. We don't even think any Phillies have them yet.
Not yet.
But
Get
they're,
it to
but
the
they're
end of
on
the
their
week.
way. All right, so we got one vote. David, good phone call. So David's clearly against the torpedo bats. He wants more small ball. David, I got bad news for you.
It's not happening.
These torpedo bats are going to be part of this season.
The thing that people need to realize that you're going to go where the money is. Who just got a ton of bread for hitting a ton of home runs last year? Wasn't Aaron Judge?
Well, Aaron Judge is very highly paid. Juan Soto just got
paid.
Well,
no, that's my fault because I forgot. That was like a year, not last year, but the year before
well,
that.
To that point, though, Soto, I think he had his career high in home runs last year before he got paid.
I understand that there are baseball purists out there. I just think it's like, with all due respect, I just think it's funny that when people say they're baseball purists, what is so pure about it? The game has been evolving and changing since it started.
Well, and I will say this about baseball. They resisted change for a long time. I think it hurt them, but they've come
and they're starting to try to catch up because
the ratings have been up the last couple of years with the pitch clock and with the more stolen bases.
And that's why they did it.
Yeah.
You know why football is the leader as far as entertainment is concerned? Because it's evolved and it's not afraid to evolve.
Football doesn't care about the past. They care about tomorrow.
Yes. And baseball is the same way. They knew about these. See, this is the problem. Everybody wants to be up in arms about these torpedo bats now because of what the Yankees did this weekend. They were using torpedo bats last year. Now, I read that where they were talking about certain guys were using the bats and they were hitting home runs, but the simple fact that the Yankees did it this weekend, now everybody, oh my God, they're not supposed to do this. They've been doing it.
And it was the first weekend they hit a lot of home runs,
yes,
so it became a big story.
Like it popped.
Yeah.
Now, guess what? The fact that it popped this weekend, guess what the players are looking at? Oh,
I want one of those.
They hit like 30 home runs. Guess what? Oh, I'm about to get me one. And now everybody's going to do it. And guess what people say? Oh, so-and-so hit 15 home runs in the last 3 weeks. I need to go see that. That's what people come to the game. So for all those folks talking about your purists or whatever and thinking that this ain't going nowhere, this just caught fire, bro. This just caught fire because I guarantee you, you go to any bat manufacturer right now, it's gonna be kid. Like my son plays baseball. He don't know about torpedo bats now, but guess who does? The other kids that are trying to play baseball.
They're
now,
gonna talk about it.
They're gonna talk about it, and they're gonna go get those. Guess who's gonna wear college? The college kids gonna be wearing the torpedo bats.
You brought that up because when you look at it, it looks more like a softball bat or a little league bat where the weight is distributed more across. Like softball bats, it's across because the ball is bigger and it's just the way the game is played. It's just different. It looks like that. When I saw it on Saturday, I was like, it looks like a softball bat they're using instead of the old big barrel.
Well,
it's
like skinny and then it's like fat, like right by the
spot.
Yeah. It's like almost like the sweet spot or whatever.
But they just extended that the sweet spot. I think it's fun. Now we will see. Now look, 3 months from now, if the games are 12-10 every night, then I could see some people be like, they changed the game too much. It went too far. But let's see how it plays out. Again, I think we could use it. We have some hitters in this lineup. If Bryce's thought, I saw Devin is going to join us coming up at 12:30. Devin, was talking to some Phillies this morning, and I saw a video she put up of Stott saying he texted his guy about a bat. I like Stott as a hitter. Home run on Saturday, but Stott has not shown to have huge power in the big leagues. If this helps him instead of getting jammed all the time,
guess what he's going to do?
He's going to get one.
Everybody's going to do it, and then guess who's going to have to adjust?
The pitchers.
The pitcher.
Yeah, let's go to Andrew in Northeast Philly. Andrew's not buying this torpedo bat stuff. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, Andrew. What's up?
Well, the torpedo bat, for one, was actually used for a bit last year. Number two, all they did is narrow the top end of the bat. The bat is still at regulation max diameter. All they did is just change the shape of the bat. The funny part is, I think it's also going to cause more strikeouts. You have less of an end of a bat. That means there's less bat for the guys to make contact if they're going to do those little poke shots.
Yeah, it might, but if you hit more home runs, I'm guessing players will take that, right? More home runs, more strikeouts. Yeah.
All it does is accentuate where the sweet spot is.
So, but you don't think it's going to change the game? You think it is what it is?
I think it's going to go both ways. You're going to see more home runs. You're also going to see an increase in strikeouts.
You could, but so here's what I would say to that, Andrew. Strikeouts have been on the rise for about 15 years steadily. Every year, strikeouts go up. Home runs have not. So if the strikeouts are going to go up anyway. So if strikeouts continue to go up but home runs do, that's going to change the game. There'll be more scoring this way.
Yeah, and again, there's also not that many players using the bat. There was only a couple on the Yankees who were using it, and
that's you're right, but that's now. Now that we got players, and Rob Thompson this morning saying that the Phillies are looking into it. So as Hugh was saying earlier, it's a copycat league, and Andrew, we appreciate the phone call. Yes, it's not across the league yet, but as this becomes more popular, in a month you could have half the league using this.
Man, listen, in about 2 weeks, you're going to start seeing those bats. As soon as they can cut the trees down and shape these suckers, they're going to be out here because guys see that. And like I said, it's about money. Like most people, I've talked to guys that play baseball, and nobody wants to play the small game anymore because they're looking at launch angle and all the other good stuff. They're trying to knock the ball out of the park. If this is something that's within the rules that allows you to do that, they're going to do it. Like I give it by the end of the month. Everybody and their mama probably gonna have. Anybody that's trying to knock the ball out of the park is gonna have one. And as far as strikeouts are concerned, hell, Schwarber strikes out a lot already.
Yeah, again, strikeouts have been going up steadily for years. That's in spite of these bats. That's just because these pitchers are so good. David's in Berlin. What's up, David?
Oh, Joe, Hugh,
David.
Of course, I called about the Tush push, but it's Phillies opening day and all that. Let me just throw this in, Hugh. Put your money together, and we're going to invent the tornado bat. We'll call it Tornado Alley.
Tornado bat. What is the bat going to do?
That's
Tornado Alley.
That's not what they're called.
The torpedo. The torpedo.
I like the idea of Tornado
is
Alley
to invent the tornado.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, Anyway, let's move on to Jalen Hurts. His legs, of course, makes that play, right? Now, most of the other teams, they realize that, they can't do that. Okay, so that therefore some of them will vote, against it naturally, and it does take away something from the game. However, you're going to have to stop it. Now, but the point is, when they talk about an injury, here's what they should have said if they want to make a legitimate point. They should have said, well, we're going to stop all people from pushing people. See, everybody. So you don't just have like that play and they have to wait a second to run. No more pushing from behind.
Yeah,
I'll go for that.
That would be a way to change the game without going after specifically the tush push. You're right. That would, at least that would have a little more logic to this. We don't want this in the game anymore. What they've done is just go after one specific play that's run so little.
Which is ridiculous. Now, of course, I've seen Fred Refrigerator Perry, right? Ditka would bring him in, and throughout the history of the NFL, there's been different things, but this one, of course, the tush push has pretty much been awesome for the Eagles. You can just sit and relax on 4th and 1. But I really think that even if they took it away, that Jalen Hurts with his legs can make 7 out of 10 of them.
I agree with that, David. Yeah, look, Tom Brady for years converted about 8 out of 10 short yardage, quarterback sneaks. So yes, I good phone call, David. I don't think this would crush the Eagles. It's more the principle of taking it away that bothers me more than I think it's going to crush their season next year. 215-592-9494 for your take on the torpedo bats, which some want to make tornado bats. Tornado, torpedo.
Yeah, whatever.
Kyle could be dismissive, but I can't.
Yeah.
That ain't right.
Accuracy is not that important. No, I think the bats are kind of cool. It looks like they're going to be here for long. All right, your phone calls and the Phillies takeaways from this weekend, the torpedo bats, and of course the tush push ban. What emotion do you have? As it sounds like tomorrow they could ban this thing. It could
you
be
think
gone.
It's gonna happen, don't you? Your gut is telling you that this is a wrap, huh? Kiss the baby.
I think we're going to be in for like the final 1 or 2 votes to decide this tomorrow. I think there's enough of a push and enough pettiness in the NFL, which you understand,
I do.
that could push this the wrong way. All right, your phone calls on the other side. Devin Caney will join us live here at Citizens Bank Park to talk some Phillies. We get set for the home opener. It's the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this weekend, whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport. Check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day Parlays, and Golf Profit Boost tokens over the weekend. Let's go with the Phils today at home here to win their opener. Right now, new customers get $200 of bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The gates of Citizens Bank Park open once more as the fight for a parade on Broad starts now.
And the Phillies pile out of the dugout.
The Phillies home opener against the Rockies today. Leading off starts at 2. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:05. Then stick around for the final out. Back to the bank.
It is bedlam at the bank.
On your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Are you kidding me?
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Get ready for a double play of excitement at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. Catch every pitch, every hit, every home run live on their 75-foot wall of TVs. Fuel your fandom with $5 Miller Lights or grab the legendary deal, a Miller Lite and 2 hot dogs for just $10. Plus, every Wednesday when your home baseball team plays, Cheerleaders is bringing you the same unbeatable specials. Cheerleaders Philadelphia, where the game meets the party. Your late night destination awaits. Go see the girls at Cheerleaders, open until 2 a.m.
Hey, it's John Ritchie. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weeds and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Benari Jewelers is breaking all the rules this weekend with the biggest ever spring sale. 3 days only. Top bridal designers have flown in for this with their entire spring collections all on sale. See the latest from the most sought-after designers. Save up to 20% on virtually all Benari engagement rings and wedding bands. Absolute best prices store-wide. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Details at BenariJewelers.com. Don't miss this spectacular spring event at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the Thuggish Ruggers Ball.
Welcome back. Midday Show live today. Citizens Bank Park for the Phillies home opener, broadcasting live from the Deborah Hart Lung Center. Broadcast through Deborah Hart Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital. 1 o'clock afternoon show will sit it with us, a crossover. Big game Dante, he was going to be with us to sing the national anthem at 1:45, leading off at 2. Back to your calls in a few minutes. Right now, though, Devin Caney joins us as we get set for the Phillies. How are we doing, Devin?
I'm doing well. I'm super excited to finally get to watch baseball being played in Citizens Bank Park again. Just heard from Rob Thompson, some of the players down in the clubhouse. I'm doing well.
All right, so we got to ask you this before we get to the Phillies specifically in the first weekend and today. What did you hear down there about their torpedo bats, which have become the story of baseball the first weekend?
I know. They really have taken the baseball world by storm. It's like becoming the tush push of baseball very quickly. So I asked Bryson Stott down the clubhouse just now about the torpedo bats and what he thought, because I don't know if you guys saw Fox 29, I believe, was down at Victus HQ, and they asked, and Victus said, yeah, we've been talking the Phillies. You might see some torpedo bats with Phillies this week. And I asked Bryson Stott, because I know he has a close relationship with Victus, and he's like, yeah, I already texted my guy at Victus about it. So the torpedo bats, he said, aren't a new thing. They've been around for a while. And the thing about them is they don't work for everyone. They actually can make it a lot harder for certain types of hitters to make contact with the ball. And in order for a torpedo bat to really work for you, you have to go down to this hitting lab that they have down in Louisiana. They put a bunch of wires on you and they kind of analyze your swing. So his answer was basically like, yeah, they're a thing. Yeah, we're interested in talking to Victus, but they might not work for everyone.
Is there a possibility, because it was the thing that took the internet by storm this weekend?
Yeah.
So and you said they have to go to Louisiana.
I mean, I'm sure that they could figure out a way.
That's what I was about to ask you, because
then Rob Thompson also said, like, Kevin Long has been making calls. Like, I think they are trying to work on it.
because it's the thing that jumped out to me, Devin, and I don't know if it was like that for you, is that, to your point, it has been around a while, because I did a little looking around, and they some guys used it last year, but this was the year that it really popped. And everybody's looking for that competitive edge. So it's a good chance that, even though you got to go to Louisiana, they're going to probably fly some guys up. There's going to be some trips being made, and guys are probably going to have to come on off days to try to see if they can make this happen, because it's just phenomenal. And I think I personally think it might be good for baseball. How do you feel about that?
I feel like a traditionalist here, because if it was the Phillies who had just hit like 100 home runs like the Yankees had with their torpedo bats, I'd be all for it. But I think because it's the Yankees, even though Aaron Judge apparently isn't even using a torpedo bat, he's just Aaron Judge and able to do what he's been doing to start the season. I just don't like anything that disrupts that, because now if one team has it and then another team has it and then everyone just tries to duplicate it, and then the entire game has changed. The record books are all kind of messed up now with the different skewed numbers, and I don't know if I love that, but it's legal, and I think that the Phillies are looking into it a little bit more seriously than they're probably letting on. Topper kind of made it seem like he he was like, yeah, I saw that on social media. Like I saw it was trending. Like
he's claiming ignorance
as
a little
if
bit.
you didn't know about
Yeah,
it
it was hot.
before.
It
And
was
then
hot.
he's like, yeah, I had K-Long make some calls. And that was the extent of what he said in terms of the Phillies looking into it. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a few torpedo bats on the Phillies.
Topper doesn't strike me as a social media guy. Maybe I didn't realize he is.
Yeah,
Topper
well-
seeing this stuff out there?
It's funny you say that because Dave Urim, our sports reporter at KYW, was like, wait, so are you saying you're on social media, Rob Thompson? And he's like, no, I'm not on social
There's a
media.
Topper
Yeah, look
burner
at,
out
look,
there.
we-
Yeah, Ty, I don't know.
We have some dogged reporters at our station. We got ESP Elliott Shore Parks and Dave Uram leading the way for reporters all over the place.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yourself as well.
Oh, thank you.
But you're kind of like
Thank
a jack of all trades. So you do it like
I appreciate that. Yeah.
So, Devin, let's talk about the team today. So, no Trey Turner again, which
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say I'm worried yet, but it's been 3 days now and day off tomorrow. If he doesn't play on Wednesday, then I'll start wondering, like, what's going on? Because it was originally framed as back spasms. You think, it's not a big deal, but now he's going to miss his third straight game.
Yeah, third straight game. He was out there warming up, doing some drills out in the field right before I came up to the booth, and he looked healthy. Rob Thompson was asked about him, and he said, he's doing great. I think they're hoping to utilize tomorrow's off day, assuming that the game is going to be played in full today, should weather not interfere. And then they're expecting Trey Turner to be back on Wednesday. But I don't know about you guys. Dave Skopinich, he works in our sales department, little inside baseball here, just asked me outside. He's like, yeah, I heard Trey Turner is also dealing with a hip issue that led to the back spasm. So apparently it might be more serious than they're letting on.
So
but
there was a quote from him this weekend that it started as he felt his hip grab in spring at the end of spring training, and then it became the back. So
yeah, it was tied together somehow. But I don't. He was taking grounders out there on the field, and he didn't look hindered whatsoever. So hopefully he's back by Wednesday.
Yeah, look, they need him, especially the top of the order with hitting one or two. What was your biggest takeaway from this weekend? I mean, Luzardo was fun on Saturday.
Yes.
And then Nola wasn't quite as fun yesterday.
No. I mean, I'm happy with the way they started taking a series, even if you don't sweep the first team you face in the season. I mean, what more can you ask for? I know Nola left some to be desired, but he also wasn't awful. I think, letting up 2 home runs, and they were multiple run shots each, like that's going to happen. I thought he still looked good in moments, so it wasn't anything to be overly concerned about. I'm really excited to watch Christopher Sanchez out there today. I'm really happy that he got the home opener. We know how well Christopher Sanchez pitches here in Citizens Bank Park. We said going into the season that the Phillies could have potentially the best or one of the best starting rotations in baseball. And I think that this first series and then some is going to prove that with Christopher Sanchez rounding out today.
I'm kind of curious, Dev. How are you a little concerned that the team right now looks like eerily similar to the team that was last year with some of the strikeouts and things of that nature, relying on the long ball as much?
I know, I get what you're saying. And it was like that first game on Thursday was like, it was like no time had passed since the Mets series in the NLDS that knocked them out with the shadows and the bats and the 19 strikeouts. But then the Phillies came back and they proved that, Alec Boehm came through and some of the bats came through. And then the next game, Britton Marsh hit really well off lefties. He hit a home run. So I think a lot of our concerns were kind of proven wrong, at least just to start with these first few games of the season. But yeah, I mean, I think it's the way that the Phillies team is set up. Like they're big bats and they're going to swing at a lot of balls they shouldn't. And it's just the way it is, unfortunately.
So you mentioned Sanchez, who gets to start today. I thought it was cool, too. They gave him the opener, the home opener. It is pretty rare when a player goes from an afterthought to a star. But that might be what's going on. Because 2 years ago, when he entered the rotation, I was like, all right, he's pretty good. He's all right.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't a top prospect. And then he's just gotten better and better. And then in spring training, Devin, it was like, he looks like one of the best pitchers in baseball now. It's amazing.
Well, Rob Thompson actually just compared him to Zach Wheeler, where now he has command and power. And he said that's just like Zach Wheeler. And because of that, he's expecting Christopher Sanchez, like a lot of fans, like everyone who watched him, through last season, through spring training, to have a really great season and hopefully, stay healthy. Christopher Sanchez put on some muscle.
I was about to ask that. He looked deezed.
If you ever see him in person, Christopher Sanchez looks like an NBA player. Like he's very tall and slender, but then he also added some bulk to that. So I think that will also, add power to his throws. And I agree, Julia. Like when he first came on, it was like, okay, like this guy's pretty good, I guess. Like, I didn't think he was going to be, a mainstay, and here he is opening up the season at home for the Phils. So
yeah, Hugh, it did get big. I mean, like, and when he first got here, because it's a good way to describe him, like an NBA kind of body. Like he's like tall and slender, but now you see it when he pitches out there. Like he's jacked and he throws really hard.
And you know what's funny? When I saw him, I was like, wait a minute, he looks a lot bigger.
Yeah,
like he's definitely more defined than he was a year ago.
Baseball players simply don't change like
that.
that.
That's what I'm saying. And
it's
that's
more of
why
a football player thing.
Yeah, because he looked more like you said, an NBA player. I was like, okay, but he's been working out.
He's also similar to Ranger Suarez, I think, in his mentality. He's very, like he walks in the clubhouse and is just, very serene, doesn't look shaken or rattled ever. And I love that mindset. I love watching guys like that pitch because, like, nothing ever seems to shake them too much.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Home opener today. First pitch at 3:05. Devin, we appreciate you hopping in. And
of course, thanks for
enjoy
having
today.
me.
Yeah, of course. It's always open. There's nothing like the home opener. This is going to be special today.
I'm so excited.
It's going to be awesome. Devin Caney with us here.
Open and the kids are coming in.
The broadcast booth.
Ain't nobody going to school today.
No, well, yeah, of course. It's the home opener, Hugh.
I mean,
This is school today. 215-592-9490. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Lou in Mount Laurel talking Tush Push. What's up, Lou?
What's up, guys? Yo, what's going on? I have a Tush Push point, and then I have a name I'd like to see the Phillies go get. And I know you will both disagree with me vehemently. So
okay, well, I'm excited for that. But let's start with the Tush Push. What are you feeling there?
I think it's so lame. I think it's lame, and I think the fact it's coming from a loser franchise who have never won anything it makes it that much worse. Like Sean McDermott, shut up, really, shut up.
Well, I mean, he's a defensive guy. He used to be here, and he runs the Tush Push in Buffalo more than 18 but the Eagles. He's a hypocrite.
That's my problem. He's a hypocrite, and you could essentially ban every play then if somebody could get hurt. You have no data to back it up. Zero. It was run. I forget where I read it. It was run less than 1% of the time in all NFL plays. I think
the number was 0.28%.
Yep,
That's the number. 0.28, and we're spending all this time on it. It's ridiculous.
It's
all right,
ridiculous.
But Lou, who do you want the Phillies to go get?
Hey, listen, hear me out. And I believe when I called last year, Hugh said the guy is a Richard is the best way he put it. I'm worried about Ranger. I think he's more hurt than he's letting on. This guy's out there. Go get Trevor Bauer.
Oh, I knew
come on, guys. Come on.
I knew where you were going with it. Look, so here's my thing. And Lou, we appreciate the phone call.
No, you tripping.
How many years have to go by before
Trevor Bauer, like, you realize that he probably ain't going to get another bite of the apple?
Yeah, I think it's over.
Yeah, it's a lot.
So
that's a lot.
Beyond the idea of if you think it's fair or not, that he was basically like a shadow banned.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, 'cause he's not banned, right? But no one will sign him.
It was a lot.
I just think after a few years of not pitching in the big leagues, to think he'll come back and
be that guy. Yeah.
Like, it's pretty rare because there's a rhythm to it, right? You're facing big league hitters, and I'd be surprised if
he's still pitching.
No, he was. I think
simulator or whatever.
Somewhere he was pitching, maybe a Mexican league. But I'd be surprised if he came back, if anyone would sign him, and he'd be good. I think it's probably over.
Man, that was a lot. And I know that I think, if I'm not mistaken, they found out the young lady was not being truthful.
Yeah, but I think the issue
there was a whole lot of
there was more people.
There's a whole lot going on with that. Nah, man, nobody want to touch that. He's what they call nuclear.
Well, and I'll throw one more part of this. The last team he was on, I believe, was the Dodgers. The Dodgers.
Hear me out. That was funny. Like, hey, wait a minute.
Also, he's 34 now. Again,
he's a little bit older.
He hasn't pitched in the major league since 2001.
Yeah, he's chilling.
That's a long time. Wherever you come down on the idea of what happened to his career, I find it hard to believe he can come back and pitch well again. So for nothing else, it's not worth the headache.
That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah. Also, could they use another arm? Sure, but we have Andrew Painter coming,
and they're excited. They're excited about him being here. The fact that there was so much hoopla the year before he got hurt about him being here, that there was a lot. They were expecting him to be a part of the rotation that year.
Yeah, I saw an article this offseason where Middleton was quoted saying that even if he wasn't ready to pitch the rotation, that they thought the last couple of years he could have at least helped out of the bullpen. Like, they thought he was going to help.
They wanted him up. Like, they really wanted him to be a part of it.
Yeah, and even with the injury, he's still, when you look at the rankings, prospect rankings, he's still looked at as the top pitching prospect in all of baseball. Like, people think he's going to be special, and he's going to be here, before the summer's over. Mark is in Philadelphia. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Mark. I think if
the tush push gets banned, I think the QB sneak should also be banned. I think it's like basically
Well, they're
the
not
same
going to
thing.
do that, Mark. I mean, you're just trying to stay consistent. Usually, like if they take away one,
I
take away
mean,
the other.
I feel like it's almost like the same thing, but you have like 3 people in the back pushing the quarterback.
Well, that's the part they want to ban, the push of the tush push.
And I think about the Phillies, I think they look pretty good this weekend, especially Jesus Luzardo. I think he was phenomenal on Saturday.
He was awesome. 11 strikeouts, 5 innings. I also liked his rec specs. You don't see many guys wearing the rec specs anymore. That was like a 90s thing.
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw rec specs play?
I have not.
You know who wore rec specs in high school?
Who? You?
Me. Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, I was a rec specs guy. Go ahead, Mark.
Dork.
So I think they're going to beat the crap out of the Rockies today. And also here at the game. So.
Oh, well, Mark,
hopefully
we enjoyed. Yeah. Well, they should beat the crap out of the Rockies the next few days. At least, how about this? And, Mark, we appreciate the phone call. Hugh, let's get a win today. Let's get a win on Wednesday before Taiwan Day.
Winning this day, yeah. Blue jean shorts making a comeback.
Jean shorts? Yeah. Shorts? I'm not sure why you.
Will you lock in back there?
You know what I'm saying? I got on some shorts.
Hugh's given us 2 hours and 45 minutes, Kyle. We're about done.
We
I'm
lost
just saying he spoke. You got on blue jean shorts.
It's a good thing you guys have backup coming in because Hughes out.
It's like calling the relief pitcher. Hughes about to reach his pitch limit. 245. He's wavering.
I live vicariously through Ike. I didn't know blue jeans. I didn't know shorts make. I didn't know blue jeans shorts made a comeback.
Ike's wearing?
Yeah, you see it. You right there.
Oh well, hold on. You're asking a rhetorical question. I feel like Ike knows what's going on.
That's what I'm saying, but I don't know. I didn't know.
So is this part of when he comes in here? We're going to ask him.
They acid washed. I didn't know that's making a comeback.
So you want Kyle to put the poll up or jean shorts making a comeback?
No, don't do that.
No, Kyle, put it up.
Yeah, it's going up.
Yeah, it's already up. And we'll see what people say before. I have no. Hold on. Well, here's what we'll do. We won't tell him, and then we'll just read off the poll results while he's with us, and then we could jump off of that. And if they're not coming back, that's poor Ike.
I'm just curious. I'm it's not like I care a whole lot about how I present on a daily basis, but I'm just curious.
So what happened? I thought you were. Did you change it because we were here today? Because you were talking about more bright colors with the YouTube era, and today you're wearing a black sweatsuit.
Because you know what? I woke up this morning.
Oh, so is it a little warm for that get up?
It was no. This one's a
oh,
light.
Is that light? I got you.
As we look on you, this is a lighter, stretchier fabric.
Okay.
The one I had on the other day.
Yeah.
I got me a Harper dress, boy. We was out on Saturday.
Sweating.
Ooh. Boy, you talking
about? It was like 80 on Saturday.
Ooh, I didn't know. So we go outside, right? And you know how when you sweating and like the sweat come through the like the seams.
Oh.
Y'all know what I'm talking about for the big fellas when the seams, the sweat in the sweatsuit, and you look like something wrong with you. It was hot. I was like, oh, this is a bad idea. This is a bad idea.
Yeah, sweatsuits in 80. That does not go
Yeah,
together.
but I didn't want to wear shorts because it was gonna be cool. So I was kind of stuck. So I just wanted flexible. I just want to. And plus it was dark. I don't really have a whole lot of bright colors. I got to change my wardrobe up a little bit because now y'all got me on YouTube and I got to, dark skinned brother. I got to start wearing brighter colors so y'all can see my face. But luckily, I got this light background behind me, so I'm good. Am I good, Tuck? They can see me, right? I'm good. But I like dark colors, So I gotta figure it out.
Yeah, early on, the jean shorts poll not going Ike's way. Just early on, it could change. It could change. Cashmere in the Poconos. What's up, Cashmere?
Oh, what's going on there, Joe? What's going on, Hugh? How you guys doing?
What's up?
How are we doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. So first, the tush push I wanted to get on. Joe, I want to apologize on behalf of my Atlanta Falcons and my garbage head coaching. Yes, I said garbage.
Raheem Morris.
I can't believe Coach, man.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in him. I'm disappointed in him. Personally, it's like, I personally would like to tell Coach Raheem Morris, hey, Coach, if you spent less time, I don't know how to, complaining about the tush push, maybe, and you spent more time, working on your time management and working on calling timeout with less than a minute left in the game so you can get a game-winning field goal, maybe you'll be in the playoffs and you have to worry about it. But I digress with that one.
Plus, he's a defensive guy. Like, for a defensive guy to be against the play because he can't stop it, it's sad. It really is.
It's sour grapes. And he's another one that brought a player safety. I kind of wish I can kind of get him. I'd be like, hey, Coach, you're kind of you're a defensive guy, but here's the thing. I've always seen Raheem Morris coaching up guys and playing different tackling techniques. Like, you're not worried about, but he's not complaining about the 18-game schedule that's going to be coming, but he's worried about the Tush.
Right, 18 games, that's fine. Putting games on Wednesdays, that's fine. But a play that's run twice a game, we have to get rid of. It's insane.
And I'm a Falcons fan, Joe. I apologize to the Atlanta Falcons. Now, real quick, on the Phillies, real quick before I hang up. I liked what I saw over the weekend, although I kind of wish this is just kind of here's what I'm scared about with the Phillies this year, Joe, this team, yes, we see, JT got banged up with the bone bruise in his foot, and now we have Turner out for the third straight game. Unfortunately, Joe, with the age of this team and the attrition over the last couple of seasons, this is just going to be something we're going to have to deal with. It's just that we're going to have to deal with those nagging injuries. I'm sorry. I took the pledge, Joe. I'm going to hold them accountable. I'm not going to let these injuries, JT missing a couple games. I'm not going to let Trey missing 3 or 4 or 5 straight games. I'm not going to let them slide because of the injury bug. I'm not letting them do that. No, that's loser mentality. I don't go with the injuries. I'm holding them accountable. And I'm going to say I don't want to care about the age and the injuries because that's the way they're constructed. That's the way they're built. So I don't want to hear that. They need to get over that. I will say this real quick before I hang up. They need to get younger. This team needs to get younger.
Well, they do. And that's why I think at some point, incorporating Painter, incorporating Crawford, incorporating Miller whenever they're ready is going to be a big thing. They do need to get younger. And Cash, we appreciate it. I'm not saying it's an excuse for the Phillies. It's just their reality. This is an older team. We could put our head in the sand about it, but it's the truth. Hugh, by the way, as we're talking about these torpedo bats, brand new thing in baseball, I just saw this. So Matt Gelb covers the team for The Athletic. He's here Matt today, Gelb, right? He's down the field. He took a picture here. The Phillies now have a refrigerator in their dugout. They have a fridge. Like, instead of a water cooler, water, there's a fridge. You got to
keep the drinks cold.
Keep the drinks cold.
Yeah.
What do you think?
That's pretty cool. You want cold drinks? Bring your temperature down.
I get the idea of a cold drink. We're getting a little too comfortable. This is a game. This isn't your basement.
It is a little soft.
No, wait a minute. I didn't draw that correlation.
That's the first thing I thought of.
No, what they getting soft? I'm sorry, both of you guys.
Kyle, I'm glad you're with me on this.
The first thing I thought about.
What's this, a country club?
A cold beverage. What's wrong with having?
Might as well get a chef down there.
What's wrong with having a cold beverage?
The drinks are cold anyway. They have coolers.
Not as cold as they are now.
This is baseball.
Oh my goodness, you guys are ridiculous.
I think that's a little soft. A fridge in the dugout.
What do you need a fridge for?
Get a little cozy down there.
Player.
They have played baseball for 120 years without fridges in the dugout.
And it's starting to get warm sometimes. I mean, dude, I'm doing a show. You want me to pose too? I gotta accommodate.
That's
you
fine.
Know what I mean?
No one's upset about that.
Hey, he had the kid with him, man.
Last week you were saying it was too cold for baseball. Now you're saying it's hot with the fridges in the dugout.
No, I'm just saying.
A fridge?
I'm just saying. I don't have a problem with the fridge. Obviously, you guys do. It's just
it's
the
a little
wrong message.
much.
Put a poll up, Kyle. Is the fridge in the dugout bad? 215.
Is it a little much?
I don't think. I thought it was pretty cool. It's saving on ice. You just want to put an ice bucket in there.
Saving on ice? How about electricity?
It's the most frugal thing you've ever said.
I know. It's saving on ice. Freezing
that was
regular
frozen water.
This guy's unbelievable. See, this is why we're across from the plant-based stand.
Oh, you know what? I forgot. I keep forgetting.
The fridge is the plant-based stand. A few Douglas. All right, 215-592-9494. The Tush Push Band. Where do you come down? We're gonna have to tally how many yes votes we think we have. We need 9. We need 9 votes to not ban the Tush Push by tomorrow. We'll try to tally those up. Afternoon Show is going to join us next for an aesthetic crossover before leading off. The Phillies and the Rockies today. No Trey Turner in the lineup. Torpedo bats might be on their way, and we just found out the Phillies now have a fridge in their dugout. 215-592-9494. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
FanDuel, America's #1 sports book in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, and whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, and golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. Here in Philadelphia, we've got some sluggers who could knock it out of the park. Try parlaying some home runs with how many strikeouts we'll get from our starter. And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
It's Montgomery County's only gentlemen's club, Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, open Monday through Saturday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. Creekside Cabaret. For this Wednesday, April 2nd, it's our famous monthly amateur night with a grand prize of $500. Creekside Cabaret, where all sporting events, including UFC and championship boxing, are shown on our huge 200-inch TV screen. Planning a bachelor party? Bachelor parties are second to none at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Now serving Bucks and Montgomery counties. 267-650-3418.
Look, there's feelings and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business, and that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Springfest savings start now at Lowe's, so don't miss out. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And save up to $10 on select lawn care products. Shop these can't-miss spring deals now. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 4/2. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Houston-Duke Final Four matchup is a story in contrast. Houston is old, Duke is young. Houston has one of the nation's top defenses. Duke has the best offense. Duke from the ACC and Houston just became part of a big conference. But forget the storylines and making any kind of conclusions. This game is going to be incredibly physical and competitive, and therefore wildly entertaining. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Phillies make their Citizens Bank Park debut today at 3:05 on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Doyle live today at the DeVore Heart and Lung Center broadcast booth, Citizens Bank Park for the Phillies home opener. And Hugh, we got some company in here.
We're deep up in this thing.
Yeah, I feel like we're in a clown car right now. It's packed in here.
Who are you calling a clown?
Well, all of us. Welcome back to the Midday Show, now joined by the afternoon show. Ike, Spike, and Fritz with us for the next hour plus as we get ready for the home opener. How we doing, guys? Ike?
What's up, fellas?
What up, man?
What's going on?
Well, listen, it's opening day, home opener, I should say, home opener. And listen, a wonderful day out here. The crowd has shown up. Well, I guess nobody had work or school today. Is this some type of holiday?
I said the same thing, but when I said it, I was being a bad guy. Why are all these damn kids in school?
Nobody goes to school. Nobody goes to work on Mondays anymore. Nobody goes to work on Fridays anymore. So getting the kids out of school is no big deal.
Wait a minute, but isn't there, like, in Philadelphia, like, you miss so many days, you might not graduate.
Yeah, but you bake in home opener here. Yeah, that doesn't
count. My bad. I didn't know.
Excused absence.
I will say, I don't see a lot of teenagers here. I see a lot of young kids with their dads.
Teenagers too busy on their apps and the
I don't see
TikTok or
teenagers
whatever.
here.
They don't go outside.
Yeah, we can't have that.
I will say
the
this.
weather looks like it's going to hold off, so we're going to get some baseball today.
And coming off a great weekend, listen, they get 2 out of 3 in Washington.
Just 2 out of 3.
Come back here. It's a great way. We get Sanchez on the mound today. Got the Rockies in. This feels like a festive day.
It does. Well, and they get to play a bad team.
Let's not ruin it by losing a baseball game today.
I agree.
It feels like a day we should be celebrating and have a good time today.
I agree. Jackie Baseball, how we doing?
Good. I can't stop thinking about Jesus Luzardo. I was thinking about him at 11:45 last night. Last thing I was thinking about before I went to bed.
He did.
Wow.
11
strikeouts in 5 innings. Are you kidding me?
You hear this, Gio?
Yeah. Well, hold on. That's a good photo. Here's what happened. Sometimes when I have to put Walker asleep, I fall asleep. So I really took like a 30-minute nap, so I was wide awake. And I rewatched a lot of games over the weekend because,
Did you rewatch Saturday's game?
Yeah, I rewatched Jesus' starts.
Oh,
Yeah.
The sweeper.
Yeah. It's a bullet slider.
It's a good pitch.
Let's get excited.
Spike, biggest takeaway from the first weekend?
They got to ban the torpedo bats.
I was waiting.
Yeah, they got to ban the torpedo bats.
Get him here
why?
first.
They got to ban it because if it is doing what they're saying it's doing, it's going to ruin baseball. We can't have 7 home runs every game. Let's be adults about this. Like if it really does work, first of all, every team's got to get the torpedo bats first. But the second thing that's got to happen is Manfred's got to be an adult, look and say, "Oh, you figured out a rule we didn't think we didn't have a rule against this. We should have had." Get rid of the torpedo bats.
So I don't think they could do it this year, though. I think the cat's out of the bag for the season.
Why not?
Because they
it's
already,
their league.
But they already legalized them. They let the Yankees do it.
Right. They can make it illegal.
They could, but I don't know how they could based on the bats are not breaking any rules.
Yeah, it'd almost be like trying to ban the tush push in the middle of the season.
Right. I think we're in for the torpedo bat season.
Well, then,
torpedo bat season.
I'm in.
Well, then everything that happens during this season, we're all going to look back on it and say it's BS.
But wasn't the steroid?
Are you putting an
era fun?
asterisk on anything that happens this year?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
It's just been
This will be the perfect year we win,
What's
too.
that?
Yeah.
It's just been 3 days.
How many home runs the Yankees have in 3 games? 15 home runs.
Judge didn't even use it.
That was crazy.
He says, but
Yeah.
Judge doesn't
It's not
need
he
to
says.
use it.
You
Yeah.
can see the bat.
Well, all right, but Judge doesn't need it. It's not. It's like steroids, right?
Yeah.
It's not about the Barry Bonds. It's about the Brady Andersons.
That dude could be up there hitting with a tennis racket. It wouldn't matter.
All right, well, then we're going to have to get on the record. Are we all in on torpedo bat?
Out.
Spike's out.
Out.
I'm in.
It's ridiculous.
Listen,
Ike?
chicks dig the long ball.
Say it
I'm in.
again.
Well,
Say
you
it
know,
again.
our callers don't think the long ball. They want small ball.
Yeah, well, that's not
Yeah.
going to happen. I'm in on
We
torpedo
listen,
bats.
we say we want small ball until
You see small ball?
until you actually have to witness
Oh,
it.
nice bunt. Way to move the runner over. It's gross.
Jack,
It's gross.
where you at? Are you in?
No, I'm in. Harper, Bohm, Stott, Marsh
Put
have
'em
all
all.
are going for the
Yeah.
torpedo bat.
Oh, they put their
Yes.
order in?
I believe so.
Oh, see, now we're
I
talking.
love it.
See, the only issue
It
is
didn't even take a whole month.
Yeah.
It took 3 days.
I thought it was.
Took one
I thought it was,
weekend.
you know what I
Yes.
mean? It blew my timeline up, and I was like, wow. It's not nothing new. They were using them last year.
They look
just,
like softball bats.
yeah, a
that's
little
what I
bit.
thought
That's
too.
what Joe said.
They look like the wiffle ball bats that you were
Yes, they
thicker
do.
in the middle.
With
Yep.
the big, like the part in the middle. All right, so there is one downside, though. Aaron Nola might give up more home runs than any pitcher in the history of baseball.
They
this
got to
season.
adjust, man.
I don't
Pitchers
know
gotta
if he
adjust.
can. He gave up 2 yesterday.
He
to
pitches
Bad
to
Steve.
contact, man.
I didn't know he led the National League in home runs allowed last year.
Oh,
he
yeah.
did a better job with it, like
Oh,
not
yeah.
allowing the
Yeah.
3-run
A
shots.
lot of them were solos, though.
A lot of say, hey, we live with solo shots.
Yeah. Listen, yesterday was not a good day.
It was fine.
Thus,
Oh, yesterday was not a good day.
my tweets did not go out yesterday with Knowles on the mound.
You had him locked up. You had
Yeah.
him locked and loaded.
Well, I was quiet. I was
Until-
quiet, though. Yeah,
until that fourth inning rolled around.
It was good for a while. I was trying to wait till we got through the 6th inning before I tweeted anything. We didn't make it to the 6th inning.
No, we didn't. Aaron Nola had a tough
No,
day.
that was a tough one yesterday.
But look, I think 2 out of 3, like you said,
three.
it was overall good weekend. And Jack, to your point, I don't know if I'd watched it 3 times, but Luzardo looked good on Saturday.
He did. Now he's got to work on being more efficient. Like it was 5 innings, 11 strikeouts, which is great. But you'd like to see that extended to 7 innings, you know.
Yeah.
But for the first
Yeah,
outing,
why quibble?
a month from now, I think you're going to see a different pitcher. It was a good first start. That was a good first start.
Also, he had a back injury last year. They don't have to push him early.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, he wasn't.
Well, he had the same 95 pitches that the other guys had.
Now he might be Snell and Cease, who like strike out a ton of guys, but only go 5 innings.
That's fine.
But it's still a high quality pitcher.
I agree. I don't think
You like
they
that
need-
ball talk? Guys?
I don't think they need
No,
to push him.
listen, I know 11 strikeouts in 5 innings ain't good. So yeah, that just means he threw a lot of pitches.
Were they productive strikeouts?
They were not like the Phillies strikeouts on Thursday. Well, they were productive
19
strikeouts.
productive strikeouts. On
Don't you agree?
Well, I thought they had better at bats, but the
Yes.
strikeouts themselves weren't productive.
Well, they were in that they got the starter out of the game
Okay,
sooner.
all right.
Yeah.
I've never heard anyone say productive strikeouts.
19 of them.
It's called a play on words.
I wanted to see the Phillies have a different approach. They had a different approach
Strike out
Thursday.
more.
No, look at they weren't embarrassing strikeouts.
Yeah, I agree.
When the Phillies are striking out in their worst way, it's horrible
Striking
to watch.
out 19 times is embarrassing. I don't care how good it
No, but
was.
there is difference between striking out on pitches out of the
Joe
strike
said,
zone.
it was some good strikeouts because
Yes.
they were swingable pitches.
Yeah, they were good pitches. They just missed.
And they
I
couldn't
guess
see.
I said right. It was swingable.
Oh, yeah,
It was
that's right.
swing out of the
I
zone
can't forget
one
about
time.
the shadows.
Yeah, the shadows too. It's real. The only guy
And the glare in center field. Like
the only guy that really looked like he chased was Stott, and Stott isn't a guy that I'm going to worry about chasing the rest of the year. I
Plus, he
hope they
looked
stay
good
committed
Saturday.
to it.
Looked
What's
good-
that?
I said he looked good.
He
Saturday.
did look good Saturday. So did Marsh, by the way.
Yeah.
Are we?
Marsh had a big bounce back.
He did.
Are we worried about the fact that they didn't hit either lefty starter and they hit everybody else? It feels like teams are going to throw lefties at them.
Well, it's no problem. JT's going to end up hitting 25 home runs this year, right?
yeah, at least he's batting 5th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's hitting
today.
3rd today.
No, I know.
Fourth.
But when
Yeah.
the full lineup's out.
Oh, is the
He's
lineup?
batting
Oh, I didn't
5th.
see.
Yeah. No Trey again.
No.
And
And if
got
it's
tight- he got sciatic.
Are we having a little concern with the trade?
I was going to say,
Sure.
is that serious or no?
What's his back? How could
Well,
it not
and he
be
said
serious?
it started as a hip.
Oh, yeah.
What'd you hurt your back this weekend?
I did hurt my
Somebody
back,
hurt
but
his
I'm just
back.
saying in general, when your back is a problem, it doesn't just go away.
Especially if you're lifting 14 gallons.
Exactly.
Why-
Especially if there's
The shot
push-ups
wasn't a
on the
shot
record
back,
on
wasn't it?
Monday.
I'll
was a
do the
shot
push-ups even with the injured back if you want me.
Rumor is, Hugh, somebody faked
No,
the
I
injury
heard
to
that.
get out of.
I didn't mean. Well, first of all,
I didn't
let me
fake
say
any
this.
injury.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
I should have known something was up because Spike been ice grilling me for like the whole time. I didn't know we were supposed to do push-ups today.
Well, that's the other thing. We didn't really promote it all that
No,
well.
that's what I'm saying. I didn't know. I
okay.
wasn't prepared. But you know
Okay.
now you messed up because now I know. Now I will be prepared. I will.
Yeah,
be
well, then you
prepared
don't know when
next
we're gonna
time.
spring it on you,
No,
brother. Yeah, we'll spring it on you.
No, if you probably had a chance. Now you ain't got one because when I'm gonna be ready next.
Well, you
time.
think you're going to out-push up me? There's no
Now
chance.
Now you pride. Don't let the pride kick in and get you.
I'll do it right now with the injured
See,
back.
that's what I'm saying. Don't let the pride kick in, Spike. Don't do that.
He's not going to get up off the ground.
Don't do that. Don't let the pride kick in and get you embarrassed out here in front of all.
Why did you try to pick up a 14-gallon shop vac?
Because
he was doing it for the dogs. I saw the post.
No,
And that
no, it
was
wasn't for. No, that's a different dog thing. The dog thing's different. I have water. The new house I bought, there was water in the basement. I got
Wait,
frustrated.
you bought a house that had water in the basement?
It didn't have water when I
See,
bought
that's
it,
why-
brother.
see,
It
that's
didn't
why
have
I-
water when I bought
That's
it.
why I waited to get a house.
Yep.
He
So
was sight unseen.
So I went and
You
it
got
wasn't
money.
sight unseen.
You got
I didn't
money. You
expect
got
it.
bread. You
know
breaking
me.
bread like
Yeah,
that?
you know me. So there was water. I went and I bought a shop vac. I filled up the shop vac. I didn't account for how many pounds 14 gallons of water is.
Feels very heavy.
It's 116 pounds.
And you weigh 145.
I weigh 150.
So it was like you was pushing your max.
Yes. Let's just say the shop vac is still in the basement.
Yeah.
Full of water.
You need me to go get it for you?
No, well, I got, I'm made of money, so I got people doing it for me.
You should have heard how we were told about your injury today. Rod Lakin made it like a very big thing. It's like no push-ups today. And I was like,
Yeah.
Rod, what are you talking about?
You didn't even know I was
didn't-
doing the push-up.
No, I didn't know. And he's
Yeah.
like, Rod, he's like, no
But
push-ups.
wait a minute. How did everybody
okay.
else know? And I don't even know. Like seriously.
Well, I thought you knew. Actually,
I didn't know. No, I didn't know. I didn't know. So I get that's what you were about to do. You were about to spring it on me.
No, it was all about me and the push-ups. I don't care about you. I just need to prove
Well,
that
Lakin
I
was
can
too
do
busy
this.
trying to think of a name to call it
Yes,
the entire
yeah.
time, but
Yeah.
without promoting
Puck
it.
it. What is it? Puck it up.
Well, we need alliteration, otherwise we can
Yeah.
It don't work.
I forget the bros thing.
That's all right. It
Okay.
ain't
Puck
gonna
up?
work next time.
I think it's
I'm gonna be
puck up.
ready. I'm about to go
Puck up
home.
with
and do
bros?
this.
No, it's not puck
Yeah.
up. It's
Puck it up, right?
Fuck it up.
Is it puck it up?
That sounds
Puck
like
it?
Mike said,
Yeah, we got a lot of leaders
What
in the
is it?
station here.
Puck it up. Puck it up.
All
There
right,
it is.
dynamite.
Tucker.
Yeah.
All right, so one weekend in,
Phil's baseball.
Phil's 2-1, home opener today. Schwarber back in leadoff spot. Are we all? What are we thinking with this leadoff situation? We want to.
Doesn't matter where you hit Schwarber at, man.
Well, just leave him leadoff is what they should do.
Nah.
What are you
Put Trey
talking
back in
about?
the leadoff.
I'm not out on Trey just yet. I know he's a little excited back. I ain't out on
Out
him
on
just yet.
Trey. Why be in on Trey?
Why
'Cause
be out on Trey?
I understand the
It's not
concept.
that good.
Hold on. The first
You
game.
talking about? I understand the concept.
The
No,
first game
I
looked
mean I
good.
get it. I mean I like Schwarber too, but you got to change. Things got. You
Man,
know just what
no, this is all about Trey, man. This is about
Yeah,
getting
it's
Trey
trying.
right.
It's trying.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
trying. You got to change some
Standing
things up, man.
ovation, move Schwarber out of the
What?
order.
Yeah.
All these things to get the
Ah.
$300 million player right.
Are you gonna wave a magic wand?
I tried.
What date? What date?
Looks
this year?
like Schwarber can hit in either spot.
That's
Yeah,
well,
he's comfortable.
Well, I think he can. He'll just be himself wherever.
Sure, okay. So then we got to try to get Trey right.
Right, but isn't it more important to have the leadoff spot productive? Like when
We've
Schwarber's
only
there, I
seen it
know it's
one
productive.
game.
Why don't we have the cleanup spot productive too?
Well,
Why don't we have both?
Well, he did have a 3-run home run in the leadoff spot, and a
That's
solo
true,
home
he
run in the
did.
cleanup spot.
Well,
was
that's
kind of
not his
ironic.
fault.
Yeah,
He
exactly.
doesn't know who's going to
Right,
be
but
on
if
base.
Trey's leading off and doesn't get on base, he's not going to have 3-run home runs.
Give him a chance to get on base. Give him a chance to get on base.
You're
Give him a chance.
already ready to bail on the Turner.
Oh,
at
I
the
didn't want to
leadoff
do it.
Oh,
To
he didn't
begin
want
with.
him in the first. He didn't want him from the gate.
This is what
He wanted him
happens
from
when
the
you
gate.
put nerds like Giglio in charge of baseball.
Yep.
You get a 260-pound obvious cleanup hitter hitting leadoff.
He's
He ain't had no
230.
personal
Yeah.
attacks in a while.
I used to be 230. He's not
Well,
230.
he's strong.
Did
He's
you
not
see him
230.
try to steal a base on opening day?
I did.
We did see that.
That didn't work, but he tried.
It didn't work.
And he tried to take an extra base Saturday. Didn't work.
Right,
either.
didn't work.
Yeah, we don't
He
want
tried
to
though.
The point is,
I'm sorry. I'm working. I'm sorry. I don't. I'm sorry. I get in trouble for waving at y'all, but y'all
it's
make
not
it.
the waving. It's not
No,
the waving.
but it's the speaking
It's
to
when
him.
you're talking to people and
But
we're on
because
the air.
he made it.
No,
make
I
it,
know.
You know
Well,
what I'm
he wanted to
saying?
make sure he was
He
noticed.
wanted there.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like.
He
coming
was
out the
distracted.
studio, dog. You
But-
know I
We're
get
like
easily
in a
distracted.
fishbowl.
No, I know,
so
but
it's tough.
but he did this the other day at our studio when someone walked
Because
by.
somebody
He started
walked by
saying
and
hi.
they waving, dog.
Yeah.
You know how they come in the studio.
Sure.
And they wave. So I didn't want to be rude. And obviously, Buddy he wasn't gonna let me be rude. He kept waving.
Right.
Where are we at on the bracket of Hugh? I mean, is it
Well, we paused. We got busy.
Okay.
We got busy.
Pause.
Yeah.
okay?
We're going to continue.
Distracted Hughes should have been the leader because he's a strong candidate
Yeah,
right
we,
now.
we see that one every day. All right, I know we're at the home open, but where are you guys at on the Tush push? It sounds like tomorrow's the vote, and there is gaining momentum to ban it. No one wants to comment?
No, I'll jump out here. Listen, I'll be glad when they vote on this thing and we can be over with. I'm tired of hearing about this damn play.
But you're anti-Tush push anyway.
Yeah, but no, here's the thing.
Well, he respects the game.
No, here's the thing. I don't think we actually need it. And I think
course we
complaining
do.
about
Kinda
it,
sound like Coach McDermott.
complaining about it makes us sound soft, like we need a crutch.
But isn't the rest of the league soft for trying to ban a play?
Sure,
that's how I look
they
at
are.
it.
Yes,
Yeah.
no, listen to me. Yes, they are. Philadelphia, listen to your boy. I understand it's a great advantage for us. If they keep it legal, we should run it till the cows come home. Doesn't mean I love to play, but it's not an illegal play. So as long as it's legal, the Eagles should run it or what have you. Here's what I'm saying. I don't care if they actually wind up banning it because I don't believe we need it. We don't need it as a crutch. We got the best offensive line coach in football. We got one of the top offensive lines in football. We put a premium on drafting talent in the trenches. We do a great job at the running back position. Not only do we have Saquon right now, we got an even bigger back with bigger quads, if that was even possible. We brought in A.J. Dillon to go along with our quarterback, who also squats 600 pounds. I mean, are we really fretting over getting a freaking yard with the amount of talent that we have to be able to run the ball? If they were to ban it, which I don't think they are, I'm saying I'm not sweating this, man. And I'm actually us complaining about them banning it makes us sound like we're soft, makes us sound like we need a crutch to lean on. It's the principle. Tush push.
No, you know what the problem I
That's
had
me.
with it is? It's the way they're trying to do it. Sean McDermott, to me, I'm disappointed. He sat there and talked about how, he didn't want to do it because it puts his players in harm's way.
Yeah.
Hell, you ran it just as much as we did.
Sure.
This not like if
With a bigger
you want,
quarterback.
Yeah. If you want to ban it, be honest about why you want to ban it. Because can't nobody stop it. Now, if you say that, I'm okay with that.
Right.
But all y'all out here brain wrestling and trying to dance around the fact that you can't do it, and that's irritating to me. And you're just trying to ban it because it's a play that can't be stopped. Because just as well as I do, the NFL is a copycat league.
Yeah.
And if they're like many times as our defense would get gassed on certain plays, other teams the next week would try to do the same thing. Kind of like the lefty pitching thing going on with us right now if they start lefty pitchers. So it's one of those things where if you don't like the play because you can't stop the play, just be a man and say that.
Here's what I'll say also, though, about this. We do realize, I think some of us forget, this was a play that was banned. There was a time where you weren't allowed to push guys into the end zone. So they just made this legal within the last, 5 to 10 years, I believe it's been. So it means there was a time that it wasn't legal.
Yeah.
So they got through football all these years
without
having this be part of football. And then for whatever reason, they decided to make it okay to push the players into the end zone and give the Eagles credit for being the ones that could take advantage of that. I'm not going to discredit the Eagles for being good at it. All I'm saying is that I don't really care if they keep it or don't.
Either or, it don't make no difference.
It just feels ridiculous to ban something because one team's good at it. I agree with you. It's not they'll survive. To me, it's like taking the bunt out of baseball. It doesn't happen very often. Some teams are better at it than others. Some teams use it more than others. But why are we taking it away? Because the team's good at it. And the idea of the injury stuff, there's no data.
Well, that's there's nothing that supports that.
It's just a lie. I mean, that's not why they're getting rid of it because they don't like the play.
I don't think it's going to get banned, but I will be interested to see how many votes are there.
I think it's going to be close.
Because if it's not this year, it could be next year that it does get banned.
I think it's going to be close. By the way, I thought Elliott did a good job this morning. He went right after Sean McDermott.
He did.
He did. He's really close to him, too.
Yeah.
Well, he wants to be inside of the year
sitting
again.
right next
I
to him.
think
He's got to defend his
merits,
crown.
I think that merits a back-to-back.
Well, we're
I know
early.
it's early. But I'm just
It's a
saying.
good start, though.
He's a doggy reporter.
We're at the beginning, though.
Yeah.
I know he's a doggy reporter.
There's
though.
an argument to be made.
I rock
He didn't
with
deserve it in
ESP though,
25.
man. I rock with ESP because that's the kind of question you held his feet to the fire, and you can hear him with stuttering about it.
The guy's been lying for 2 months about it.
I cannot wait to see.
They
ESP
should have
put
fired
that
him
thing on a
by
chain.
now anyway. Sean McDermott should have been fired anyway.
So where are you on the tush push ban, Spike? I know you were.
I agree with you, but also I think Ike is wrong that the Eagles don't need it. If they didn't,
We
sorry,
do need it.
boom, roasted. Yes, you're wrong.
End of show.
Well, if we didn't need it, why are we doing it so much? If we could get a yard without it, but it might be a crutch.
Well, it's more efficient than doing other things.
Yes, I think
It's a crutch.
whether we need it or not,
You
I
tell me
don't know.
Saquon couldn't get in the end zone from a 1 yard
We're
line.
gonna give him more carries. He had like 500 anyway.
He's also not a great short yardage back.
Oh my goodness.
Well, he's not.
You mean, that's not the point.
215.
Jalen's a great short yardage back.
When somebody pushes him from behind. Yes, absolutely. I agree with you largely, Joe. I can't, and you as well, Hugh. I can't stand how they're going about it. They're just lying. They're lying
I don't
and,
like that.
and
That's the part
saying
that
that
bothers
it's
me.
about player injury. It's not about player injury. It's not about player safety. They're lying. And eventually, and by the way, other teams have shown, even though Buffalo did it, they weren't nearly as good at it as the Eagles were. The Eagles eventually won't be able to do it anymore. Something will happen. Either they won't have Jalen anymore or they won't have the same offensive line.
Right then, what are we going to do?
And it'll just go away on its own.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
You know, but I don't think you need to legislate your way out of it at this point. I think it's silly.
That's kind of lame.
I think the rest of the league should be embarrassed, and if they do ban it, they should be embarrassed. And by the way, Elliott's take that he wants it to be banned because then the Eagles will be famous for getting a play ban
Who
is
cares?
ridiculous.
So Elliott.
Yeah.
Why would anyone care about being famous?
Who knows?
Yeah, Elliott's.
You got to respect him.
Yeah, I do.
I'm never.
Sometimes Elliott has a take that I just like. I have to think about it so hard to understand why he would think that.
What about the college athletes saying in college for as long as they want?
It's the worst one.
No, it's not. The betting on yourself as a player
you're
is
right.
still
Yeah,
the
it
worst.
is the
And
worst.
then
But
with all
the
this
college one
NIL
is
money,
pretty bad. We're
with
gonna
the
have
NIL
40-year-old
money,
guys in
man,
college.
listen, with that NIL, yeah, I'll stay.
I mean, if you were allowed back, you'd go back now.
I go back.
Yeah.
Well, at Central State, we got that. I got to go to Michigan State if I want some of that big time NIL.
Oh yeah.
You see, I ain't open his mouth. He know what it is.
That's the offensive players. I got nothing.
Don't give him more offensive
Got nothing.
ammunition here. Don't do that.
I got
Jack,
nothing.
where are you in the tush push?
Oh, I think they should ban it. I think if they just make it a quarterback sneak. That's all I want. I don't think you should be able to push from behind to get a first down. I know the Eagles are great at it, but just make it a traditional quarterback sneak and everyone's
You
happy.
just want to make it harder on Jalen.
Always. I'm gonna get my own sweatshirt that says "Truth Hurts."
There's no reason to ban it. though. There's no reason to ban it.
But it's just make it a regular quarterback sneak where you can't push from behind. That's all I want.
There's Ava.
Able to
Uh-oh.
save her.
If they banned bunting in baseball, what
But
would you say?
does a bunt convert at 90+%? I mean, like where they're
What if-
always on first
But
base.
what if there was a player that did it or a team that did it?
And check this out. If they did ban bunting, how many people would care?
Well, but it's the same thing. The tush push is a 1 yard play. It shouldn't. They run it so
It's
little.
the timing of
No.
everything, man. And it
Everybody else runs it so little.
But when you
We run it a lot.
well, a lot for the Eagles, but they don't run it a lot. Like how many times a game?
What do you mean they don't run it a lot?
We run it a lot, Joe.
5
They
times
run it
a
on
game?
3rd and 1, 4th and 1, on the goal line,
Well,
1st and goal.
anytime you need a first down.
I mean,
it's-
poor
it's going
Saquon.
down.
Poor Saquon tripped on the 1 yard like 11 times. And
How
they
many
just,
times do you think they ran it last season? Like 100 times in 17, 18?
That's a
20?
lot of
That's a
sneaks.
lot, Joe.
No, it isn't.
That is.
What do
a
you mean
lot.
it's not alive?
Guys, they
Who the
have,
hell runs 100 quarterback sneaks in a season?
they have 70
If
plays
it's
a game
working,
times 21
baby.
games. That's
If it ain't broke,
100
don't fix
plays
it.
is not a lot of their
Tom
offense.
Brady for years
Oh.
was able to convert quarterback sneaks. He was one of the best
He's
at
the
it.
GOAT.
Yeah, but look at Tom Brady.
Yeah, he ain't that big.
That's a real quarterback sneak.
He looks
Look at
gaunt.
Tom
As a
Brady,
matter of fact,
yes.
now he looks a little
Look at
gaunt.
his legs.
But
He
you
looks
didn't complain
gaunt.
about that.
Because I respected
No,
that.
because
Oh,
it's,
see,
it's
that's what
Tom
it is.
I don't
Brady
respect the
getting
tush
the
push.
1
Are you
yard
kidding
with his
me?
offensive lineman not being pushed in. Donovan McNabb never needed a tush
Yeah.
push.
You see his ass?
I mean, he might have been better if they.
You
if
see
he had a
Cam
tush push.
Newton? Cam Newton never needed.
He used to
Steve
be out there
McNair-
dabbing. He used to be out there
Steve
dabbing
McNair.
on foes.
This guy's never needed a tush push.
We had a call earlier. It was going back in the days like Fran Tarkenton never needed a tush push.
Like, no,
I like that kind of caller. I like that kind of take.
Fran Tarkenton.
Which do we need to get out of the sport more, the torpedo bat or the tush push?
Torpedo bat.
torpedo bat.
Well, torpedo bat's going to ruin the game. Tush push is not going to ruin
Yeah,
the
but
game.
just can we have 1 year of fun with the torpedo bat and
No.
then we'll reevaluate?
No.
Yeah, I'm with the torpedo bat.
I tell you what, if those numbers,
Eagles
those
won a
television
Super Bowl.
numbers go up with the torpedo
Okay.
bat,
Trying to get a
it's
World
here to
Series.
stay.
If torpedo bat comes back, spider, what's it called? Spider tack?
We can't have spider.
Spider tack's
that's
gotta
the
come back.
sticky-
What about
sticky
juice
stuff,
balls?
right?
You want the juice balls back?
No, I don't want
But
you.
this is like juicing the balls, but with
Yeah,
the bat.
this is like
The
juicing
juice
balls,
ball
but with
year
a
was
bat.
brutal.
This might be that.
Torpedo bat and spider tack. Everything's back. Everybody gets to
And
cheat.
steroids. Get it
Everybody
all
gets to
back in.
cheat for
Yeah.
1 year.
Get steroids back.
It's like the uncapped year, but for
I'm
cheating.
in. The year
Yep.
of cheating in baseball. All right,
Yeah.
215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. All right, on the other side, we'll try to count up how many yes votes we think the Eagles have, because Sirianni seems to think they have all the ex-coaches that used to be here. Who's actually going to vote on the Eagles side tomorrow? That, the Phillies leading off starts at 2, and big game Dante is going to hop in here for the national anthem, our
Give me
national
some
anthem.
time, Joe. I need to get this read up.
Okay, I'll stall. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. We're live today from the home opener as the Phillies get set to take on the
Keep
Rockies.
stalling, Joe.
Christopher Sanchez on the mound today.
Joe, you look great, by the way.
Oh, you like this sweatshirt?
Yeah. You look locked
The
in.
burgundy?
Hey, way to go. Way to go.
Yeah,
Way
you
to go.
ready or what?
Wait a minute.
Hold
grab
on.
My phone.
Almost
Okay,
there.
yeah,
Oh,
hey.
this guy's unbelievable.
This guy.
All right,
There it is.
There we go.
All right.
From upsets to buzzer beaters, get on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Bet the money line. You can bet spreads, deep tournament runs, and who you think will win it all. All tournament long, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
The gates of Citizens Bank Park open once more as the fight for a parade on Broad starts now.
And the Phillies pile out of the dugout.
The Phillies home opener against the Rockies today. Leading off starts at 2. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:05. Then stick around for the final out. Back to the bank.
It is bedlam at the bank.
On your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Are you kidding me?
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Baseball is back, and I have my eyes set on an interleague matchup between Texas and Cincinnati. With Kumar Rocker fresh off a rough spring training, the Reds' money line at plus 100 in the first 5 is a worthy bet. Coming from the American League, Red starter Brady Singer is familiar with this Rangers lineup. Last year, in 11 innings pitched against the Rangers, he had an ERA under 2. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next-level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Find the engagement ring of her dreams and save huge during Benari Jewelers' Spring Bridal event. This weekend, choose from thousands of engagement rings and save up to 20%. Top bridal designers on site with their entire collections on sale. Whether you're looking for oval, round, princess, marquise, or cushion cut, you'll save up to 20%. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Details at BenariJewelers.com. Don't miss the best engagement ring buying opportunity ever at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. You know, it's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week. Whether you're into the basketball, the baseball, hockey, any of these sports, check them all out and get exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesdays, Hump Day Parlays, and golf profit boosts over the weekend with FanDuel Sportsbook. So many ways to go. Find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. Remember, new customers, you get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. It's all there for you at FanDuel.com/hammer. All these sports, all the games. Find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Surfside fans, celebrate National Cheesesteak Day and National Cocktail Day with Surfside Surf and Turf, Philly's best combo. Enjoy a cheesesteak paired with the refreshing Surfside at bars and restaurants nationwide. Find participating locations or register your bar at drinksurfside.com/Surfside Surf and Turf.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit Target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Rolling down the street, smoking it, sipping on gin and juice, laid back. With my mind on my money.
You good over there?
My money on my money.
Are you
I didn't
okay?
even know we were on air.
Yeah.
No, I thought I'd be okay.
Did you know? I'm not sure if you knew. Welcome back. Midday Show joined by the afternoon show. We're live at Citizens Bank Park in the DeBoer Heart and Lung Center broadcast with around 1:45. Big Game Dante is going to join us.
Big Game Dante.
To sing I
like Big Game Dante.
It's how you know it's
pretty
a big
good.
game. When Big Game Dante.
That's pretty good.
What's his record?
So
yeah, Jack.
All right, so
we got to check in on this.
Well, because they lost to the Nets last year, and all I hear is Big Game Dante.
He won the Super Bowl.
I don't care about this. Well,
All
sorry.
right, so actually-
Now, did the truth come out?
Kyle, I think I have the math right. I think he's 3-0 with the Eagles, but he's 0-1 with the Phillies.
Yeah. I'm on Big
Phillies record.
Dante's. I'm watching
All
Big
right,
Dante.
so he was with us for the Eagles Packers opener, 1-0. He was with us. Was he with us for the Packers playoff game?
Yes, he was.
I think he was.
2-0. With us for the Super Bowl, 3-0, but lost the Phillies playoffs. So he's 3-1.
Yeah, he's on my watch.
So you're saying Dante's not a baseball guy?
We'll see.
I mean, he's here in a Phillies uniform. He's going to join us in the booth in a few minutes. So I don't know. I mean, are you worried about this?
Well, I don't care about today.
Okay.
I care about
but if they lose today, you're going to put it on his record.
If they lose today and then you roll him back out in the playoffs, yeah, I'm gonna
definitely got to bring it up.
Well,
my antenna's gonna be up.
A lot of people are saying that the season started going down the drain last year after Jack did the Eagles chants at the Phillies game.
They were hot before that,
right?
They were on like 120 win pace. Until
Right.
They did that.
Right.
Yeah. No, it's always my fault.
So you're just trying to spin the anger towards someone else. Not
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Yeah.
Always looking to dodge and weave,
All
buddy.
right, I like that. All right, before we go back to the phones here, we do have Herb here who wants to talk about the tornado bats.
Tornado. Oh, yeah,
of course. Yeah.
We'll get to that in a second. So, Ike, you said
right?
you don't think that the Tush Push is getting banned tomorrow. How
No.
close do we think it is? Because yesterday Sirianni said he thinks or he should have some votes in the bag, like Kellen Moore and Shane Steichen.
Well, just real
and
quick,
Gannon. I don't buy the Gannon thing.
is
for a
this
second.
like a law? Like, does it just need to be more than 50%? What do they need?
They need 24, right?
They need 24 votes.
It's 75%.
They
So
need 24 to win, right? So
Yeah.
they got the Eagles need 9.
the Eagles need 9 votes
Yeah.
to win.
We got to pay everyone off.
So I'm wondering if is it
Jeff,
closer,
we're gonna
is
step
it
up.
closer to 12-12 or is
No, I think this is more like 20 to 12.
it? Ooh, you think it might be like 20-12?
Yeah. I think once
That's about right now. I can see that, Joe. I can see that.
once teams started coming out and saying they didn't like it, then other teams felt
Right, they
emboldened,
felt comfortable to
yeah,
do it.
they weren't the first one. They weren't the
Right.
babies. You have the Bills and the Falcons, all these teams.
Well, I think we have Tampa, right?
We have Tampa. We have Bowles. Yeah. He's
Got tired.
I'm gonna tell you what else. You don't know which of these guys are coming out and publicly saying one thing but voting another thing behind closed doors.
Right.
Some snakes.
Believe me, we just had an election. Just saying.
Wow.
Talking politics, though.
Well, no, I'm just saying. People go once you get in the booth,
No, I hear what you're saying.
your
No.
vote does
It's
what
just
it
you.
does.
It's just you.
Yeah, forget about what you're saying publicly.
No,
once you
but-
get in the booth,
So
Wait a
even
minute.
those that
So-
support
so-
the Eagles, you think maybe
exactly.
tomorrow
Wait
they
a
don't?
minute.
Especially
Is it
in the
publicized?
NFC.
It's anonymous?
Do we
Especially
know
in
who
NFC.
voted what
anonymous?
afterwards?
Oh, I don't
I
know.
don't believe
Yeah, I
we
don't
know.
know.
No, I don't think it's anonymous. I don't.
Oh, so you will know who voted?
Oh yeah, and that's what you get to swing on. Like if the ones that say they got you, then you go.
You don't get to swing on anybody here.
No, listen though, Ike. It's gotten a little testy down there in Florida. People having side conversations. They getting a little spirited with their conversations.
I saw it with Howie. Yeah,
So-
we need to relax a little bit.
I know we're trying to be grown up, but
Yeah.
this is petty business. This everybody's being
Yeah, when
petty
you're the
about
best team, everybody's coming for your neck.
this. Exactly.
That's what it
This
is.
is petty business. So when it's petty business, you gotta be petty. You gotta do petty stuff.
Do we buy that Sirianni is right that the former Eagles coaches are going to vote with the Eagles? I don't buy it.
I don't buy it at all.
Jonathan Gannon's not going to vote with the Eagles.
Why would he?
Well, if you're in the
got
NFC,
a job.
why would you vote with the Eagles?
Well, that's what we were saying earlier. Like,
I mean, that's really the way I kind of look at it.
Seriously?
Well, if you're in the
trying to tell me the
AFC, if
Cowboys
you're in
are
the
gonna vote with
AFC, who cares?
I've
But
been
if you're in the
optimistic.
NFC, yeah, I would vote against the Eagles.
I ain't got nothing to base it on. I think the Cowboys gonna vote with us though.
there's not a shot.
Yeah, why would they?
Because I just feel like they will.
Unless Jerry Jones doesn't know what day it is.
Hey, this is the part where I don't really have nothing to back it up. I don't have any facts. I just hope it'll happen.
Well,
Hey, listen,
The Saints voting with
I
us.
don't think they get enough votes to ban it, but I do want to see just how close the voting
The
is.
Saints gonna vote with us, dog.
Because it could mean that's the momentum going towards what it could be next year could be the year that it's banned.
yeah, the Tush Push feels like it's on borrowed time, even if it's not now.
That's why we got to win one more Super Bowl this year before
Gotta
we
get it
lose
done.
our secret
that
weapon.
and
Gotta get it
on the
done.
torpedo bats. We've
Gotta
got to
get
take
the
advantage of it
torpedoes.
while it's here. Speaking of torpedo bats, Herb in the Northeast wants to talk about the
Oh,
tornado
no.
bats. Herb?
I'm gonna eat my sandwich while y'all.
Yeah, I can't believe they had. What I want to know is when you were down there in spring training, Joe, or you, Douglas, did you see this bat around? Did the Phillies play the Yankees in any game that you guys
No,
were at?
not while we were there. Now
Like
he was on the
that
field to
tune,
throw out the
about-
first pitch, so maybe he saw more than I did.
I think I caught
Yeah, I'm wondering if
did you
those
see
bats
any
are they all
the Yankees
are
while
those
we were
bats all wood? Are they all wood bats?
He ain't talking to you. But what you do to her?
Or are they some kind of composite? You know, in college they have what they call BB core, and in high school, but there's certain models that are illegal. There's certain ones are illegal in high school, and the same thing in college. So there's certain specifications.
So
But-
Herb, are you in on the torpedo bats or are you out?
If the Phillies go get some, Try them out. See what they're like. There must be something inside them bats that are making them balls go that far. 15 home runs in 3 games. That's fat. That's crazy, man. Whew.
I thought Herb would be in on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should they ban it, Herb?
If there's, I don't know. Those bats should have been the commissioner before the season started. Okay, those bats should have been checked out if they're to make sure that they're legal.
Well, they
'Cause
did. I mean, they had to ask
that
someone. They had to run it by someone.
Boone said something today or yesterday.
Boone.
That,
Aaron.
I thought he said
to
my
me,
brother
it's
trying to say
like,
Alec Boone.
Me too.
he's loving it. No,
Of course.
all the other teams didn't know about it until this weekend. All of a sudden,
No, I think the other teams knew, but they didn't get enough players to use them. They knew.
I mean, it's definitely different than a Louisville Slugger. If you look at the Louisville Slugger, the barrel is heavier, and I mean, some guys have a thin handle, other guys have a thicker handle. Okay,
Herb, can I ask
What?
you just 1 second? If we were to give you a tornado bat, how many home runs do you think you could hit in a
torpedo.
Major League Baseball season?
Tornado.
Tornado bat.
Tornado Shapiro.
Yeah.
bats.
A torpedo bat.
That's what Tornado calls his bat.
Yeah.
I get hit when I was in shape.
Baseball still?
How many home runs?
Not now. I can hit the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Herb,
when you were in your prime, could you hit a home run with a torpedo bat?
With a torpedo?
Yeah.
If they're hitting them, I can hit them. Yeah. Why
Like in
not?
the major leagues?
Yeah, I can hit.
No.
I
Well, you
can
had a
hit
tryout
them.
for the Reds, right? You were a catcher.
Yeah, I was down there with the Reds. That's
What
right.
era? During like the Big Red Machine era?
Could have been Herb on that
30
team.
years, 30
Johnny
years
Bench
ago.
out, Herbert?
Yeah. Yeah.
30 years ago.
Now, as an official PIAA umpire,
mid-90s.
you check bats right before games. Would you check for a tornado bat?
We check them if the other coach on the other team. We don't. The day we give them a speech before at the plate when they hand in their lineup cards.
Right.
They get a speech, PIAA speech that they.
Can you recite
check
the
all their
PIAA speech
equipment,
right now?
And all their equipment is legal. So. Anyway, that's
What is the
about it.
PIAA
Hey,
speech? Can you recite
Hey,
it?
Grease, when you go?
What's up, man? What's up,
We
Herb?
found out Ike's here.
I saw the Yankees play.
Yeah.
Ike was there when the Yankees were playing.
Yeah.
Ike knew about this and hid it from us for weeks.
He didn't tell nobody. I knew he didn't tell nobody.
They had to
They
be
paid
using
one bit of
those
attention
bats
and
if
they're
you
back.
saw they played the Phillies or any other team. They had to be using them bats because why would they
I
come
didn't tell
out
nobody.
not using them in spring training and then all of a sudden the game
Spike and
started
Fritz,
for
too.
real
Over there.
I
and
agree.
now
No,
they're
it was
using
just
the
Ike.
bats.
Spike and Fritz didn't pay attention to this.
No.
Come on.
Who's going to win today? Phillies or Rockies, Herb? We got to win today?
Yeah, this is opening day, man. This team of people want to see a W. They want to see runs up, man.
I'm taking it over
if
the
the weather
under.
holds up, they should be able to put up,
What is the
7, 8 runs, 9 runs.
think it's
You
8.5.
know what I mean? Come
Is it
on.
possible it's 8.5?
This is the Phillies, man. This is the Phillies, the team.
Phillies are
Team,
minus
man.
275, I believe.
These are the games that you got to win. Okay?
Hey, Herb.
I get that.
Hi,
I
Herb.
agree with that.
You know?
Yeah. Yep.
Must win.
now,
Herb,
let's
I
get
agree.
to the-
Today is a must win.
Herb is like,
appreciate it.
you remember when KYW used to have the ticker? Herb is like the ticker for WIP. It's just there in the background while we're talking.
We should just have him on and pot it down.
4 hours of Herb.
The other
hours a day.
conversations
He's
that
just
was going
talking.
on while he was talking. But you were locked into that, weren't you, Joe?
No, not the last half of it. It is 8.5, the over under.
Yeah.
It feels kind of heavy today. 8.5?
It does. They don't have a lot of faith in Chris Sanchez or whoever that guy is pitching for the Rockies.
Herman Marquez.
Oh, Gilio used to be all Marquezed up.
Oh, really?
I was
Yeah,
a
now-
Marquez guy. Well, he stinks.
He's
now.
cooked. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
cooked.
it's over.
Not against the Phils though. He'll be fine against the Phils, but
You worried about today?
nah.
No, this sounds like a big offensive day today.
Nah, it isn't.
No. They're gonna
I
lose
feel
4-1.
Schwarber, Harper,
Harper's going. Yeah.
and our big dog,
Kepi?
Kepler.
It's Kepler.
It's Kepler.
Kepler?
Yes.
I was like,
You
who the
know
hell
what?
is Kepler?
Until he hits a couple home runs, you
Yeah.
call him whenever you
Yeah.
want. He's got to earn.
I'm
the-
slow. Yeah, you know I'm slow.
He works a quality at bat.
He's hitting third tonight, or today, right?
Is he?
Isn't he hitting some
He's
crazy?
hitting third today?
He's way up there. I know that.
All I know is plus 540.
You took it already?
I need to get some. I need to put some money in my. I need to make some money. I need some sure things up here. I can't be fooling around with y'all. Y'all
don't listen to Ike.
Don't
these ifs and maybes.
This guy hit one.
That's for sure. Don't listen to me. Yeah, I
Hugh
guarantee
hit
that much.
one 8-leg parlay during the NFL season. Walked around like he was. He knew how to bet.
But did anybody?
Like he was Ace Rothstein.
He's lost every bet since.
But hold up.
He's
Did
out.
anybody else hit an 8-legger?
No, but you gave all the money back.
I'm just saying. But did anybody else hit one?
We got to get
Has anybody?
We call that beginner's luck, Hugh.
Yeah. Yep.
No, but has anybody else?
$25
Has anybody else hit one?
No.
All right, then.
It was a $2 parlay.
It was,
but it hit.
And you've lost every bet since.
But I hit. Is anybody else who been betting longer than me at 8-legger? I hit one out the gate. And ain't hit nothing ever since.
That was in October. You haven't hit a bet since. All right.
I feel like the Dallas Cowboys. I'm living off the past.
You are. So we got leading off coming up at 2. Big game. Dante's going to hop in a few minutes with the national anthem. Are we all buying this Christopher Sanchez hype? That's the season
yes.
That comes in. So this morning, Rob Thompson compared him to Zach Wheeler. Said he now has command with the great velocity.
Yeah.
That's a huge. Are we ready to go to that level with Christopher Sanchez?
No.
Well, first you are. I mean, my
Topper
goodness, you got him winning the Cy Young this year.
He might.
Well, then that's going to that level.
No, I know, but Wheeler's also putting together a possible Hall of Fame.
That's
run,
what I know.
No, but I think he's gonna solidify himself as the number 2 on this team. Yeah,
I thought he was the number 2 last year.
He was the number 2 last
year. Yeah, he was
This
the second
game
best pitcher last year.
Dude, he's up to 98, commanding it with sync.
The thing I like best about him last year is every time he got into trouble, he would pitch out of trouble. Like even when he'd get guys on base, it would never spiral.
Yep.
It would never snowball. I think there's something about him. It's what it made it really interesting that he was so much better at home than he was on the road is that he pitched like a guy who seemed unbothered by pressure and those sorts of things. So if he can keep that and the stuff is a lot better, he was the second best pitcher on the Phillies last year. I mean, he was the guy was, especially after Rangers tailed off.
It's hard to be that guy if you're not that guy on the road, though.
I would agree.
Like you can't be I'm a at home guy.
Well,
I agree.
And as you go into a 7-game series, if they get to the NLCS or World Series, you can't just hide him at home.
Right. Yep.
Because it depends on when the series before ends. Like, you're not going to want to wait till Game 3 if they have home field. You could go want him out there so he pitches more in the series.
Yeah.
That's true. I wonder. Look, I think he's going to be good. I like him. That just when I hear Cy Young and I hear Topper compare him to Wheeler, that's big. Like you got to do it again and again to be in that category.
I mean, what a good thing for him is that it's a good rotation as a whole. So it allows him to develop into who he is without having the pressure of, well, when I go out here, I got to win every time I go out here. So, listen, with Luzardo and Nola there, it allows Sanchez to sort of, he'll be able to fit into that role because everybody can't handle that being that number 2 guy.
Can't handle being the guy.
Yeah, everybody can't handle it. Some guys are better off being the guy that, I can come in. And plus, when you're facing the other team's third starter, right? When you're going up against the other team's ace or the other team's number 2 pitcher, now you got to match him inning for inning, out for out, right? Like you got to be able to do that.
You do. Are you guys excited for Taiwan on Thursday?
No,
I am.
I
already have my. I'm gonna tweet out like 9 a.m. Feels like a lot.
Positive vibes, baby.
Listen, here's the way I've decided.
No vibes with Taiwan.
Here's the way I've decided to deal with Taiwan. You got to win minimum 3 out of the 4 other starts.
So is this a must-win today?
Yes.
Sanchez, Rockies.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a must-win.
Taiwan on Thursday.
Yes. Must win,
especially heading into Dodgers.
Dodgers, yes.
So yeah, I agree with that. This is a must-win. Otherwise, we're panicking.
Got to take 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, got to take all 3.
Got to take 2 or 3.
Got to take all 3 going into
2 or 3
Dodgers.
minimum.
Wait,
you take 3.
I was 5 of 6 in the 2 first series. That's what I need, and they already lost their one.
Well, these are bad teams.
Yep.
Yeah, but Mickey's back with the Rockies.
Nobody cares.
Today?
No, he's not starting today.
Yeah.
Sadly, they didn't know Fritz was in the building. Yeah.
What was
yeah, dude. Why not Nick?
Why not Nick? Because he can't play.
I don't know what the hell he was talking about. Like,
everyone's lost.
Number 1 overall draft pick.
Yeah,
number 1.
It was a bad draft
in the whole draft.
It was a bad draft.
Wait a second. There's players in that draft.
They were all in the second round.
But they could have.
What are you all pucked up?
With the first pick?
Yeah.
You have the first pick. You have your choice of all the players.
You're supposed to get the
so they should have taken the Pete Alonso number 1.
Well, wait a minute.
overall.
Did they have the first pick in every round?
Yeah.
Well, then they
went under slot.
Okay.
You want to start breaking down the slots?
Was this Ruben or was this Klentak's first one?
This was
Klentak.
It was Johnny Almaraz, but Klentak. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it didn't work.
No, not even close.
Yeah.
But hold on, he's still in the big leagues. We got $1.5 million guaranteed.
Still in the big leagues. This is the last
No,
stop.
I can't wait.
I mean, when you go Phillies, Angels, Rockies, Jack, the next stop is Triple A.
Yeah. Don't let him play at Coors.
Is he getting a home run off for Taiwan on Thursday?
I can
It's
feel
almost
it.
a lot.
I can feel it.
That feels like it's probably going to happen. All right, so we got leading off coming up in a few. Big game.
Moniak and Pavetta, man. Come on, man.
Hold on. Pavetta 7 shutout last night.
Shoved last night against the Braves.
Yeah.
7 innings, shut them out.
Yeah, so watch your tongue over there. He got $50 million guaranteed.
Pavetta actually could pitch. Major league
Yeah, Fritz was right.
I think on that one you were more right than you were wrong.
Thank you.
Yeah, no one else will agree with that, but I'm a Pavetta guy with you, so I got
small victories.
Yes. All right.
Small victories.
We have to set up Big Game Dante here.
Hey,
which,
what's up, man?
Where's Big Game Dante going to sing?
Yeah, you
here?
can take my seat.
Sure. Whatever.
Are you going to stand, Big Game Dante? Okay. There
All
you
right,
go.
Big Game
Come on over.
Dante's ready to go. All right, if you don't know by now, and Jack accusing Big Game Dante not being a baseball guy, I disagree. Big Game Dante's
Take my hat off.
at Citizens Bank Park for the home opener for the Phillies. You guys want to stand up?
I don't want to stand
But
up.
I think we
sing
probably
the
should.
national anthem. We're on TV.
Well, everyone else is going to stand up out there. All right, we will stand up. All right, Big
stand
Game Dante, how are you?
I'm good. How about yourselves?
We're great. We're ready. Last time we talked to you was right before the Super Bowl, right?
Yep.
All right. Well, we had good vibes then. Let's get some good
Absolutely.
vibes for the
Let's start it
Philly
off
season.
well.
Our official national anthem
Stand
singer,
up.
Big. Yeah, we're going to stand up. Put her. Yeah.
Okay.
Salute. All right. Big Game Dante. The floor is yours.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
The fact that everybody else stopped.
Big Game Dante. Great job, buddy. Thank you for being part of this.
Good job.
Go Phils. All right, now the season can start. You know what my favorite part was of that?
That everybody else stopped.
Well, yeah, so we're on the concourse here in the Deborah Heart and Lung
You get
broadcast
to hear
booth.
it twice today.
And everyone
You're going to say the confusion. Well, for me, it was people not knowing, wait a minute.
Wait, where's that first of all,
Yes.
where's it coming from? People are looking towards the field, and then
Yep.
and then there's just like this instinct that you hear the national anthem and you stop, and people just stop.
Yes.
That we have never got to experience that, Hugh, anywhere but in our studio. We need to do this more. Dante on the road with us, where
It's a
everyone
little-
just stopped on the
It was a
concourse.
little weird, but I mean, I it's the respect for the national anthem.
Yeah,
It was
Well,
a little- it was a
I
little
just
weird.
love people like, wait a minute, do I have to take my hat off
Trying to figure out what
now?
that is.
Like I'm in line for concessions. It's not time yet.
I
during
saw
the
someone
game.
glance at their watch, like, "What time is it?" And they
Yeah.
can't be starting the game.
They were doing
Dude,
the absolute
you
most.
guys should send Big Game Dante into crowds of people with a speaker and a microphone and just start singing and see if people will stop and
They
take their
did it
hats
right
off.
there.
Oh,
Right.
You hear the national anthem, you stop.
Yep.
You have
You
to.
ain't got no choice, do you?
You got to send Big Game Dante out.
Yeah, that could be the next thing. Hopefully, we need this win today.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
God forbid somebody catch you on with an iPhone not stopping.
Stop it.
But
That's what we'll do. We'll
national
shame
anthem.
people. who
Oh yeah,
didn't
you're
stop.
gonna go to jail for that one. Twitter jail, that is.
WIP jail for that.
Well,
Yeah.
Twitter, social media jail.
Yeah, you're in jail if you do that. All right, we got leading off coming up on the other side. We'll get you set for the game, and I see he's ready to go.
Oh, he's got the belt.
Yeah,
Man, that's a nice
Oh,
belt,
there
bro.
you go.
Belt.
Yep.
Everyone's ready. We got a Phillies wrestling belt here. The crowd is pouring in. All right, we got leading off coming up. We'll get you set for the Phillies and the Rockies, the pitching matchups, the lineups, all coming up next. It is the Midday Show, Afternoon Show, and leading off coming up next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
It's tax time again, and this year, you could get a 90% tax credit against your PA state tax liability by making a donation to fund need-based scholarships for students in your community. Blocks makes it easy to participate in the program and earn a 90% PA tax credit. Ask your accountant about blocks.org. That's BLOCS.org, and the Educational Income Tax Credit. Blocks is currently accepting applications for its spring donation cycle. Visit blocks.org/spring. That's BLOCS.org/spring.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. You know, it's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week. Whether you're into the basketball, the baseball, hockey, any of these sports, check them all out and get exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesdays, Hump Day Parlays, and Golf Profit Boost over the weekend with FanDuel Sportsbook. So many ways to go. Find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. Remember, new customers, you get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. It's all there for you at FanDuel.com/hammer. All these sports, all the games. Find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free? TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your maximum refund. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
The crack of the bat, the thrill of a long fly ball. That means it's time to swing on into Delilah's. Delilah's, the Gentleman's Club and Steakhouse, is on deck. Delilah's is just minutes from the stadium complex with ample free parking. As always, admission is free after the game with proof of attendance or your hotel key. You and your crew looking to knock it out of the park? Reserve a table for bottle service today by calling 215-625-2800. That's 215-625-2800. Or visit Delilahs.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL Competition Committee will reportedly vote on banning the Tush push Tuesday morning. No surprise, the Eagles are fighting hard to keep it. It's not just any play for them. It's almost a superpower that no one can stop them in short yardage. This is a rare situation. Other teams trying to stop a play that's perfectly legal basically because it's ugly to watch. If they do outlaw it, that will hurt the Eagles strategically, but we all know the team will use it as a rallying cry. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP, an Odyssey Sports Station.
Living in this big new world with my head up and out of space.
Hugh's favorite song. Welcome on in. It is Leading Off on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. All right, I'm Joe Gilly alongside Hugh Douglas.
Hey.
Ike Reese, Jack Fritz, Spike Eskin as we get set for the Phillies and the Rockies. The home opener, Herman Marquez versus Christopher Sanchez. Phillies big favorites today, as you would expect. And we get our first chance to watch the Phillies in 2025 here at home. Spike, first thought as we get ready for the home opener.
Well, this is going to be a good game because I want you to look out and see what you see. Excuse me.
My gosh.
Over the field right now.
Every time.
I'm getting choked up. Oh,
that's what that was?
No. What you see there is sun, right? And all last week, what we heard.
Oh, the glare.
Rain. Everybody said it was going to be rain. But Mother Nature decided the rain wasn't going to start until 8 p.m. because we needed Phillies opening day on time. So my first thought is this is a win because Mother Nature wanted it to happen. It was supposed to rain all week long. We're not getting it until tonight. I feel good about today. That is my first thought.
A sunny disposition by Spike.
Sunny disposition.
Hugh Douglas, your first thought as we get ready for the home opener.
Hey, man, there's a lot of people here. Baseball is back. I'm excited. That's about it. What?
All right, so it's sunny and there's a lot of people here. Jack, what
Wait
do you got?
a minute. Hold up. Before you go to Jack,
let's go sports.
I'm saying, wait a minute.
Go team, go.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Who don't let them bully you.
But I'm just saying. What do you want me to say? Well, I expect
I need you breaking down Herman Marquez.
Yeah. Well, first of all, this Herman. If you want me to break it down.
Nah, it's German. Yeah, it's definitely not.
Yeah, but Herman.
It's definitely Herman.
And
I want to call him German Marquez.
But see, this is the problem that I have. I understand this is with this leading off.
You don't have to have a problem.
No, but I'm saying you want to he mad. You know why Joe's mad? And he has feeling some kind of way.
What?
They have a refrigerator in the dugout.
Did you see this?
What?
The Phillies now have a
No,
fridge
listen
in
to
the
this.
dugout. Instead of a water
No,
cooler,
listen.
I'll show you the photo.
It's a big ass fridge.
It's soft. Like why do we need a fridge in the dugout?
Because you want your water to be cold. You gotta have a little cold.
No, let him
Oh my
finish.
God!
They've
Before
had
you jump on
ice
him,
for
let him finish.
120 years.
Oh, hold on.
Him and Kyle got mad at me because I didn't think it was a big deal. Tell him, Joe. Tell
Wait a
him.
minute. You want to be able to cheat with the
Let me see,
bats,
Joe.
and you don't want a fridge. That is a little ridiculous.
It's a little soft.
Yeah.
Like, are we locked in?
Yeah, are they going to put an attendant in there?
Is there anything you won't complain about?
No.
Oh, that's a personal.
I mean, every day it's just complain and complain. Everything's too nice. They gotta have their wet towels in there to put over their
Do
necks.
they need this? Do they need this?
I thought.
Why not?
They keep the drinks cold.
Oh, stop.
You want ice?
Well, hold on.
It is hard
Hold on.
to dump that.
How have they been keeping the drinks cold all these years?
With ice for 120 years of baseball.
Ice is
Now we
expensive.
need fridge.
Well, what about the travesty in center field? Have you broken that down?
What's that?
So they
Oh,
put people can sit inside the dugout and put a gate over them,
So
you
they're
can't
hiding the bullpen.
you can't heckle the bullpen pitchers anymore.
Boo.
I don't like that.
That's very disappointing. It's very
This
disappointing.
whole place has gone soft.
I know.
Everything's gone soft.
Yeah, we
Got
need to
Tush
go back
Push.
to the
all-
Yeah,
it
get
all
the
started-
Bluetooths out.
It all
man.
started. Wait.
Whoa.
First of all, speaking of Bluetooth, y'all got any?
No.
Hugh, this is
You
leading
just
off.
don't bring them to work.
Oh, wait a minute.
You said no, the plug is here.
No,
Yeah,
y'all the
is
plug now. Y'all the plug. What's up with the Bluetooth though? While we here?
Now
we
I
here.
know why Hugh said he wanted to stay for
we
the
here. We here. We here now with the Bluetooth.
Jack, first thought, home opener against the Rockies.
Yeah, so I thought what was interesting this weekend is that it seems like they're taking this whole thing a lot more serious.
What, the season?
Yeah. I know it sounds like ridiculous to say.
Oh, like the daycare, like
the daycare's done. They're not doing the post-game water baths. They got a cooler.
That was old anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the
Well, they are almost 30.
Yeah, the daycare's pushing 30.
Yeah, it's hard to still be like, ha ha ha, he's gonna sneak up and dump water, you know. So, and I thought it was an interesting Bryce weekend. I feel like he's taking the bull by the horns here, and it's his legacy's on the line. And I thought that.
Wait a minute, for real?
I thought he was more like I think for his entire career here, he's been a lead by example guy. And I thought this weekend, how much I saw him on the top step, how I think he's going out there, he's playing well, but also what he said before the game about how he wants the young players to put the pressure on him and on the older players. I think they're trying to develop Bryce as like this
leader,
like a vocal leader guy. And
Wait a minute, wasn't he always a leader?
not really. Like Schwarber's their leader. He's been their leader for a while, but Schwarber's more like the good cop. I think Bryce might be molding into like a little bit of a bad cop.
I like that.
I love it.
That's interesting.
I love it.
I think it's an evolution of him as a
needed.
player here.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting. I mean, I didn't think about it that way. I mean, since Garrett Stubbs left, it kind of felt like they probably, were a little bit.
Nah, but you need somebody in the clubhouse who's going to be that.
You mean the contrarian, if you will?
Well, I mean, somebody has to be the guy who keeps everything in order.
Holds people
Right.
accountable.
Now, it doesn't mean you have to be somebody who yells at everyone and this and that and the other, but you know how we were, right? Like Troy was never a yeller, but when Troy spoke, we all listened.
Yeah, you listen to what he had to say.
So you needed somebody in there, else all the young people are going to be young and do young and dumb things.
Well, and I think the young players look up to Bryce.
Yes.
Maybe his voice,
So-
especially
so-
Stott, they're really close.
Yeah, and so I think, and
There
listen,
he is.
Bryce is the one. There's Justin.
Every day, Justin, he shaves his
Where's the
his stash.
mustache?
Oh, it's
Let the mustache
completely
grow.
distracted.
I know. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
You
I'm
know
sorry.
what?
He's inevitable.
Let's go
Don't
to
worry
Bob
about
and
it.
Lower
I
Potts,
do that
bro.
every
He's like Josh Bell against the Phillies.
It is. You can
He's
only
getting a
hold down for
personality now, too.
Bob
I don't like
and Lower
this.
Potts Grove. What's up, Bob?
Yeah, hi,
They ain't never
Joe.
gonna let us work
Hi,
together
you,
again.
Jack, Mike, and Ike. Good afternoon.
Yo, what's up,
to
Joe?
all.
There's no mic here, but yeah, it was close.
He said Mike and Ike, didn't
Yeah,
It's all right.
Yeah.
there's no mic here.
Bob,
he?
Bob, what are we
Somebody
complaining
can.
about today?
Bob, what do you feel?
What's grinding your gears?
Yeah, well, first of all, as usual, the Phillies weren't honest with us yesterday about the health of their players. They
What
said
else is new, Bob?
About Trey?
Yeah.
The cover up is here.
Turner and Real Muto would be in the starting lineup, but only
Well, they were
Real
guessing.
Muto is in the starting lineup. And the other thing they have to worry about is Real Muto. Last year, he wasn't as good as the year before. He missed over a month with an injury, and in the first two games and spring training, he didn't show that he was going to have a comeback year. I think it would be a risk a big risk for the Phillies to sign him to a contract longer than 1 year. What do you feel about
Well,
that?
so Baba, it would be risky, but they don't really have anybody else that could catch around here.
I don't know. I think Marshawn gives a better chance every day.
Over JT.
I do.
He hasn't hit
You're
yet.
nuts.
I'm working, man.
He hasn't hit.
See, I'm working.
I mean, look, a 6 months run. Bob, appreciate the phone call. Maybe I'll have a different. I have to see Marshawn hit over the course of a season before I believe it. You believe in
Dude,
Marshawn?
We're destined to give JT
I
a
know.
2-year deal
It feels
after this season.
I mean, who do you have?
They don't
back
have
him up?
much.
Nobody.
Well,
he's already earned it. This is a matter of, well, how much is he getting?
Yeah. No, and the question is how many years do you
Right. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't give him more than 2.
By the
He
way,
may want 3
and
or
then
4.
you're stuck. I think they might be stuck with him. Player to count on, sponsored by Barlow, Buick, GMC, and Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. Let's go with Kyle Schwarber. 2 home runs in his career off of Herman Marquez.
You guaranteeing that, Joe? Because I'm trying to give him some money.
You want to bet it?
I'm thinking about it.
I'd bet it. Kyle Schwarber, he's off to a good start. He's our player to count on. All right, coming up, your phone call.
Oh, it has to be everybody's
Well,
plan?
hold on. What, you get one?
Yeah, like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, we do it where we all do it. Oh, we got time issues.
It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal.
Well, let him drive.
Everyone's got our own opinions here.
Jack, what do you want?
Max Kepler, thank you.
Yes,
You can go to break
let's go,
now.
Max,
Wait,
baby.
you complain.
me hanging,
that
Jack.
Hold on. You guys complain everyone gets your own, and you had this teamed up Kepler take?
Yep.
No, it's just about Jack getting
Yeah.
his. Yeah.
But that's the guy I was going to choose, too, though.
Okay.
540 plus 540.
Yeah.
Hugh, who's your player to count
Oh,
on?
well, you just told me. You just told me Schwarber.
Oh, so it's 2 Schwarbers against 2
Yeah.
Keplers.
Since we're doing that.
All right.
Since everybody has
I'm
to
going
have to say-
boom because I don't like the guy.
Boom.
How about a German off Herman?
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
All right.
Herman.
Line up and what to watch for next. It is leading off on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon Patriot Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help. Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan, on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is Leading Off, Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Nissan. They make cars at Thrill Shop Nissan USA.com. All right, let's get to the starting lineups. Brought to you by the Fence Authority. Make your new fence as easy as 1, 2, 3 at FenceAuthority.com. Phillies lineup today. Kyle Schwarber, the DH, hitting leadoff. Batting second, the third baseman, Alec Boehm. Batting third, first baseman, Bryce Harper. JT Realmuto back in the lineup, hitting cleanup. Batting fifth, and aforementioned Max Kepler in left field. Batting sixth, Nick Castellanos in right field. Batting seventh, Bryce Estrada at second. Eighth, the center fielder, Brandon Marsh. And ninth, the shortstop, Edmundo Sosa for the Phillies. There's their starting lineup. All right, what do we think about this lineup with no Turner? So they started Schwarber, Boehm, Harper again. Real Muto cleanup? Feels like I'd put Castellanos at cleanup.
I would not put JT at cleanup.
I guess that I'm at that point, but they need a right-handed hitter batting cleanup. So who else would you put?
Yeah, I'd put Castellanos there. See how it goes. Castellanos 4 walks over the weekend.
I know. I just think
he seems mad every time he walks, by the way.
He hates it.
He
hates
wants
to
to
walk.
make contact.
He
Seeing the
wants
ball
to
better.
Yeah, well, I thought that too. I just
Off-season Pilates, like.
Is that it?
More flexible.
You like JT batting cleanup, Spike?
I can't stand it. I actually wouldn't re-sign him. I have no faith in him as a hitter.
Even without a catcher playing.
No, he's like to me, he's a 7th or 8th hitter at this point.
I agree.
You know, he was all last year. I don't think he provides any, even when you have him hitting 5th or 6th, I don't think he provides any protection for the guys hitting in front of him. I understand the righty-lefty thing or whatever, but his days of being a catcher who is both, good defensively and feared offensively, I think are pretty much over. I always thought his offense was a little overrated anyway.
It was just because he was a catcher.
But at this point, he's a 685 or 705 OPS guy, and I can't imagine. I'd rather have Boehm hitting there. I don't think Boehm's a cleanup hitter either, but I'd rather have Boehm.
Yeah, the problem is where do you put Boehm? Because 2, I guess, makes more sense than 4 for him. They just don't have the right.
They don't have enough righties.
Who goes to 2?
Yeah,
right?
they don't have enough righties.
Well, it does show the importance of Turner, not just presence, but like when he's here, he needs to hit. I mean, he's a huge part of this.
And you actually wrote this in your newsletter today. It's what worries you about the core, because the core
they're old.
And they're all crucial. Every single one of them is crucial. I would argue JT isn't, but the other ones, nothing works unless the other guys are there. They don't have like an abundance of players. They're not deep enough to where if one guy's away, everything still makes sense. Everything stops making sense as soon as there's not one of those guys there.
Hugh pushed back on my thought that the Phillies are old.
I don't.
Well, relative to us, maybe not.
I think it just made Hugh feel old.
Yeah.
Well, no, it wasn't that. It was just that when you talk about where this team has been and where they're trending towards, I don't see them as that old because we talked about a lot about Trey Turner and how old he is. Bryce is older than Trey.
Like they're all around that same,
when
like
you look
32.
at him and for whatever reason, when you think about that, I never think about Bryce as an old guy. You know what I'm saying? And I guess that's because of how long he's been playing, how long he's been in the league or whatever. But I don't think of them as I don't think of them as guys that are about to fall off. They reach that age where they're about to fall off because they take tremendous care of their bodies.
Well, hopefully they don't, and hopefully they stay healthy. So far, Turner obviously is banged up here. What to watch for is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. All right, first impression here for Max Kepler in front of the fans. It sounds like, Jack, Ike, you're in on the Kepler thing?
I'm a Kep head.
Yeah.
He works a quality at bat. I think he works quality at bat, and I think you'll continue to see that today. And he probably goes yard.
Yeah, I mean, if he goes yard in his first home game, he buys himself like 2 months.
That's bananas.
Everyone here's going to love him forever.
I thought it was a little surprising he pinch hit Cody Clemens over him yesterday late in the
Do you
game.
think he just wanted to get Clemens?
Well, he said after the game is because Clemens had faced him in the minor leagues. I don't care. I mean,
yeah, I don't want to hear that.
That's weird. Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought that was an interesting spot. Other than just want to give him the full day off.
You're a Kepler guy?
Full day off.
Well, maybe
it's
they have
an
the spikes
old
on.
team. See, this is what happens when you have an old team.
Isn't Kepler's like 32 too?
He is.
They're all 32.
You know what?
Bro, let me tell you, hold on.
He's a
Listen,
good-looking guy.
We're talking about 3 days of playing baseball.
I know.
You're standing out there in the outfield.
Get the tighty back,
that's
dog.
the football
We
player.
need a day off by the 3rd day.
I know.
Well, the shortstop had a tight back. We haven't seen him for 3 days, and they have an off day tomorrow.
I'm worried about that.
I
Yeah, he
am
better
too.
be in the lineup Wednesday.
If he's not, they might as well just put him on the IL. He's going to miss a half a week anyway. Get an extra player. We'll see what happens with Trey. Devin did say he was out there taking grounders when she was on the field earlier.
That's
so
positive.
Yeah. So hopefully things are going to.
Well,
be
I
all
just didn't like that. He said he's never felt this before.
Oh, that's always a great time.
Yeah. Now, what are back spasms?
A new pain in your back
What
is
are
always.
back spasms?
Yeah, what are back spasms?
Ask Spike.
Well, yeah.
What
felt
are back
what?
spasms? Well, if somebody talks about it, usually a
feeling?
back spasm doesn't describe actually what's happening. It describes what it feels like. Normally,
Like
if,
out of nowhere being a
if
spasm?
they're talking about a back spasm, it's probably muscle related, which is less of a big deal. The issue is that if it is disc related or that, what worries me, honestly, is that he said it was a hip issue, which became a back issue. And what can happen is if he has a small labral tear or something like that in his hip that is causing his gait to be a little bit off, it can cause a back issue. So it might not be originating from the back. The back might just be a symptom.
So he's overcompensating.
Yeah, but it could be whatever's going on in his hip that is. And what would concern me is that most times players will play through a tear like that, but it's not going to go away, so
Yeah, especially if they're so early in the season.
Yep.
Dude, that's a long.
I'm wondering, where do we get injured at? In the batting cage? Like, what do we do? Like, are we out there diving for
Could it happen in the spring and
line
carried over?
shots up the middle? Like, how did this happen?
I don't know. I mean, it could just
Well,
also be wear and tear.
it could be wear and tear. Most times that
Wear and tear
Well,
from what?
He's had like 5,000 at bats in the big leagues. They're old. I tried to tell you guys.
all of those hip injuries,
Here
soccer
we go.
players get them a lot because they're pivoting and blah, blah, blah. He's been playing
Soccer
baseball for,
players who flail and lay out.
I'm just saying,
Cindy Lou!
but he's been,
Sorry.
when
Sorry.
All right, we'll continue this. We'll hit the injury report next and the
Lot
weather,
going on.
which looks pretty good here for the game. It is leading off on Sports Radio 94 WI.
oh, yeah. Well, let me tell you, it's beautiful outside. We didn't think we were going to get a day like this for baseball. And this tells you what is coming. What is coming is the good weather and your pets being outside more often, your dogs playing outside. Dogs and Cats Rule is going to be your source for making sure that your dog is outside the right way, right? You think about flea and tick prevention, right? So they can tell you about natural flea and tick prevention. And their staff at all 7 Dogs and Cats Rules locations is going to be able to tell you if it is right for your dog. Also, if your dog plays outside a lot, maybe a toy, maybe a ball launcher. My dogs, absolutely not. They don't know what to do with the ball, but maybe your dog does. Dogs and Cats Rule has everything, has supplements, has toys, has collars, leashes, and pet nutrition. They are number one, unmatched. And as I said, they've got the best staff anywhere. The lead dog, George Perenni, makes sure that the staff at all 7 Dogs and Cats Rule locations are there to answer your questions about the food that you're feeding your pet, the supplements that you're giving your pet, the toys that you have your pet play with. They are the best anywhere. There's 7 locations, 2 in Jersey, 5 in PA. You can learn more at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps, all tournament long. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, it's John Ritchie. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weeds and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. Call 215-551-9099.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is Leading Off, Sports Radio 94 WIP. Midday show, afternoon show with you here as we get set for the Phillies and the Rockies, the home opener here. The injury report sponsored by Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for over 40 years. Contact them at paworkinjury.com. Or we were just discussing the Trey Turner thing. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. Sosa shortstop today, or back on Wednesday, the next game. We will get to see Taijuan Walker, though, on Thursday.
Hey,
feels like a loss.
I'm excited.
Yeah, because Ranger Suarez is down. Jack, what's your guess on the Ranger situation? Because he had something like this last year. Now they're saying it's not as bad as last year.
Yeah,
but listen, I can't do a handful of Taijuan starts.
What about 5?
That's a handful.
That's a handful. Well, hold on. Last week it was 3.
Well, that was just to argue with you.
Oh,
that was just to argue with you. Yeah, no, I think it's gonna be. I think he's gonna miss like a month.
No,
these are automatic losses.
Hold on.
They're not necessarily.
Taijuan is the 5th starter this year. Anyone who thinks anything different is crazy.
Well, Painter's coming up.
Well, maybe then, but Rangers never coming back and being a regular starter.
All right.
They might. I'm telling you, you can't have a year of back injury, including an entire offseason, and then you come back and before one start, you're already injured again. He can't be counted.
Do you think he tried to pull up a shop vac? And that's what
look. Hughes got the theory on Rangers.
You must have read my mind, Joe. I was like, it all went south when his wife came to town. I mean, it kind of went south when wifey came home.
But we can't do anything about that. If
he's
she's
eating on
here,
a regular.
she's here.
I mean, it ain't nothing wrong with him. Okay. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, you probably need a little bit more adjustment.
So basically, it's over.
His wife came to town. His back got thrown out.
That's what Hughes said.
Whoa. Well, he had back issues in 21.
All right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what you mean?
Yeah, that's basically. I mean, there's a correlation there. He didn't get hurt until his wife came. Right. I'm just saying.
Well, but he has.
You can't stop a man from throwing his back out now. Man, got to do what he got to do.
He just got to get. He got to get. He hadn't seen her in a while.
So
that's
what I'm saying. This is your way of telling me I have to deal with a whole year of Taijuan or a half a year until.
Oh yeah, like listen. Only thing I go like I listen to baseball minds. Cole Hamels gave him a ring endorsement in the spring training. He said he looked pretty good. He said he's excited to see what he brings to the table.
That makes one
as
of us.
Jack gets ready to bust out laughing.
Well, I don't know how you'd be excited about what he brings to the table. That feels like a stretch.
Lie. Yeah. Straight up lie.
You're not a part of Taijuan in this?
Yeah, look. Cole Hamels is in that point of his career where he comes back. He just wants everybody to be happy. You know what I mean?
We've been there,
Just saying everything good about everything.
We've been there before the media got hold of us.
Yep. Before WIP ruined it.
I know. You guys are lost cause.
Where we go?
All right, let's get to the weather report. Brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Philadelphia. For windows and doors that go beyond, visit the pros at PellaPhilly.com. All right, weather today. So it is nicer than we thought, right? There's not rain. It's
partly sunny.
Partly sunny.
Rain not till 8 p.m.
70s. It is windy though. It's actually
it's been a windy spring. Like annoyingly windy.
What does that mean?
Are you
I feel like it's been windy.
Are you out on the wind?
I'm out on the wind.
Wait a minute, this spring just started.
Yeah, well, hold on. It's been like a windy couple
Wait a minute.
months.
Spring hasn't even started yet.
Yes, it has.
March 21st. Idiot.
I thought spring started.
That was like last week, right?
March 21st.
March
First day of spring.
Okay.
Come on.
We're just deciding when the season starts.
Well,
we're eye testing it.
Yeah.
So today feels like spring.
Today's beautiful.
All right. Well, 34% chance increase in potential home runs today because of the wind.
All right.
According to one thing I saw. So we're going to go with that. Who's hitting a home run today?
We're on.
I got Kepler.
Oh, we're done?
No, we're not. Sorry.
No,
it's
we
usually
still on?
37.
No, I was going to end it on
My bad.
How many times have you done
What the hell was that?
Well, because usually 37.
He checked out.
It said
What the hell was that?
37.
He goes, we're done.
All right. Actually,